Hey besties, your girl's back. Before we dive into this brain rot, smash that like button and subscribe for more peak content. Tynesism, and have a blessed day. Nuo Nuo. Remember An Yang's words? Better to be swallowed whole by Tian Du's serpent guards than to shift forms right now. A woman with long rabbit ears urgently warns the little rabbit girl before her. Our little rabbit scrambles as massive serpent guards slither around her. An Yang's words echo. The weaker and more easily bullied you are, the more bloodthirsty and aggressive they'll become. Shifting form now? That'll just lead to extreme torment. Our little girl suddenly shrinks into a tiny rabbit with ruby red eyes, looking back. Those warnings resound. It'll lead to a tragic death. So don't, you cannot shift forms in front of them. Under the starry night sky, a Heisha's body slithers amidst falling petals. Before it, a colorful horde of rabbits huddle together. From the brightly lit taverns, a voice proclaims, "The long-eared tribe offers tribute, 99 spirit rabbit delicacies." Hearing this, the Heisha eyes the trembling little rabbits before it, praising without reserve. This tribute has soft skin and tender meat. They've been raised quite well. Behind him, various other serpent guards appear, staring greedily at the rabbits. Ooh la la, look at these trembling little darlings. Is this your first time seeing the serpent tribe? Ha ha. The more terrified the rabbits became, the more excited they grew. They cackle. Hurry and shift forms, you brats. We nobles are the most sympathetic to pretty things. As the rabbits trample each other to avoid the Heisha's gaze, one squeaks, "Hee Gigi, you stepped on my tail." On the other side, another cries out, "Hey, who kicked my butt?" Seeing the chaotic rabbits still not shifting forms, the Heisha slithers closer, flicking its tongue as it continues. Those tributes not chosen will all be sent to the Tianjiang Tuguan to be cooked into. He pauses for a moment, then rattles off a list of rabbit dishes. Spicy rabbit head? 8 treasure steamed rabbit. Whole roasted rabbit. Hearing this, the rabbits quickly scream, "Hurry, shift forms!" And just like that, a line of beautiful rabbit maidens appears. Another quickly says, "Only by shifting form and being chosen can we survive." Meanwhile, the serpent tribe members are staring intently at the rabbit maidens before them, but at this exact moment, Nuo Nuo, in her tiny rabbit form, quickly scurries to the back, thinking, "Now's my chance. Time to make a break for it." She quickly leaps off the table and flees, muttering to herself as she runs, "I can't be chosen. I have an important mission I haven't completed yet." Then she weaves between the feet of the people there, thinking, "My target, the first prince, where is he?" Suddenly, someone accidentally kicks Nuo Nuo, sending her flying out with an "ouch!" But before she can even process it, she tumbles end over end like a tiny furball. After finally stopping, Nuo Nuo lies flat on the ground next to someone's foot, her head spinning as she thinks, "I'm toast! If they find out I can't shift forms, I'll be cooked into spicy rabbit head." Just then, the person nearby spots the little rabbit and exclaims, "Huh?" Then pokes her a few times with their foot, asking, "Is it dead?" Hearing this, Nuo Nuo nods her head stupidly, "Yes," and secretly replies, "Nonsense. Your girl is still alive." But before she can finish her internal monologue, a man with black hair and an icy cold face stares down at her. Seeing him, she immediately panics, then lowers her head in fear, thinking, "It's royalty." But at this moment, a hand gently lifts the petrified little rabbit. As Nuo Nuo tremblingly observes the person before her, she secretly thinks, "This serpent guard seems soft." Then our little rabbit continues to think, "Whoa, he even smells like herbs, like a delicate willow branch in the wind. He must be a good snake." But then, a man from behind leans close to the first man's ear and whispers, "A ruby-eyed ling too. Eating it will surely improve His Highness's illness." Hearing this, he looks at the trembling little Nuo Nuo in front of him and says, "This foolish creature doesn't even know how to shift forms. This prince won't bother eating it." Hearing the man continue, our little rabbit, still terrified, stammers internally, Too good. Then quickly let me go." But the guy next to him doesn't think so. He rubs his hands together wickedly and says, "Royal brother, if you're not eating this ling too, then why not give it to—" But before he can finish, Nuo Nuo already thinks in terror, "No way!" Then she quickly leaps onto the man in front of her. After clinging to him, she secretly thinks in fear, "Don't give me to him to eat." This little rabbit's action momentarily stuns him, but he quickly becomes enraged. However, Nuo Nuo doesn't care. She closes her eyes and tells herself, "Forget it, I have to go all in." So after hyping herself up, our girl lunges forward and kisses the man in front of her. Her action leaves him completely frozen, while the man behind him just stares with a dumbfounded expression. After a moment of silent tension, the kissed man finally speaks. "This prince has decided. While this prince will not eat it, I never said I don't need it. Hearing his royal brothers say this, the man next to him sticks out his tongue in frustration, while our girl, still being held, joyfully thinks, "This is too good." My rabbit sisters once said, serpent lords love tributes that flatter them the most. It's really true, but after saying that to the man next to him, he stares intently at the little rabbit and declares, "I must take it back for a proper punishment." Hearing this, Nuo Nuo struggles angrily, thinking, I absolutely cannot go back with this Bai Tai He. This guy looks innocent but is secretly a ruthless, decisive, and cruel psycho. But as Nuo Nuo continues to struggle and curse internally, he presses her close against his chest and warns, "Stir again and I'll skin you alive right now." Hearing his threat, she immediately stiffens, thinking, a smart rabbit knows when to play dead. No moving, no moving. The night deepened. At a palace, a hand rested on a steaming bath basin. Nuo Nuo was now cupped in someone's hand and placed on a table. After finishing, the attendant approached the screen, bowed, and said, "Xianxia, the rabbit is here. Your subordinate takes his leave." Our girl, hearing this, wondered, Xianxia. Nuo Nuo looked towards the screen where a figure was bathing, secretly thinking, "Oh, so he's the Lao San of Tian Du, honored as Yi Wang Tangxiu." Then she mused. The Tian Du nation has a total of 7 princes. The first prince, Shuo Wangtang Yi, commands military and political power, slaughters beasts like a boss, and is the Tian Du nation lord's most favored prince. He will be Tian Du's next nation lord. Then she slowly thought of the person bathing inside. This third prince, known as Yi Wang, is sickly all year round, and is the least regarded prince. After finishing her thoughts, Nuo Nuo secretly sighed, then flopped down and cried. Being brought back to his manor, it seems there's only one path: being eaten. After tonight, I'll probably be stewed into soup, won't I? Man, she continued to lament. I'm truly a pathetic little rabbit. As she was complaining, Nuo Nuo's stomach suddenly rumbled. Seeing this, her tears couldn't be held back and streamed down as she thought, being captured just makes me hungrier. Just then, a tender voice rang out beside her. Are you hungry? Drawn by the voice, Nuo Nuo turned to look and was instantly terrified. Before her was a Xiaoxia Jun with characteristic snake eyes, staring intently at her. Her fur bristled in fear as she thought, who is he? The person in front of her continued to stare at Nuo Nuo, his youthful face flushing bright red. Then he opened the door and extended his hand, saying, Come up here. She was bewildered, slowly offering her paw to him, thinking, is he going to help me? Once she was in his hand, he gently stroked her soft fur, walking and saying, I'll take you to eat something delicious. Wait, Nuo Nuo hears this and panics, thinking, you're trying to swipe me right under His Royal Highness Third Prince's nose? She quickly glances around and oops, the Third Prince is nowhere to be found behind the screen. So she thinks, where'd he go? After our little snake lord spirited Nuo Nuo away, he brings in 2 plates of food. He says, Little bunny, try this crispy pearl jelly. And there's chicken drumsticks too, super yummy. Meanwhile, our girl is having an intense internal battle. If I get caught, I'm toast. My bunny drumsticks will literally become pearl jelly. But, it smells so good. Our little snake lord then places the plate of chicken drumsticks right in front of Nuo Nuo. She stares at his actions, utterly bewildered. Suddenly, he looks at her and asks, Are you the tribute brought back to nourish my body? Hearing this, she's totally confused, thinking, Who? Me? Wasn't I supposed to be for the Third Prince? But while she's still thinking, a warm hand gently pats her head. He wags his tail, petting the bunny and reassuring her, Don't be scared. You tributes are all silly, and this prince doesn't want to eat you. Hearing the guy in front of her, Nuo Nuo ponders. This sweet talk and appearance are exactly like that mean man who loves to grab bunny tails. Unless... She hesitates for a second. Then Nuo Nuo frantically covers her mouth with her hand, staring at him, thinking, Is he the son of Sun Yiwang? While she's deep in her own deductive reasoning, a skewer of meat is offered right in front of her face. Here, he's somehow already sitting next to her, offering the skewer of meat, while holding one himself, and says, Let's eat together, then we'll be partners in crime, little bunny. Our girl just stares blankly at him. After they both ate their fill, only the moonlight and the rustling leaves remained. The two of them lie together on the bed, he holds her in his arms, happily falling asleep. And the one being held comfortably muses, Our little snake lord's arms are so soft and gentle, truly comfy, kinda sleepy. Soon, the dazzling sun replaces the moon. Outside, the sounds of bustling people fill the air. Nuo Nuo, who is sleeping, suddenly hears a noise and jolts awake, thinking, Someone's here! She looks to her side, and the person next to her has vanished. She secretly scolds, That little snake lord ran off without waking me up. I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Gotta make a quick escape. Two maids push the door open, chatting as they walk in. Did you see the tribute Prince Wang brought back last night? The other maid quickly replies, she didn't see anything. After entering the room, they swiftly pick up a basket. Suddenly, the maid carrying the basket exclaims, huh? Why is it so heavy? Inside, our little bunny is seeing stars and feeling dizzy, thinking, whoa, where is she taking me? In a room, the two maids immediately bow to the person in front of them, handing over the basket and saying, Lu Zongguan, His Highness's medicine is ready. Nuo Nuo inside is now in full panic mode, thinking, Lu Zongguan? Prince Wang? Didn't I just walk myself right into a trap? Help! Man in front, chin in hand, looks at the person opposite him and asks, have you found that little thing yet? Lu Zongguan, holding the medicine basket, quickly replies, your subordinate is incompetent, but I'm certain that tribute hasn't escaped the prince's estate yet. Hearing this, Prince Wang, holding the medicine basket, warns, it better not have escaped, or it will surely die a miserable death. Just then, he pushes open the basket's lid and sees our girl with big, round eyes, full of tears. Seeing this, his expression darkens with anger. Prince Wang! He props his chin with one hand, then lifts the crying thing out of the basket, not forgetting to comment, you sure know how to find a hiding spot, don't you? At this, she slightly squints her eyes at the man in front of her, but her gaze lands on his toned chest, and she can't help but drool, blushing as she thinks, whoa, this is way too hot. Then Nuo Nuo starts to squirm, thinking, what's happening? My body is so hot, so uncomfortable. Prince Wang, after watching the little thing wriggle and squirm, is stunned and says, it ate the cold fragrance pellet. The person standing nearby quickly replies, this subordinate does not know. After hearing the answer, Prince Wang then tosses the little bunny aside, but she seems to have springs and bounces right back onto the man's chest. After landing squarely on his toned pecs, Nuo Nuo presses her face against them, musing, strange. Why do I want to be so close to him? Seeing her like this, Prince Wang angrily roars, you dare be so presumptuous with this prince? Seeing his anger, she immediately retreats, fearfully covering her face. The man behind him, seizing the opportunity, cunningly sticks out his tongue, pointing at the fluffy little thing before them and suggests, Prince Wang, this tribute secretly snuck a meal last night and has conveniently fattened up a bit. Should we stew it? Should we stew it? Or roast it? Hearing Lu Zongguan's suggestion, Nuo Nuo is terrified, thinking, I hate Lu Zongguan's mouth the most. The moment he opens it, a bunny's little life is over. But contrary to his apparent craving for bunny meat, Prince Wang just smiles and replies, a little later. Since it's our first meeting, let's give it a gift first. Lunyi, go get it. Hearing she's getting a present, she looks at the person next to her with excited eyes, thinking, a gift for me? Does that mean he's not going to eat me anymore? Suddenly, Lu Yi pulls out a paper rabbit, then malevolently tears the paper rabbit's body and head apart with force. Seeing this, Nuo Nuo screams in terror, quickly running and yelling, I'm gonna die, gotta run. But unfortunately for our girl, Nuo Nuo is so utterly panicked that she runs straight into a wall. At this, Prince Wang lifts her up, saying, you're this scared, and you still dare to be presumptuous with this prince? He then orders the man in front of him, Lu Yi, get out! After hearing the command, the subordinate quickly bows and replies, yes. Once Lu Zongguan is gone, he hugs Nuo Nuo to his chest, warning, if you dare to be presumptuous again, this will be your end, got it? Meanwhile, the little thing in his arms continuously struggles, squeaking, squeak, squeak, don't eat me! Seeing her still struggling, he says, calm down a bit, don't move. He then presses her firmly against his chest, and the wound from when she ran into the wall earlier touches the man's pectorals. Suddenly, the wound on Nuo Nuo's forehead glows brightly, and a stream of blood floats in the air. At this, our bunny freezes, then utterly panics, thinking, oh no, it's a blood contract. But just then, a contract circle appears. Once the blood contract is formed, both parties will sense each other and share life and death. At this moment, a red thread seems to tightly bind Prince Wang and Nuo Nuo together. At this moment, she immediately calms herself. Don't panic. Forming a blood contract with a demonic cultivator is beneficial for our tiny bun lifts her head, thinking, I need to put one on his forehead too. But nope. Much to Knock Knock's surprise, Duong Tu's forehead is completely bare. She shakes, panicking. Wait, why doesn't he have the blood bond mark? Did it only half work? Then she covers her face, tears streaming, terrified. It can't be that it only worked on me, right? The thought of her and Duong Tu kicking the bucket flashes through her mind, and she thinks in horror. So, only I can feel Duong Tu. If he dies, I'm a goner too. No way! What if I use my blood to draw on his forehead? Will it complete the other half of the blood bond? Done thinking, Nak Nak pounces, wrapping her arms around his forehead. This stunt makes our ML, the Wang, furious, and he swiftly grabs her tiny rabbit ears. Then he tosses her to a nearby maid, seething, "Lock her up! If she doesn't listen, she'll get a proper welcome gift." The maid is stunned, but quickly catches Nak Nak. It's late now. The crescent moon high in the sky. Our girl lies sprawled on the floor, blood everywhere, her tummy rumbling non-stop. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "Oh?" Hearing the other party, Nak Nak, still cooped up in her cage, brightens, thinking, "It's the little snake prince from last night." He smiles at Nak Nak. Then he holds out a chicken drumstick, saying, "Here, let her out first." The little snake prince sits beside her, wagging his tail, stroking the rabbit as he says, "You must have been really scared today, huh? Don't worry, this Wang will tell him not to bully you anymore." Hearing him say that, she looks at the little snake prince, joyfully thinking, "The little snake prince is so gentle and kind. Good thing he didn't inherit that crazy temper from his old man." He then looks at Nak Nak, who's still gnawing on the drumstick. "You gotta be careful too, you know. When he gets mad, even his imperial father and mother can't control him. Nobody in Tian Du can manage him." She hears him, drumstick still in hand, and looks up at him, thinking, "Who are imperial father and mother? Is he not Duong Tu's son?" But the little snake prince ignores her curious gaze, shrinks back, and continues, "I've had a secret hidden in my heart for a long time. I really want to tell you, but I'm afraid if I say too much, you'll be silenced." So before he can finish, she pounces, covering the little kid's mouth with her soft, tiny hand, thinking, "You really shouldn't say anything right now." He then gently strokes her little rabbit nose, smiling brightly as he says, "You're a smart little bun. I like smart ones." Then he pats the little creature's head, continuing, "Don't worry, I'll figure out a way to save you." The next morning, the sun is already high. Nak Nak groggily wakes up, then bolts upright. She thinks in terror, "I overslept again. The little snake prince didn't even wake me up." Then she frantically looks around, pondering, "If I get caught outside, I'm dead for sure." Just then, her gaze lands on the Wang, who's still in bed. Nak Nak thinks in horror, "He's still asleep. Danger, danger, gotta get back in the cage, pronto." So she scurries back to where the cage is. She tries to stretch her two tiny hands up onto the table where the cage sits, but suddenly, a figure appears behind her. Nak sees the shadow and breaks out in a cold sweat. Duong Tu, seeing the situation unfold, asks, "Trying to escape?" Hearing his accusatory tone, she shakes her head vigorously, thinking, "No way, no way, no way." But the person in front of her continues, "He must have already told you. In all of Tianduran, there's no place safer than this Wang's residence. If you want to survive, you must obediently listen." As Duong Tu says this, Nak nods frantically, thinking, "Misunderstanding. I really wasn't trying to run away." But then she ponders, "Hold on, who is he?" Just as she freezes, a shadow of a snaketail appears, swiftly snatching her up. This action makes the little creature panic. Then she promptly faints. But Duong Tu doesn't care, using his tail to bring Nak before him, saying, "Scared?" At the same moment, his dangerously alluring collarbone peeks into view. Seeing this eye-candy scene, the little bunny's face flushes scarlet, thinking, that inexplicable rush of feelings is back again. After thinking that, she reaches out, wanting to get closer to Duong Tu. This action from the little creature in front of him makes him slightly stunned, but he quickly looks at Nabaknazak, questioning, "Are you trying to curry favor with him like this?" But at this moment, she's still dazedly looking at the person in front of her, thinking, "The snaketail is so cool, so comfy to hug." Then she struggles with all her might to reach Duong Tu, and as she presses against his chest, she thinks, "His body is probably even cooler, it can relieve my heat even more." Seeing the little creature clinging to him, he says angrily, "You." But before he can finish, he sees her satisfied face pressed against his chest. At this, he also blushes deeply, secretly thinking, what a truly troublesome little creature. But not long after, Duong Tu pulls Nak away, his face darkening as he warns, "Don't think just because he protects you, you can do whatever you want." Seeing the other person so angry, she droops her ears in fear, thinking, "He really is angry. I'm toast, I'm toast." Then she looks at him with her most sparkling, doe-eyed gaze. This act makes even an angry Duong Tu freeze, then blush. But not a few seconds later, he tosses her aside with his tail, saying, "This Wang isn't so easily enchanted." Night falls again, a full moon hanging high in the sky. In the kitchen, Nasak is desperately trying to squeeze through a mouse hole. Behind her, the little snake prince watches the little creature, saying, "Bunny, you're eating more and more. Hurry back, it's almost dawn." But at this moment she keeps struggling, gesturing, "Little snake prince, help me." Seeing the bunny unable to go forward or back, he pushes her with force, stamping his feet and cheering himself on, "Hey da!" But after half an hour of struggling, both are sprawled on the ground. The little snake prince is drenched in sweat, panting, "What are we gonna do? If you can't fit through the hole anymore, how will you sneak snacks?" Knack Knack, lying beside him, is just as tired, trying to defend herself. "Who said I?" But her attention is now caught by a small window frame on the wall. Seeing it, Nazik pats the person beside her, and after being picked up, she points to the window frame, whispering, "There! Let's go from there!" Seeing this, the little snake prince lifts her up to the window. Once she's up, she turns to look at the person behind her, waving her hands frantically. "Wow, hurry up here!" At this, the little snake prince shyly blushes, saying, "This Wang doesn't like climbing windows." Seeing his demeanor also makes her blush, thinking, he doesn't look like he dislikes it, more like he's scared. Could he be afraid of heights? Seeing Knock Knock stay silent, the little snake prince quickly glosses over it, saying, "You wait a moment, okay? I'll turn into a snake, crawl out through the hole, and then carry you down." Deep in the prince's manor, night had fallen, and the full moon hung high. Once Xiao Xiajun stepped out, he quickly scooped her up, grumbling as he walked, "Little bunny, you're too heavy. I can barely carry you anymore." Hearing that, our girl just squeaked in furry protest. The next morning, a hand was casually holding a little rabbit by its tail, lifting it high. Tang Zhu, chin resting on his hand, gazed at the little creature before him and mused, "Seems like this little fella has gotten a bit chunky lately." Hearing that, our girl thrashed in indignant fury, thinking, "Why does everyone keep calling me fat?" But the person opposite her didn't stop. Instead, he used his snake tail to poke her belly repeatedly, innocently remarking, "Definitely put on some weight." At this point, our poor bunny was poked so much her head was spinning, thinking, "My brain cells are about to yeet themselves out of my skull." A moment later, Tang Xu picked Nuo Nuo straight up, staring intently as he continued, "It seems you've never worried about this prince eating you, have you?" Then he commanded seriously, "Open your eyes and look at this prince." Hearing this, our little bunny was terrified, glancing to the side and thinking, "You're like a literal demon. How could I dare to look?" But before she could finish that thought, the other party angrily snapped, "What's with that side eye, huh?" With that, he tossed the little furball aside, then glared angrily, demanding, "What exactly does he even like about you? Is it because you're as foolish as he is?" As for our girl, after being unceremoniously tossed, she cradled her throbbing head and glared back, thinking, "Not only does he hate me, he hates Xiao Xiajun too. What kind of dad talks about his kid like that?" The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, until Nuo Nuo couldn't help but face the wall and stomp her little feet in a fury. Seeing the situation, Tang Xu rubbed his chin, looking at the tiny creature. "Honestly, you're hopeless. If you can't even protect your own little life, and you want to stand up for him?" Then, unable to resist, he poked her butt with his finger. "You've been fattening up nicely lately. It's time." Hearing the man behind her, Nuo Nuo didn't hesitate to spin around, giving Tang Xu an enraged glare, but with a massive question mark plastered all over it. Night had fallen again. The moon was big and round. Our girl was now on the windowsill. She peered out at Xiao Xiajun, thinking, "Which kind soul put this ladder here?" Then she gestured to him. "Xiao Xiajun, hurry up and climb." Seeing the little bunny's signal, Xiao Xiajun obediently replied, Noticing he seemed unhappy, our bunny was stunned, thinking, "What's wrong with Xiao Xiajun? Why does he look so heartbroken?" After he climbed in, our bunny immediately pulled out a skewer of meat and offered it to him, gesturing, "Don't be sad anymore. Have something to eat." But he still said nothing, just scooped the bunny up. Our rabbit was bewildered by the sudden embrace, but before she could react, Xiao Xiajun was clutching her in his arms, sobbing, "I can't stomach this. He wants to take you away." Then he choked out, "Little bunny, I begged him, but he wouldn't agree." Hearing this, Nuo Nuo lowered her head, muttering to herself, "So that's what he meant by, 'It's time.' He meant giving me away for someone else to eat." At that moment, Xiao Xiajun hugged Nuo Nuo tightly, sobbing uncontrollably, "When dawn breaks, he'll take you away. Little bunny, I don't want to be separated from you." Seeing him like this, she also looked at the person before her, choking up and thinking, "Xiao Xiajun." Then she reached out her tiny hand to comfort him. "I hope when you wake up you can forget every moment we spent together. Then you won't be sad anymore." Xiao Xiajun's eyes were closed, but his tears kept falling like rain. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind, snatching up the little bunny. It was Tang Xu. He looked at the little creature, licking its head with a flick of his tongue. "Not bad. This bunny's gotten nice and plump. I bet it'll taste delicious now." Then he quickly transformed into a massive snake, opening his jaws wide to swallow the little bunny whole. Seeing this, our girl went pale, internally screaming, "Ah!" At this moment, screams echoed throughout the prince's manor. "Don't eat me!" A terrified young woman covered her face with both hands. But after a moment of panic, she slowly calmed down, opening her wide, ruby-red eyes to look around. Then she looked down at herself, utterly flustered. Me? Did I humanize? After she came to her senses, she looked at the man in front of her, thinking, why is it him? Where's Zhao Shajun? I need to transform back and get into his arms before he wakes up. But at this point, Tang Xu was holding her tightly. When she tried to struggle away, she immediately panicked, then blushed as she looked at the person embracing her. Internally, she cursed. Ugh! Why is he so heavy? If I were still in my original form, I'd be flattened into a bunny pancake. Meanwhile, Tang Xu was still sleeping soundly, holding her tight in his arms, but perhaps because she was struggling too hard, he frowned and groaned. Then he opened his eyes, looking at the woman in his arms. Realizing she couldn't escape, she gave an awkward laugh and greeted him. Gee, good morning. But after a moment, Tang Xu had gotten up and dressed, then looked at Nuo Nuo, saying, Little creature, you've gotten quite bold, daring to humanize in front of this prince. What did this prince say before? Have you truly forgotten everything? Hearing the man in front of her, she sprang up in a panic, saying, Wait! I'll transform back to my original form right away! But after she said it, she completely froze at her own words. She paused, thinking, how do I even transform back? But amidst her panic, Tang Xu's voice rang out. When did this prince tell you to transform back? He then stepped closer to her, raising her chin with one hand, his gaze fixed intently on her. At this moment, the little bunny in her heart was terrified, thinking, this snake man's intentions are like trying to find a needle in the ocean. What exactly do you want? But before Nuo Nuo could say anything, Tang Xu turned her chin, staring at her as he continued. Fattening you up in this prince's manner hasn't been for nothing. Seeing the man in front of her, she instinctively flinched, fearfully thinking, he looks like he's going to eat me, just like in the dream. Then she reached out and grabbed his hand, trembling, as she pleaded, no, don't! Please, I beg you! Seeing Nuo Nuo like this, he placed a hand on her neck, then moved behind her, casually asking, HMPH, what are you begging this prince for? At this, she lowered her head, timidly saying, please, don't eat me. Hearing her, Tang Xu's face moved terrifyingly close to hers, the air around them thick with tension, and he asked, on what grounds do you think you can tell me not to eat? Okay, rewind. Back in the past, in some abandoned land, a wild light beam just shot up into the starry night. 500 years ago, in the Tian Du Forbidden Zone, a purple light flexed and made all the girls in Tian Du go infertile. Oof. So of course, the Tian Du Kingdom became obsessed with having heirs. Like, next level obsessed. After remembering her past life's drama, our girl Nuo Nuo totally blushes, thinking, okay, so if I can, this is all just to buy time and, like, totally assassinate the first Prince Tang Yu. Her heart's going wild. After a hot minute, she stutters out, ugh, I can. Hearing her stammer like that, Tang Xu, our ML, just stands there, watching her with total amusement. Then, HMPHED. Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo's trying to get a full sentence out. Seeing herself fumble, our girl internally screams, you got this, spit it out. It's all for Princess Shu. Suddenly, a hazy figure flashes in Nuo Nuo's mind's eye, a rabbit-mermaid hybrid. Wait, what? After summoning every single ounce of courage she'd had since she popped out of the womb, Nuo Nuo pressed her face right up close to Tang Xu's. Then, poof! A cloud of smoke envelops them both. Talk about a dramatic entrance/exit, am I right? When the smoke clears, what's in front of Tang Xu? A freaking rabbit. Our girl Nuo Nuo, now a bunny, is blushing like crazy, thinking, wait, what just happened? Did I just revert? Once the dust settled, our ML just scoops up the trembling bunny and muses, you little bunny? Suddenly, two figures appear outside, and one of them quickly reports, Your Royal Highness, Prince Sun An has arrived. Talk about bad timing. Then, a purple fan makes its grand entrance, followed by a playful voice. Third bro, you're a bit late today. And who else could it be but Prince Sun Ying, Tang Ce himself? Our dude's the 6th Prince of Tian Du, and he's grinning ear to ear as he struts in, saying, you promised me tribute today, bro. This 6th prince is literally beaming from the moment he steps foot inside. Nuo Nuo turns her little bunny head to eyeball him, thinking, okay, this 6th prince isn't bad looking, but with his playful, charming, and totally luxurious vibe, is he gonna, like, eat me? Then, a vision of a dazzling woman and a man flashes in her mind. Nuo Nuo continues to ponder. Rumor has it, Ling Fei's family, the 6th prince's birth mom, BTW, is seriously powerful. Like, a third of Tianduan's military power is practically chilling in her brother's hands. While deep in her thoughts, she's startled when her ear is suddenly snatched. Then, Tang Xu glares at her, dead serious. Little creature, are you eyeing him up now? Oh, someone's possessive. Hearing her man ask with a hint of anger, Nuo Nuo shakes her little bunny head with all her might, squeaking, "No, absolutely not!" Tang Ce, standing opposite, is just staring at the chaotic duo, then perks up with amusement. "Third bro, didn't you always despise these tribute things? Why are you suddenly so into this one?" Tang Zhu, still bewildered, stares at Tang Ce, while our poor Nuo Nuo is simultaneously getting her ear pinched and ugly crying. But just as Tang Ce reaches out to touch her, our ML, Tang Zhu, snatches his hand back. "Boundaries, bro." Tang Ce, miffed, mutters, "Seriously? Can't even touch it? So petty." But Tang Zhu couldn't care less, pulling Nuo Nuo into a tight embrace. Our crybaby bunny Nuo Nuo is just utterly bewildered, chilling in her new human's arms. After a moment of whining, Tang Ce, with sparkling eyes, asks, "Imperial brother, my third bro, you said you'd give me that gluttonous and lascivious rabbit, remember? So where is she?" Meanwhile, our girl, just chilling, is suddenly called out as gluttonous and lascivious like two straight-up Cupid's arrows to her tiny bunny heart. She mentally curses Tang Shu. "Oh, so that's how it is, Tang Shu? You're out here spreading rumors about me?" Nuo Nuo glares daggers at him, but Tang Shu just blushes a bit and coughs awkwardly. "Busted, bro." After calming down, he casually presses down on her head with one hand, then looks at his imperial brother and asks, "So, how exactly do you plan on dealing with it?" Hearing the question, Tang Ce eagerly and honestly replies, "Duh, I'm gonna make it earn money. My heavenly secret pavilion literally runs on these tributes, you know." Hearing that, Nuo Nuo is a chaotic mix of helpless and furious, thinking, "I literally just thought I wouldn't get a moment's peace. And now this?" Hearing his imperial brother's grand plan, Tang Zhu asks back, "Tributes that bite people can make money now?" Hearing about the tribute's special characteristic, Tang Ce gets even more hyped. "Bites people? Good. What timid, weak tribute would dare speak up? Clearly, that tough personality from my rabbit fighting arena will earn me serious cash." The moment she hears that, Nuo Nuo's soul literally leaves her body. She clutches her little bunny cheeks, thinking in pure panic, a rabbit fighting arena? Her tiny brain instantly conjures a vision of herself in there, getting absolutely decked by some buff, black rabbit and just straight up crying herself unconscious. Snapping out of her nightmare, Nuo Nuo instantly burrows into Tang Shu's arms, secretly fuming. "Of course, all these Tian Du princes are rabbit abusers, you venomous monsters." Tang Shu looks at her with concern, but Tang Ce is still hyped up, rambling, "I even opened a whole new gambling den just for her. All the tables are ready, we're just missing her. Plus, 10 beefy adult male rabbits are waiting." At this revelation, Nuo Nuo's imagination goes into hyperdrive again. She's standing in the middle of a herd of absolutely jacked male rabbits, flexing their bulging muscles non-stop. Our girl's face goes ghost white as she thinks, 10 male rabbits? Just then, Tang Ce sidles up to his third bro, grinning. "That rabbit you're cuddling is pretty plump, huh? A tribute that's gluttonous, loves to sleep, and is utterly lascivious. That's not the one you meant, is it, third bro?" Seeing him approach, Nuo Nuo silently screams at Tang Shu, "Your Excellency, say something, please." But instead of saving her, our ML hands her over, cheerfully saying, "If you like it, take her." Nuo Nuo sees herself being offered up like a sacrifice and panics. "No way!" Tang Ce, quick as a flash, reaches out both hands to scoop up the bunny, and he doesn't forget to shout, "Thanks, big bro," while our girl is just, trembling in absolute terror. Seeing her current predicament, she struggles with all her tiny might, thinking, "No, I absolutely cannot let him take me." With that, she whips around, using her tiny little paws to clutch onto Tang Shu's robes. Girl boss energy activated! On his side, Tang Ce grips her leg, ordering, "Let go!" But Nuo Nuo is not backing down, squeaking back, "No letting go! I'm not letting go!" Tang Ce isn't one to give up easily, angrily ordering, "Let go of that fat rabbit already!" Nuo Nuo, despite being body-shamed, adamantly thinks, "No! I won't let go even if it kills me. It's a full-on tug-of-war. You let go. No, you!" Meanwhile, poor Tang Tu, caught in the crossfire, is starting to lose it. Tang Ce keeps pulling, and Nuo Nuo just holds on tight, making our girl stretch out like a rubber band. After a wrestling match, Tang Ce finally bends over, panting hard, and says, "Third brother, your pet project really has too much personality. I'm dead tired." Just then, a guard bows and announces, "Sixth Prince, the Empress Dowager demands your immediate return." Hearing this, our sixth prince storms off in a huff, but not before warning Nuo Nuo, "I'll be back another day, you won't escape me." Meanwhile, Tang Tu, looking like a literal bird's nest and dressed in wrinkled, torn clothes, is an absolute wreck. He glares at the retreating figure, and then at the chubby rabbit currently burrowed into his embrace, but sticking out, trembling. Once he's gone, Tangtu immediately pulls our girl out. Nuo Nuo curls up in his palm, shaking with fear. Seeing this, Tangtu lets out a faint smile, then says in a serious tone, "You little troublemaker? You dare act so cheeky? Is it because this prince has been too good to you lately?" Seeing him get serious, our girl's eyes well up with tears. She thinks, "For our son's sake, please don't send me away." Seeing her like that, he tosses her behind him and commands, "Get back in my embrace now." As night falls, the full moon hangs high in the sky. Nuo Nuo looks around, thinking sadly, "Why isn't little Snake Lord here today? Does he think I've been taken away?" She lets out a tiny sigh. Suddenly, the cage door swings open. Nuo Nuo stares, baffled, clutching her face. Wait, it wasn't locked? Seeing this, she thinks happily, "This is perfect. Time to go find the first prince, quick!" But where? Under the starry sky. Meanwhile, in the prince's manor, Nuo Nuo is making a mad dash for freedom, when suddenly, a voice echoes from behind, "I want my rabbit! Hateful Tangtu, where have you taken my rabbit?" Hearing the commotion, our girl skids to a halt, perking up her ears to listen. Then, she quickly scampers towards the source of the sound. Inside the room, curses continuously ring out. "Damn it! They won't let me out to find my rabbit!" Nuo Nuo hides in a bush, listening to the voice, and thinks, "It's little Snake Lord's voice. Is Tangtu keeping him locked up here?" She then rushes towards the room and squeaks from outside, "Squeak, squeak! Little Snake Lord, I'm here!" But what Nuo Nuo didn't expect was for someone to appear right behind her. The assailant quickly drapes a black cloth over our little rabbit. Nuo Nuo, bewildered, cries out, "Huh?" After a moment of processing her situation, she bursts into tears, silently screaming, "Someone save me!" Steward Lu, holding the bag containing Nuo Nuo, grumbles, "How did you even find this place? Do you have a death wish?" Inside the cloth bag, our girl thrashes and squeaks nonstop. Suddenly, a voice from inside the room booms, "Is Yi Yi a little rabbit? Let me out, I want to see it." Nuo Nuo immediately stops thrashing, thinking, "It's little Snake Lord's voice." Then, she squeaks even harder. Just then, a faint pang ripples through her body, and Tangtu's image flashes in her mind. Nuo Nuo slumps down, clutching her shoulder, secretly thinking, "It's Tangtu! Is he also in this room? Why is his shoulder injured? It hurts so much." Then, she starts gnawing at the bag, thinking, "If Lu Yi hands me over, I'm toast. Gotta escape, fast." After fiercely gnawing for a bit, the bag rips open. Steward Lu is walking along, oblivious, when Nuo Nuo swiftly leaps out. After making her great escape, she scurries up onto the roof. Nuo Nuo stealthily uses her chubby little body to push aside a roof tile. Once her eyes can peek through, she sees Tangtu bathing inside, eyes closed in blissful enjoyment, his left shoulder revealing a severe wound. Seeing the bruised wound, Nuo Nuo thinks, "Who could possibly hurt him like this?" Then, she slowly presses her face against the tile, secretly wondering, "That's weird. I just heard little Snake Lord's voice, so where is he now?" Just then, Steward Luke enters, bows respectfully, and hesitantly reports, "Your Highness, regarding the last incident, the first prince's side is inquiring." Tangtu remains immersed in the water, as someone applies medicine to him. He scolds from inside, "You can't even handle this much? What good are you then?" At this moment, Nuo Nuo, crouched on the rooftop, watches the whole scene unfold and thinks, "It looks like Tangtu has been poisoned." She falls back, stunned, thinking, could he actually die? There's still a blood pact between us, you know. If he dies, then my little life is also. While she's still reeling from the thought, the roof tile beneath her wiggles, then plunges right into Tangtu's bath. Her grand entrance into the water splashes straight onto the bathing man's face. Tangtu gently grabs Nuo Nuo's tail. Our girl, still submerged head first, keeps making gurgling sounds. After lifting the chubby rabbit, he frowns and asks, "Why is it you?" But at this moment, our girl couldn't care less about the man in front of her. She's too busy coughing her lungs out. At the same time, Steward Lu checks his bag, then exclaims in a panic, "When did she escape?" Over here, he lifts her high, ignoring her frantic struggles, and interrogates, "Who brought you in here?" Hearing his question, Nuo Nuo, completely unafraid, points straight at the person standing nearby and squeaks, "Squeak, squeak!" Lu Yi, startled, nearly rips the bag in his hands. But then Tangtu darts a glance at him, his gaze sharp as a knife. Steward Lu trembles, bows, and tries to explain. "It must have heard little Snake Lord's voice and wanted to come in. Your subordinate clearly caught it just now, but..." Before he could even finish, Tangtu looks at our girl and continues his interrogation. "So, you came to find him?" Do you know what our relationship is? Hearing the question, Nuo Nuo nods frantically, whispering, I know, you're father and son. Seeing her answer, he presses on. He told you that? Hearing this, she shakes her head, thinking, Little Snake Lord once said the more I know, the faster I die. Seeing this, Tangtu lets out a slight smile, then he flicks Nuo Nuo's forehead, and slowly replies, You guessed wrong. And our girl now has a huge bump on her head to prove it. Clutching her bumped head, she thinks, bewildered. Wrong? But he doesn't care. Handing her over to Lu Yi, not forgetting to instruct him, keep an eye on her. Don't let her cause trouble again. Lu Yi quickly reaches out to take her, replying, Yes, Your Highness. Now, safely nestled in Steward Lu's arms, Nuo Nuo turns towards Tang Tu, secretly wondering, Can Tang Tu read my mind? The blood pact was only half formed, after all. The next day, Lu Yi brings Tang Tu his medicine. Your Highness, your medicine. Tang Tu, sprawled out on the bed, replies, Put it down, then get out. A moment later, the sound of the door closing echoes through the room, and at the same time, Nuo Nuo's tiny head pops up to look. Our girl confirms the identity of the person on the bed, and then makes her way over to him. Seeing his flushed face, drenched in sweat, our girl thinks, Bro, an hour has passed. Why isn't he awake yet? If he doesn't take his meds, is he gonna kick the bucket? Then she gets closer to check him out. Suddenly, Tang Shu's eyes flutter open, making Nuo Nuo jump out of her skin. But instead of freaking out, he just pulls her into a tight hug and mumbles, Little one, what are you doing here? This unexpected tenderness makes Nuo Nuo's face turn chili pepper red, but before she can even process, Tang Shu pulls her in even closer, mumbling, Help this prince warm up, won't you? Our girl, pressed intimately against his sculpted chest, freaks out internally. OMG, so hot. A moment later, Tang Shu mumbles sleepily, I'm so cold. Hearing this, Nuo Nuo slaps her hand on his forehead and wonders, Cold? Bro, you're practically melting. Is his brain gonna get fried by this fever? She glances at the still warm bowl of medicine, sighing. Still burning up. This is serious. Gotta get these meds down him ASAP. Thinking quickly, she scrambles to lift the bowl with all her might, but it just won't budge. Nuo Nuo huffs and puffs, complaining, Ugh, it's so heavy. If only I could transform into my human form, this would be so much easier. Then she recalls a memory from her past. I remember when I was little, my Anyang. A flashback flickers, showing her Anyang giving her medicine as a child. Just remembering it makes little Nuo Nuo's face flush bright pink, but before long, she dips her head into the medicine bowl, not forgetting to dramatically declare, Ugh, so bitter! Then, looking at Tang Shu, who's still burning up and has medicine clinging to his lips, she thinks, My Anyang used to feed me like that. It made the medicine go down faster. After a moment of hesitation, she steels herself. Whatever. It's for survival, right? So Nuo moves closer, cupping his handsome face in her paws, and slowly transfers the medicine, as if she had transformed into human form just to feed RML. Internally, Nuo Nuo is chanting, You better get better soon, bro! Meanwhile, Tang Shu actually swallows the medicine she's feeding him. Seeing this, Nuo Nuo internally cheers. Success! She repeats the process again and again, hyping herself up. Just a few more sips. You got this! Again! After a frantic back and forth, more than half the medicine bowl is gone. Tang Shu's complexion has visibly improved, but Nuo Nuo's lips? Let's just say they're looking extra luscious now. She collapses beside him, panting, muttering, This little bunny is so tired. After catching her breath, she places a paw on his forehead to check his temperature. Seeing he's still burning up, she curses under her breath. This medicine was from Ling Bing Jia, right? Why is he still so hot? Nuo Nuo hangs her head and sighs, thinking, Ugh, fine, I guess I'll have to do it myself. A red jade-eyed rabbit is basically a super tonic. You're lucky you ran into me, you hear? With that thought, she bites down on her own paw, then slowly brings it to his face, letting her own blood drip into Tang Shu's mouth. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes through the room, startling our girl mid-heroics and making her whip her head around. Lu Zongguan bursts in, frantic. What are you doing here? How dare you? You have the audacity to be on His Royal Highness's bed? He immediately puts on his most terrifying face, raising his hands, sticking out his tongue, ready to snatch her up. Nuo Nuo, terrified, defends herself internally. Dude, do you even have eyes? I'm literally saving your precious prince's life here. Mid-rant, something catches Lu Yi's eye. The medicine bowl on the table is almost empty. Lu Zongguan immediately looks at Nuo Nuo with sparkling eyes, exclaiming, His Royal Highness must have taken the medicine. Little tribute. What magic did you use to make him drink it so obediently? Seeing him shower her with praise, our girl crosses her arms smugly, thinking, I'm not telling you. You can just die wondering. Apparently, her smug little face just fuels Lu Zongguan's anger. He mercilessly pinches her cheek, hard. Then, completely ditching his admiration, his face turns furious. Pinching her cheek, he threatens, "If Yifei Niang finds out His Royal Highness spent all day with a mere tribute, she'll definitely cook you into spicy rabbit head. You hear me? You disobedient thing." Despite the dire threats, Nuo Nuo's mind is already off in its own little world. Yifei is the one they're talking about, right? Tangshu's mom, and the emperor's favorite concubine. Her rabbit eyes narrow sharply, remembering the snake clan's reputation. Nuo Nuo gulps, thinking, that woman is a conniving schemer, and she absolutely despises any tribute getting close to her precious son. As she sits there stewing in fear, a voice suddenly cuts through the tension from Tangshu's side. "Ugh, too loud. Shut up already." He grumbles, then rolls over, leaving the two noisy people completely flabbergasted. Lu Yi, hearing his prince's command, immediately slaps himself. Nuo Nuo, meanwhile, looks at Lu Zongguan with pity, thinking, "Fine, I'll tell you, but swear on your life you won't mention it to Yifei." Then, our girl scrambles back to the medicine bowl, takes a mouthful, and heads back to Tangshu for another round of medication delivery. After completing her mission, she proudly raises both paws, thinking, "See? That's how you do it, folks." Lu Yi, having witnessed the entire process, frantically covers his face, then grabs Nuo Nuo and shakes her violently, wailing, You audacious little tribute! How dare you disrespect His Royal Highness? My prince is no longer pure." Our girl, feeling utterly disoriented from the shaking, grumbles internally. What's with the dramatics? A few hundred kisses aren't going to kill anyone. She then remembers her life before coming to Tian Du Kingdom, thinking, us tributes? Before being handed over to the Snake King, we weren't just given the option of being eaten. The court officials made us attend tribute survival skills classes. Images of Nuo Nuo in said class flash through her mind. Her face darkens as she recalls the texts, muttering, "Those Snake Kings totally abused their tributes. They went way too far." Back to the present, she shrugs, as if to say, "Ugh, those impure images are totally unwatchable. My little medicine delivery just now? Barely even a blip on the scandal radar compared to that." But Lu Zongguan isn't even paying attention to her. His gaze is fixed on the window. The sky is darkening, and the moon is already up. Lu Yi freaks out internally. "Oh no! It's almost time. I can't let this little rabbit find out His Royal Highness's secret." Thinking fast, Lu Zongguan lunges for Nuo Nuo. This sudden move leaves our girl with a giant question mark hovering over her head right before a series of loud noises erupt. Now, the moon hangs high, casting an ethereal glow over the enchanting night sky. Suddenly, our little snake prince sits bolt upright, his face flushed, his tongue playfully poking out as he says, "Ew, what was that? My mouth tastes so bitter." Then he glances at the person beside him, asking curiously, Yi, what's that in your hand? Let me see." Lu Zongguan quickly hides the cloth bag behind his back, stammering, "Reporting to His Royal Highness, it's just a dead mouse. Your humble servant was just about to toss it out. Please don't look." Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo's eyes are practically watering. She thinks in sheer panic, I can't speak. I'm about to suffocate here." But our little snake prince isn't listening. He immediately cranes his neck to get a peek at what Lu Yi is hiding. The more he tries to look, the more Lu Yi freaks out, hiding it even tighter. After a moment of innocent observation, he proclaims, "But it's clearly still moving." Seeing this, Lu Zongguan immediately breaks out in a cold sweat, extending a trembling hand and stammering, "It's just this humble servant's hands are shaking. An old wound on my wrist, completely powerless for a moment." But while Zhao Shijun was still processing, Lu Yi zoomed off, not forgetting to leave a message. "Our lord is still injured. Please get some rest." After Lu Yi dipped, Zhao Shijun, confused AF, mused, "Okay, but wasn't he acting super sus? Like, for real, right?" When his bunny didn't answer, our boy freaked out, glancing at the cage and shouting, "Where's my bunny?" Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Lu Yi, having just done a full-on sprint, was bent over, panting like he'd run a marathon. Then, as if hit by a sudden thought, he yanked Nuo Nuo out of his storage pouch, shaking her like a maraca, fretting, "Yo, little tribute, you still kicking?" Nuo Nuo, meanwhile, was mentally spiraling, thinking, "Bish, you're gonna shake me to death? I'm so dizzy I could puke." But then, Lu Yi's face started looking a little sus. Staring at the chubby bunny lying motionless, he whipped out a dagger from his sleeve and said, "No choice." Dagger in hand, he eyed Nuo Nuo, slumped on the table, and slowly added, "If you know the Lord's secret, you won't be long for this world anyway." Just then, Zhao Shijun appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. Hearing this shocking revelation, she looked at Lu Yi, bewildered, and said, "What secret? What in the cultivation world are you even talking about, Lu Yi?" At this point, General Manager Lu Kuo raised his hand, his eyes colder than a winter day, declaring, Our lord is a man of grand ambitions. He can't be affected by you. Just then, a voice echoed, Bunny! Nuo Nuo's dazed, ruby eyes flickered with a spark of awareness. A sickening crack echoed through the space, blood splattered everywhere, and the blood-soaked dagger clattered to the floor. Xiao Shijun shoved Lu Yi's hand off her, frantically looking at Nuo Nuo and asking, Bunny, are you okay? What happened? Nuo Nuo, bleeding from her hand, tiredly gasped, Xiao Shijun, don't cry. And seeing her in such a state, our boy Xiao Shijun's eyes widened in fear. Don't say that. Before she could finish, he lunged forward, biting Lu Yi's hand and screeching, You bad guy! Let go of my bunny right now! Witnessing this, Lu Yi threw his hands up, letting Xiao Shijun wail and punch, screaming, I'll kill you! I'll kill you! Despite Xiao Shijun's best efforts, her punches were about as damaging as a feather, yet General Manager Lu Zhou was somehow breaking into a full sweat. This queen is unhinged. After a chaotic moment, Lu Yi finally grabbed his shoulders. Please, stop acting like this. He then turned him around, making him face the motionless Nuo Nuo on the table, and continued, Alright, while it's still fresh, hurry up and eat it. Our lord only needs to consume this to be cured. Hearing these chilling words from behind, Xiao Shijun fell silent. Then, tears streaming down his face like a waterfall, he tore free from General Manager Lu's grasp and screamed, I won't eat it! I hate you! Give me back my bunny, now! Hearing the little guy's desperate cries, Nuo Nuo thought to herself, Thank you, Xiao Shijun. Thank you for trying so hard to save me. But alas, it seems this is my fate now. A memory flashed through her mind. A freezing winter, herself lying unconscious in a deep pit, and a kind rabbit woman reaching out to save her. I'm so sorry, Snow Princess. It seems I can only repay your life-saving grace if I manage to come back to life. Then, an image of a man with an evil, conniving smirk appeared. 2 years from now, as promised, you will marry the great prince, who mows down people like grass. Another flash. A rabbit tribe bride, clearly being manipulated by this so-called great prince of heaven's path. Back in the present, Nuo Nuo, now in her human form, thought helplessly, I refuse to accept this. I absolutely refuse. The sound of desperate thumping echoed around her. Tears streamed down her face as her heart screamed, No! I can't accept this! Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the wound on her hand. A hand, Lu Yi's hand, lifted the now motionless Nuo Nuo, holding the rabbit spirit. He then bowed his head to Xiao Shijun and declared, The Lord's subordinate will now deliver her to the kitchen. Xiao Shijun, who was wiping away tears nearby, heard this and immediately burst into fresh sobs, wailing, Bunny! But Lu Yi ignored him, turning to walk away. Xiao Shijun kept screaming for his bunny, staring at her blood-soaked hand, and a desperate thought consumed him. No, no. Just then, a blinding circle of light appeared around him, and he thought fiercely, To save my bunny, I'll rely on this. Suddenly, a fierce wind erupted, and his short hair began to lengthen, growing rapidly. Lu Yi, who was just walking away, heard a powerful voice call out, Stop right there! He heard the voice, and turned back to see Tang Shu, now looking taller and more imposing, standing before him. Tang Shu stared down Lu Yi with icy eyes and demanded, Who gave you permission to take her? Behind him, a gigantic, terrifying black snake shadow manifested. Nuo Nuo, in her hazy, weakened state, thought, Little snake. Wait, no. Is Little Snake? Tang Shu? Even while barely conscious, Nuo Nuo's mind cleared for a second. No, that's impossible. How could this Snake King be Tang Shu? On the other side, Tang Shu's face was completely flushed. She was being gently lifted, slowly drifting into unconsciousness. Before completely blacking out, she furiously denied it in her mind. No way, I must be mistaken. As for Lu Yi, he was stammering in pure terror. My LL Lord. Tang Shu's eyes, meanwhile, turned to ice. Then, he swiftly moved towards them, unleashing a devastating palm strike that sent General Manager Lu flying across the room. At the same time, Nuo Nuo began to fall, but our simp ML, Tang Shu, caught her in an instant, and continuous streams of healing light began to pour into her body. After the healing was complete, he coughed, then glared at Lu Yi, his voice laced with absolute fury. Who gave you permission to hurt her? Go take your damn punishment yourself. Lu Yi, sprawled on the ground after that hit, began, My lord, your health, but was immediately cut off by Tang Shu's furious roar, Silence. A little while later, the wound on Nuo Nuo's hand had completely healed. Tang Shu sat there, watching her lie on the table, pondering. The wound wasn't even deep, so why did she bleed so much just now? Then, for reasons unknown, he reached out and casually pinched Nuo Nuo's nose shut. Our girl, currently unconscious, suddenly had her airway blocked and promptly jolted awake. After sitting up, she coughed relentlessly. Tang Shu, meanwhile, wore a sour expression, like a jealous husband, huffing, "What are you faking death for? You made this lord cry again." But Nuo Nuo seemed completely unfazed by his words, instead staring at her own body, thinking, "Wait, I'm not dead? The bleeding stopped. I'm alive. Was that a divine intervention or what?" Tang Shu stood there, arms crossed, glaring at the chubby rabbit before him, fuming. Just a tiny scratch, and that idiot had to call this lord like that? Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo was busy looking around, completely ignoring the ML, and thinking, "Oh right, when I was unconscious earlier, I heard the Snake King's voice. Why isn't he here now?" But then, a red glow just swallowed both of them whole. Our ML, Tang Zhu, couldn't help but cough up blood. He stared at the crimson on his hand, thinking, the wounds burst open again. Meanwhile, Lu Yi screams, "My lord!" And our girl Nuo Nuo is stunned speechless. But before she can even blink, he just collapses. Thanks to their blood bond, Nuo Nuo instantly feels something's wrong. She claps a hand over her mouth, panicking. "His Q and blood are going absolutely haywire. It's over. Tang Shu is gonna kick the bucket. And if he goes, so do I." Over here, Tang Zhu slowly falls to the ground. Before passing out completely, he reminds himself, "Gotta hold this human form after getting injured." And then, poof, he's back to his small snake form. Nuo Nuo just freezes, eyes wide, watching this entire chaotic scene unfold. But then she snaps out of it and sprints towards him, thinking, "The Snake King!" Meanwhile, Steward Lu is also rushing over, screaming, "My lord!" The full moon hangs high in the night sky, and a gentle breeze sends flower petals dancing all around them. Inside Tang Zhu's room, Nuo Nuo is diligently tending to him, while muttering to herself, "The Snake King, this is." But then she flashes back to Lu Yi's tear-streaked face from earlier, tearfully confessing, "The secret I tried to tell you, that Snake King, you know? He's actually just another personality of our prince, but only at night." Lu Yi had gently picked up Tang Shu, continuing, "It's because of him that the prince can get the food and spiritual energy he desperately needs." And then, Lu Yi shot Nuo Nuo a death glare, saying, "But just because of you, he forced himself to wake the prince. If anything happens to his highness, the grand consort will absolutely shred you into 1,000 pieces." Our girl Nuo Nuo just stood there, absolutely frozen and speechless. Back in the present, Nuo Nuo cradles Tang Shu's innocent face, thinking, "Whether you're the Snake King or Tang Shu, I just hope you can." Just then, the hand she'd bitten to give him blood earlier is now close to his nose. The faint scent of blood wafts through the air. And our pretty boy, Tang Zhu, sniffs it out, grabs her hand, and gives it a gentle bite. The sudden pain makes Nuo Nuo snap wide awake. Tang Zhu bites and sucks. And seeing him like this, our girl Nuo Nuo thinks, drink up a little more. You need the strength to sustain that body, after all. The next morning, Nuo Nuo stirs awake from her sleep, hazily thinking, my butt feels weird. A hand is totally caressing her plump little bum. At this point, sleep is not an option. She snaps her eyes open, face burning red, thinking, "Wait, where's that hand going?" Then, poof, Nuo Nuo transforms back into her human form. She's utterly bewildered, internally questioning, "Wait, why did I turn back?" After glancing down at herself, Nuo Nuo's face goes crimson, silently questioning her entire existence. OMG, where are my clothes? Realizing she's butt naked next to Tang Zhu, she totally blanks, thinking, could it be? Last night, after I was hurt and fed the Snake King my blood, my spiritual energy wasn't enough to conjure clothes? Nuo Nuo slowly sits up, nervously eyeing the man next to her, thinking, what do I do? He's not going to wake up, right? The moment she lifts the blanket, a shiver hits her. Brrr, it's freezing! So Nuo Nuo yanks the blanket back down, and then, oopsie! Her body just flops right against our sleeping ML's chest muscles. Her face is now Gansic fruit red, thinking, this position is giving serious, dangerous scene in a novel vibes. Nuo Nuo presses herself even closer to Tang Zhu's chest, blushing crimson. He won't wake up, will he? Did he and I? But our simp ML is sleeping like the dead, even drooling in his sleep. Our girl Nuo Nuo sits up next to him, thinking, phew, good thing he's still out cold. Otherwise, my little bunny form would have been exposed. But just then, Tang Shu slowly starts to stir. He rubs one eye, muttering, so cold. Where's the blanket? Hearing his voice, our girl panics, thinking, gotta find clothes, ASAP. Nuo Nuo clutches the blanket tight to herself, unknowingly exposing her creamy baby-soft back, but she's totally oblivious that Tang Shu has seen everything. He just stares, utterly bewildered, then lets out a startled scream. Ah! Hearing his scream, Nuo Nuo jumps, face burning red as she spins around, thinking, it's over, it's so over. Why did he wake up already? She quickly turns away, face as white as a sheet, while our ML slowly sits up, asking, confused, "Rabbit?" Getting no answer, he leans closer to her, saying, "You little munchkin, you took advantage of me being passed out." As she's listening to him, her eyes suddenly go wide in shock. A hand is stroking her neck. Tangshu immediately starts interrogating. "What exactly were you trying to do?" Nuo Nuo's brain is spinning a million miles an hour, sinking into her own thoughts. OMG, Tangshu totally thinks I took advantage of his snake form being in danger and, slept with him. No. If he misunderstands this, he'll be on guard against me forever. After a moment of pure brain-rot deliberation, she spins around and gives Tangshu a loving punch. "Good morning," then she tells herself. "This is just a dream. Just go back to sleep." Just then, a loud clang echoes from behind them. Nuo Nuo dazedly turns her head to look. The bowl of medicine has done a freefall, crashing onto the floor with a sound loud enough to silence the entire room. Lu Yi is just staring blankly at the scene. Our girl Nuo Nuo is frozen mid-punch, and next to her, our noble, utterly confused prince whose head is still spinning. After what felt like an eternity of buffering, Steward Lu storms forward. He shrieks, "You! Who are you? What shameful thing have you done to my noble prince?" Facing a literal spitstorm from the steward, Nuo Nuo isn't backing down either. "It was just sleeping in the same bed. When I transform, I don't have clothes. What else could I do?" Hearing this, Lu Yi's eyes go wide as he asks, You're that rabbit?" Our girl Nuo Nuo just nods, completely unabashed. Getting his answer, Lu Yi goes absolutely feral. He points at us and our girl, angrily shouting, "How dare this tribute! You disrespect our pure and innocent Tangshu. If Yifei Niangyang found out, you'd be dead meat." Hearing this, our girl Nuo Nuo ponders. "Pure and innocent, my foot. Just as long as that Yifei Niangyang doesn't find out." Seeing her dazed, Steward Lu Yi pokes Nuo Nuo's forehead and continues, "If you don't want to end up as jerky, you wait here." Looking at the guy in front of her, our girl Nuo Nuo's face goes blank with suspicion, thinking, what evil scheme is Lu Yi cooking up now? After a while, a thought echoes. Who is it? As a liquid fills his mouth, Tangshu frowns slightly, thinking, what is this? So bitter. Just then, he opens his eyes, and seeing a woman still pressed up against him, he immediately shoves her away, shouting, "Impudence!" The servants, hearing the commotion, quickly rush inside. "Your Highness." Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo, sprawled on the ground, whimpers softly, "Ouch." She then looks up, glaring at the person in front of her, muttering in her head, "Are you serious? I saved your life and you're still this savage? If it weren't for Ran Wang and the blood pact, I wouldn't even bother with you." Over here, Tangshu sits on the bed, coughing continuously, calling out, "Lu Yi!" As soon as he calls, Steward Lu quickly appears. "Yes, Your Highness." Seeing the person he was looking for, he immediately commands, "This vile woman is too impudent. Take her to scrub the latrines." As Lu Yi grabs at our girl, Nuo Nuo automatically replies, "Yes." But our girl is currently flustered, utterly speechless. But at this moment, Tangshu's eyes shift slightly, looking forward, where Lu Yi is pulling Nuo Nuo's hand, and he says, "Wait." Then he speaks seriously, "Where's the tribute? When this prince was unconscious, did she come here?" Steward Lu, standing opposite him, stutters, "That tribute, Your Highness." Then he glances at the person next to him and replies, "Your Highness saved it, but it was ungrateful, and escaped from its cage and ran away." Nuo Nuo, standing beside them, hears this and thinks, why is Lu Yi lying through his teeth like this? But our girl seems unaware that the ML is staring intently at the rapidly healing wound on her face, secretly plotting, that wound just healed? As expected, a spirit rabbit. Perfect for making medicine for this prince. Seeing Lu Yi looking at her with unfriendly eyes, our girl feels a bit scared, thinking, is he going to use this chance to send me to the kitchen and cook me up? Then he immediately pulls her away. Nuo Nuo, a little scared, looks back and cries out, "Tang!" Seeing this, Tangshu also stares blankly at the two people in front of him, his red jade eyes behind the mask. Suddenly, the mask falls to the ground. Nuo Nuo transforms back into a rabbit, leaping into his arms, silently squeaking, "Tangshu, it's me!" This sudden action stuns him, but he quickly catches her. After landing in Tangshu's embrace, he picks her up and interrogates, quote, "Who was that vile woman just now?" But Nuo Nuo can only let out a tiny squeak. After piecing everything together, he thinks to himself, so this isn't a dream after all. He remembers what happened before he fell unconscious. The medicinal powder under her claws. It must still be on her back. Finishing his thoughts, he pokes her forehead with his finger, saying, "Little one, transform back for this prince to see." Hearing his demand, Our girl shakes her head furiously. I can't just transform whenever I want. Seeing her like that, Tang Shu lifts her closer, his mouth next to Nuo Nuo's ear, saying, Then tell me, what were you trying to do to me when I was asleep, transforming stark naked and crawling into my bed, huh? Hearing his interrogation, our girl can only go silent, thinking, he remembers I knocked him out. There's no way he'll let me off this time. Suddenly, Lu Yi, who had been standing in a corner this whole time, speaks up. She has malicious intentions. If this subordinate hadn't come in to deliver the elixir, who knows what outrageous things she would have done. This subordinate still thinks she should be cooked into medicinal soup. Hearing her opponent falsely accuse her, Nuo Nuo angrily thinks, that damn Lu Yi slandering me again. Finishing her thought, she immediately jumps out of Tang Shu's hand, thinking, and raising her paw to bite. Rather than being cooked into medicinal soup, seeing her series of actions, Tang Tu was absolutely shook. Nuo Nuo, meanwhile, had already dropped her own blood into Tang Tu's medicine bowl. Then, our girl looked over at him, held up her injured hand, and excitedly thought, Look, my blood can heal you, so please don't unalive me. Seeing her little stunt, Tang Tu just coldly scoffed. Who in their right mind told you to do that? Our girl grabbed the medicine bowl, trembling and thinking, I just saved his life, so why is he mad? What in the cultivation drama is going on? Nuo Nuo then lowered her head, pushed the medicine closer to him, and thought to herself, still, can't let this go to waste, right? Seeing her persistence, Tang Tu grabbed the bowl and declared, this prince doesn't need a peasant like you to save him. Hearing his savage words, Nuo Nuo clenched her tiny fists, thinking, bro, why is he so mean? Does he even know what a good deed is? But suddenly, the ML grabbed her tiny hands, stood up, and stared intensely at Nuo Nuo, saying, even if you're a spirit rabbit, you can't just casually burn through your spiritual energy like that. Don't you dare do it again. Seeing him say that, our girl secretly wondered, wait, is he concerned about me? He's acting a little less cold-hearted Snake King, and a little more soft-hearted Snake King right now. Just as the fluff was starting to fluff, a searing pain from his shoulder shot straight into Tang Tu's brain, making him clutch his shoulder with a pained frown. Because of their shared blood contract, Nuo Nuo felt the exact same pain, clutching her own shoulder with a distressed face, thinking, OMG, his blood and heart are flaring up again, the wound's acting out. If this keeps up, his injury is gonna explode. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the medicine bowl on the table. Screw it, she thought. She gulped down the medicine, then climbed onto Tang Tu's shoulder, thinking, no way am I letting you be this reckless. Once she reached his level, our girl cupped his gorgeous face and planted a kiss right on him. Her audacious move left the pain-riddled ML utterly dumbfounded for a good minute. Outside, Steward Lu clenched his fist so hard he was practically crying tears of rage. No! My prince has been defiled again! But our main couple? They were too busy living for the drama to care. Nuo Nuo then transferred the medicine straight to the ML. After downing the whole dose, Tang Tu fell deep into thought. So this is how she used to force-feed me medicine back then? Does she care so much about my life because she knows I'm the Snake King? Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo was aggressively waving her hands, asking, hey, are you feeling better now? Then, he remembered Nuo Nuo's human form and kept spiraling. Wait, no. She's transformed into a human twice, and both times were for ME? Is this some master plan? Or is she just simping for me? The more he pondered, the deeper Tang Tu spiraled down his own existential rabbit hole. Seeing him spacing out, our girl, still perched on his shoulder, slapped his face with all her might, thinking, wait, is my blood poisonous or something? Why is he so stiff? Suddenly, a hand snatched her up and threw her onto the bed. Before she could even process anything, Tang Tu was glaring down at Nuo Nuo, who was still trembling, and said with dangerous seriousness, this prince demands an explanation. Is transforming into a human something you truly desire? Nuo Nuo, still shaking with fear on the bed, thought, something I want to do? Is he testing me right now? Does he think I'm trying to use this as an excuse to, sleep with him? Then, our girl's brain immediately jumped to a horrifying future scenario. Tang Tu, furious, throwing her at Tang Sa. So thirsty, huh? Fine, this prince is throwing you to my dear brother Lu, she imagined him saying. And Tang Sa, gleefully catching Nuo Nuo with a triumphant smirk. Say thanks, Imperial Bro. Just imagining that nightmare scenario turned her face an absolute shade of green. She burst into tears, frantically waving her hands. Rabbit does not want to sleep with you. Rabbit will transform, I swear. Seeing her meltdown, our pretty boy leaned down, placed a hand on Nuo Nuo's head, and declared, this prince is giving you one last chance. With his suspiciously tantalizing chest muscles peeking out from his robes, he menacingly whispered, will you transform or not? But Nuo Nuo, her face beet red, was busy staring at those alluring muscles, thinking, it's a trap. This is totally a honey trap. A hot honey trap. But suddenly, she froze, mumbling to herself. Wait, I think I'm actually about to transform for real this time. Right now, Tang Shu just ever so slightly furrows his brow, looking at the chunky bunny in front of him. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke appears, and poof! It should be like all the other times, a white-haired maiden with delicate features emerging. But no! This time, Nuo Nuo is still in her original form, head spinning like a broken record. Her transformation failed, all because she ran out of spiritual power. Meanwhile, Tang Shu is glaring furiously at the creature in front of him, then helplessly rubs his forehead, telling Lu Yi, "Lu Yi, take this thing and lock it up. Tomorrow, tell little Lu to get rid of it." The subordinate quickly replies after hearing the order, "Understood." And just like that, Lu Yi swiftly hauls Nuo Nuo away. Left alone in the room, he ponders deeply. Does this little furball actually need conditions to transform? Under the clear blue sky, a gentle breeze blows as two figures chat. Lu Yi instructs the other person, "Watch it closely, don't let it run away, I'm gonna get the cage." The woman happily replies, "Understood, manager." After he leaves, the woman eyes Nuo Nuo with an excited, almost predatory gaze, scooping her up and saying, "Aha, my little tribute, you're awake?" Hearing the voice of the person in front of her, our girl Nuo Nuo snaps fully awake. The other party brazenly sniffs Nuo Nuo a few times, exclaiming, "What a sweet, fresh scent." Then she quickly introduces herself. "I am Kui Gua, and I'll be in charge of caring for you. You don't need to be afraid." But Nuo Nuo isn't buying it, secretly judging her. But her eyes are bloodshot. How can I possibly trust her? Just then, Kui Gua's face distorts. Her mouth opens wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Seeing this horrifying scene, Nuo Nuo trembles in sheer terror. She immediately makes a break for it, thinking, running away right now is the best move. This series of actions from our girl infuriates Kui Gua beyond measure. Kui Gua immediately gives chase, sticking out her tongue in rage and yelling, "Little tribute! Don't you dare run!" Seeing her pursuer, Nuo Nuo gets even more terrified, running with all the strength she's had since the day she was born. After a desperate escape, she collapses onto the lush green grass of a villa, panting heavily while thinking to herself, "Last night, Lu Yi almost killed me. I've used up way too much energy, so my running speed isn't what it used to be." After resting a bit, Nuo Nuo quickly sits up, looking at the villa ahead, telling herself, "I just need to push myself a little more and run to Tang Shu's place." No sooner said than done, she jumps out from the bushes. But suddenly, everything before her eyes turns a mysterious black. Nuo Nuo, with a giant question mark above her head, widens her eyes, looking around. Once she regains her bearings, she thinks in panic, "Why is this happening again? Is it Kui Gua or Lu Yi?" At the same time, a hand is holding a black cloth bag. It's none other than Tang Ce. He smiles triumphantly, saying, "They say you wait by the tree for the rabbit, and it truly didn't deceive me." Inside, Nuo Nuo furiously claws at the bag, thinking, "Who are you? Someone let me go, now!" Seeing her struggle too much, the other party compromises. All right, I'll let you out to play." Hearing the voice, Nuo Nuo breaks out in a cold sweat, secretly thinking, "This voice sounds vaguely familiar." As she pokes her head out, the person in front of her cheerfully greets her. "Heh, my plump and beautiful rabbit, we meet again." As he greets her, Tang Ce pokes her little nose. As for Nuo Nuo, after seeing who it is, her face turns ghostly pale, and her jaw drops as she thinks, "Help! It's Tang Ce! He's even more dangerous!" But before she can even react, a huge shadow suddenly appears nearby, growling continuously. Both of them look over at the same time. One is startled, and the other's smile has frozen solid. In front of them both is a giant white python with purple eyes, its mouth gaping wide. Nuo Nuo, seeing this, turns utterly pale with fright, internally monologuing, "Is it insane? Is this the true form of a snake? So bloodthirsty and brutal." Once she recovers her wits, she immediately dives back into the bag, abandoning a dumbfounded Tang Ce, along with a pathetic cheer, "Go, brother Ce, I'm just gonna hide in the bag." But contrary to her hopes, Tang Ce just throws the bag. Inside the bag, Nuo Nuo is free-falling, terrified, but not forgetting to curse. "You, Tang Ce, you heartless scoundrel!" At the same moment, she falls out of the bag and heads straight for the white python's mouth. The python, mouth wide open, waits for the chubby rabbit to fall in and swallows her in one gulp. Facing imminent danger, Nuo Nuo secretly cries for help. "Save me, Tang Ce!" Just as she plunges into the abyss of despair, a snake's tail pulls her away. The python opposite snaps at empty air. Even though she's safe, Nuo Nuo still hasn't fully recovered her wits. Tang Ce happily picks her up, completely ignoring the enraged python behind him. and asks, "Were you surprised? Excited? Happy?" "My beast fights are even more exciting. Even happier." At this moment, his expression turns solemn, and he says in a cold voice, "My brother has raised it for a whole month, and he couldn't even bear to lay a hand on it. A mere scoundrel like you dares to court death like this." Then he unleashes a powerful attack on the opponent, saying, "Die." Tangxi's eyes are blood red, and behind him, the python's figure is struck into two pieces. Blood splatters everywhere. At this moment, Nuo Nuo is utterly petrified, staring dumbfounded at Tangxi. After the fight, he cheerfully looks at her in the bag and says, "Still not scared to death? You really are perfect for working at my Celestial Secrets Pavilion." Then he walks away, sighing in admiration, and leaving the huge python's corpse behind. After this, I gotta go thank third brother. Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo's mind replays an image of her past self. She's hugging a little snake prince, softly asking for comfort. "So scary, the Snake King is so scary." Then an image of Tang Shu, burning with a high fever, hugging Nuo Nuo and softly calling out, "Tang Shu, Tang Shu." She then curls up, shrinking back with a torrent of negative thoughts. "Tang Shu, do you not need me anymore?" At this moment, Tang Ce is cheerfully whistling as he walks, holding the bag with Nuo Nuo inside. Suddenly, the bag starts shaking fiercely, making the person holding it stare dumbfounded at the object in his hand. Inside, she's furiously biting the bag that's trapping her. As she bites, she secretly assesses, "Why is this so tough? It's impossible to bite through." A little while later, the aroma of tea fills the air. At the same time, Nuo Nuo crawls out of the bag, exclaiming, "Finally, it's torn! This is great!" But then, she realizes she's now trapped in a cage, and in front of her, Tang Ce is looking at the chubby bunny with extreme excitement, asking, "Trying to run away?" Hearing his voice, she jumps, looking up at him. Then, he pats her head, chuckling as he says, "Lu Yi already suffered because of you, and he told me all about your little tricks a long time ago." Hearing her schemes exposed, Nuo Nuo gets furious, secretly cursing, "That mouth of Lu Yi's! I'm going to poison him until he's completely mute." Seeing Nuo Nuo all fuming, Tang Sa mischievously asks, "So tell me, should I take you to Daozheng or to Wuqi Guan?" As he says this, he pokes Nuo Nuo's soft little belly. Our girl, still stuck in the cage, freezes at his words, trembling as she thinks, "Huh?" His finger travels from her belly up to her little face, making Nuo Nuo tremble even more as she thinks, "Tang Zhu, if you don't save me right now, I'm gonna spill all your secrets to everyone. And the little Snake King? He's gonna throw a tantrum if he doesn't see me tonight, and trust me, he's impossible to calm down." Meanwhile, after some deliberation, Tang Sa makes up his mind. "How about you go to Wuqi Guan?" Then he cheerfully picks up the cage, hearing where her destiny might lead. Nuo Nuo clutches the cage bars, eyes wide, whimpering as she thinks, "Neither place is good, Tang Zhu, you big dummy." Just then, a leaf shoots out, so fast it wounds Tang Sa's hand holding the cage. Caught completely off guard, he drops the cage containing Nuo Nuo in shock, and just as she thought she was about to fall, a majestic snaketail quickly catches her. At this moment, she's still stunned, watching everything unfold before her eyes. Tang Shu now holds the cage, not forgetting to glare and question the person before him. "It wasn't easy for me to finally get some sleep, and you woke me up with all this racket." On his side, Tang Sa, annoyed and blowing on his injured hand, retorts, "I clearly used a sound insulating spell," but the other person doesn't care, placing Nuo Nuo on the table before speaking, "You've got some nerve, daring to use a sound insulating spell to sneak into my manor and steal my rabbit? Although your spell proved quite useless against this particular rabbit's melody." After saying this, he bends down to open the cage door, looking at her as he says, "Come out, Nuo Nuo." After snapping back to reality, she trembles and cries, then quickly jumps out with a tear-stained face, thinking, "Tang Xiao, so you didn't want to give me away to someone else. You are a good person." After nuzzling into Tang Shu's shoulder, Nuo Nuo continuously rubs her cheek against his face. Her actions make him blush as he exclaims, "It tickles." Meanwhile, Tang Sa, fuming, crosses his arms and demands, "Third brother, you don't need to be that special towards a rabbit. To act so cruelly towards your own blood brother because of it? Third brother, you really are protecting the wrong side here." Tang Shu calmly sits, holding the rabbit, and replies, "My birth mother is Yi Fei, and yours is Ling Fei. So, to be precise, we aren't actual blood brothers." Hearing that, Tang Sa looks utterly stunned, then slowly says, "Third brother." Saying something like that makes this little brother very sad. After speaking, he slightly purses his lips, but a moment later, he recovers his usual cheerful demeanor, patting his chest proudly as he says, Well, at least I just saved your precious little bunny. Did you happen to see the body of that trash woman in the courtyard? Hearing about what just happened, Nuo Nuo, who's lying in Tangshu's arms, startles and lifts her head. Then, she waves her little paws and legs in front of him, silently accusing. Don't listen to his lies. If he hadn't caught me just now, I would have run to you ages ago. Seeing the little rabbit flailing wildly in his hand, Tangshu gently pats her small head to comfort her. All right, this king believes you. Hearing him say that, our girl, nestled in his embrace, is stunned as she secretly thinks. He understands? Just then, Tangsha approaches, bending down to look at the chubby rabbit in his third brother's arms, and asks, Third brother, have you ever wondered why that trash woman suddenly lost her mind and went crazy wanting to eat it? Before his question could be answered, he looks at Nuo Nuo with a sly grin and says, I think the main reason is the scent on it. Hearing this, Tangshu also startles, then angrily and quickly whips Tangsha with his tail. As for Nuo Nuo, she's dazed as she secretly thinks, my scent? Then she muses, recalling, the blood of a tribute offering has miraculous effects and can attract the desires of beastmen. That's why we long-eared rabbits are usually super careful, trying our best not to get injured. If we do get hurt, we usually seal ourselves indoors until the wound fully heals. Then she looks at her own paw, unable to help but wonder, but my wound is already healed, so how could there be any scent? Seeing her foolish actions, Tangshu softly says, silly rabbit. Hearing his voice, she reaches a paw towards him, trying to stand on her tiptoes to gesture, hey, smell it! But just then, her paw trips on his hand, making her sway and accidentally place her paw right on his lips. After recovering his composure, he blushes and quickly shoves Nuo Nuo back into the cage, saying, get in! But still not at ease, Tangshu drapes a cloth over the cage, not forgetting to instruct, stay put in there, don't go running around for the next few days. She looks blankly at his actions, and after the cloth completely covers the cage, she secretly thinks, does he really have to go this far? Not only covered with cloth, but locked, too. Meanwhile, Tangshu is deep in thought, one hand on his lips. By now it's already dark. The crescent moon hangs in the starry sky, casting a faint glow on the lake at Tangshu's manor. Just then, a hand is unlocking the cage where Nuo Nuo is imprisoned, and the clinking sound of unlocking wakes her up from her sleep. She rubs her eyes, thinking, what's that noise? How long have I been asleep? After fully waking up, she jumps up and looks at the other person, stunned, thinking, the Snake King? Meanwhile, seeing her awake, he excitedly says, little bunny, you're awake. At this moment, the little Snake King bends down to look at Nuo Nuo in the cage, saying, he hid the key. I can't open the cage, and I can't take you to eat. Our girl, sitting inside, listens attentively to him, and after hearing him, she raises a paw and points upwards, gesturing, take the whole cage with us. The night sky in Tian Du is full of bright stars. A ladder is placed against the wall, leading towards a small window. The little Snake King looks for a moment, then hesitantly hugs the rabbit cage, saying, no, I'm afraid of heights. But inside, Nuo Nuo isn't paying attention to him. She's practically drooling rivers with a blissed-out face, thinking, it smells so good. I'm so hungry. Seeing the other person not respond, he immediately looks over, and seeing that craving expression, he secretly thinks, little bunny must be really hungry. After some deliberation, the little Snake King puts Nuo Nuo down, not forgetting to reassure, little bunny, wait for me. Our girl inside is full of confusion, looking at the person in front of her. Then he looks ahead with a face full of nervous anticipation, but quickly takes a deep breath to calm himself down, then runs quickly forward. At this moment, our girl is surprised by his actions, and then a sound quickly rings in her ear. The little Snake King, afraid of heights, but unwilling to let his little bunny starve, rammed himself against the door. After that powerful ram, the door swings open. He clutches one shoulder, excitedly exclaiming, it's open! Nuo Nuo, on the other side, clutches the cage bars, anxiously thinking, little Snake King. He quickly turns back, lifts the cage, looks at the chubby rabbit inside, and says, bunny, little bunny, let's go eat. Inside, a feast of all sorts of delicious food awaited. Our queen Nuo Nuo was leaning against her cage, munching happily on the yummy food, a picture of pure bliss. But then, her attention drifted to the guy next to her. She looked at him, wondering, Zhao Sheijun, why aren't you eating? Seeing the chubby bunny stare, he hesitated, replying, I don't have an appetite today. After hearing his answer, Nuo Nuo remembered how Tangshu refused to take his medicine. Now Xiao Sheijun wasn't eating either? She couldn't help but sigh, thinking, these two, one won't take his meds by day, the other won't eat by night. Even a steel body couldn't handle this. Finished with her thoughts, she quickly pushed her plate of meat over to him, signaling firmly that he absolutely had to eat. Seeing her determination, Xiao Shijun reluctantly picked up a chicken drumstick. After a moment of hesitation, he finally took a bite. But immediately after, he started coughing uncontrollably. Nuo Nuo stood in her cage, watching the scene unfold, worrying Xiao Shijun. He then, face flushed, grabbed her little paw and spoke. "Little bunny, I don't know how much longer I can stay by your side." Before she could even process it, he slowly continued. "Even though he saved you yesterday, if I'm not here, no one can stop him from harming you. So you must find a way to escape." Hearing his heartfelt words, she stared blankly, thinking, wait, does Xiao Shijun know he's about to disappear? Then she recalled an earlier image of Tang Shu. Yesterday, I sensed Tang Shu's killing intent, but I didn't know who he wanted to kill. Xiao Shijun was still staring intently at our chubby bunny, and she stared back, lost in thought. But looking at Xiao Shijun now, I suddenly know the answer. A vivid image flashed in her mind. Tang Shu pushing Xiao Shijun into the water under the full moon in the dark night sky, followed by him slowly sinking beneath the waves. She couldn't help but think with unease. He wants Xiao Shijun gone from this world. At this moment, Nuo Nuo's face was covered in tears, thinking, "Xiao Shijun, don't disappear. I don't want you to disappear." He too looked at her with tear-filled eyes, then lowered his head. Nuo Nuo also pressed her forehead against his, unable to stop her tears, thinking, "You're my only friend in this Tian Du." Xiao Shijun then carefully picked up her cage, and then placed a soft kiss on her forehead, before looking at her and flashing his brightest smile, saying, "Thank you. Everyone else wants me to disappear, but only you wish for me to exist." Then, he excitedly hugged the cage and asked, "We've known each other for so long, and I still don't know your name. Little bunny, do you have a name?" Hearing this, Nuo Nuo stretched out, writing a single character Ruan on Xiao Shijun's palm. Seeing her write on his hand, he naturally called out, "Ruan!" After learning her name, he gently stroked her cheek and said, "Ruan, don't worry. Before I leave, I'll figure out a way to help you escape." Nuo Nuo sat obediently in his arms, musing, "Yuan Bao. That sounds pretty good too." The sky was now showing signs of dawn. When they returned to the room, Xiao Shijun placed the rabbit cage on the table, preparing to cover it with cloth, not forgetting to say, "Yuan Bao, it's almost dawn, I have to go now." After he left, Nuo Nuo sat slumped in her cage, hugging her skewer of food, her face filled with worry, thinking, "Xiao Shijun didn't eat anything. Tang Shu will definitely be hungry tomorrow. I'll leave this for him." But then, she peeked through a gap in the cloth, seeing him intently writing something. She couldn't help but wonder, what is Xiao Shijun writing? And who is it for? Lines of characters gradually appeared on the paper. The next morning, Tang Shu stood intently reading every single character on that paper. After he finished reading, he immediately crumpled the paper. Nuo Nuo, watching from inside, secretly marveled, "So this is how you guys communicate." But Tang Shu's next action was to burn the paper that Xiao Shijun had written. Fragments of paper ash drifted into the air with the wind, but she didn't care about that right now. She sat worriedly, thinking, "I don't know what Xiao Shijun wrote, but Tang Shu seems to be mad." As she was deeply immersed in her thoughts, a hand suddenly grabbed the cloth covering her cage. The light streaming in made Nuo Nuo quickly cover her eyes, dazzled. Beside her, Tang Shu looked into the cage with a deep voice, questioning, "Have you secretly watched enough?" His action froze her solid inside, standing like a startled statue. At this moment, the atmosphere between Nuo Nuo and Tang Shu grew even heavier. He held the cloth, staring intently at the fluffy creature in the cage. After being stared at for a while, she gently pushed her meat skewer forward, thinking, "He just woke up and is already this annoyed? What did Xiao Shijun even write?" Tang Shu, meanwhile, clearly showed a face of disgust at the rabbit fur-covered food she offered. Suddenly, Lu Yi entered, bowing respectfully as he reported, "Your Highness, the princess consort has sent someone to invite you." Hearing his voice, he turned to look, replying, "Understood." Nuo Nuo was still bewildered inside, especially after hearing his words, and watching Tang Shu's retreating back, she couldn't help but squeak a few times, secretly thinking, "Don't leave! Open my cage, please!" While she was still moping, a young woman entered, holding a plate of food. Nuo Nuo stared blankly at the newcomer, secretly wondering, who is she? The woman pushed the plate of food next to the cage and introduced herself. "This servant is Tao Guo, ordered by Prince Feng to take care of you." Hearing this, Nuo Nuo covered her mouth with a paw, silently chuckling to herself. Looks like Tang Shu still has some conscience. The girl outside remained silent, oblivious to the chubby bunny's silent judgment from within the cage. Though this kid isn't old, there's no guarantee she won't go crazy like Shu Kui. Good thing she probably can't open this lock. Time ticked by, and before long, both the human and the rabbit drifted off to sleep. Just then, a hand holding a cloth moved closer to the young woman, and then, quick as lightning, covered her mouth after she succumbed to a deep sleep. Then an older man with a headscarf looks at the person in front and commands, "Get her out of here!" The masked man, without hurry, lifts the rabbit cage and replies, "Understood." And just like that, time continued to pass. Then, our girl, Nuo Nuo, slowly, groggily, wakes up from her unconsciousness. But the moment she wakes up, she's greeted by a wild, jarring shake, making her panic and cry out for help. Who is it this time? Tangshu, Zhao Shijun, save me. Just then, a hand slowly opens a black cloth bag, and a voice rings out, "Su Gong Gong, the offering is ready." Hearing that name, our girl Nuo Nuo can't help but get suspicious. Su Gong Gong? She slowly pokes her head out, fearfully thinking, where in the actual cultivation world am I? In front of her is a woman in a headscarf and a servant. After a moment of pure brain freeze, Nuo Nuo frantically thinks, wait, Wei Gong Gong of the Imperial Kitchen? Completely ignoring our girl's panicked expression, Wei Gong Gong looks at the woman in front and orders, "Put it on her!" The other party quickly puts a leash on her. Nuo Nuo's entire body trembles with fear, watching all this go down and thinking, wait, are they actually going to eat me? Then, the person in front forces her mouth open and seriously inspects her. Meanwhile, she's silently cussing. Tang Xiao, only he has the key. Is Tang Xiao actually trying to feed me to someone else? This rotten, unhinged dude? After the inspection is done, the female servant then places her on a cushion, while Nuo Nuo is still deep in her thoughts. And here I was, saving 2 pieces of meat for him. The audacity. Then the 2 people carry her away. After a bit of a winding journey, they finally arrive at a grand courtyard. The man walks ahead, slowly followed by her and the female servant. Nuo Nuo, still on her cushion and being carried, looks around blankly, thinking, okay, where in the actual heck is this place? Inside the courtyard, a few figures come into view, and one quickly speaks up. Niang Niang. The woman called Niang Niang, with a sharp, regal face and holding a teacup, says, bring it over here. Hearing the identity of the person in front, Nuo Nuo also kneels down, trembling, thinking, oh no, it's that Niang Niang who's obsessed with beauty, and snow rabbit blood is the ultimate beauty elixir in the beast realm, perfect for glowing skin and eternal youth. After mentally listing all the benefits of her own blood, our girl's face flushes red, tears welling up, and she dramatically thinks, this is it! No escaping this time! Xiao Shijun. Farewell, my love. But as she's caught up in her own Oscar-worthy dramatic monologue, the Niang Niang's voice rings out, I hear you're quite the foodie. She then pushes a plate of pastries towards Nuo Nuo. Seeing this, she lifts her small head, looking at the Niang Niang with wide, teary eyes, wondering, wait, is this actually for me to eat? The woman just offers a faint smile, not replying. After a moment, she picks up the pastry, excitedly thinking, probably not poison, right? Because if I die from poison, my rabbit meat won't be as delicious. Logic. Thinking that, she immediately opens her mouth and takes the biggest bite she can manage. The taste of the pastry makes Nuo Nuo unable to help but praise. Soft, fragrant, sweet, melts right in your mouth. If this is going to be my last meal, I better make it count. The Niang Niang sits watching this chubby bunny go absolutely feral on the pastry, and with one hand, gently strokes her ear, exclaiming, this little furball truly is captivating. Then, with a pleased smile, she orders her servant, all right, take it back. Hearing this unexpected command, Nuo Nuo, with pastry crumbs still clinging to her face as the servant lifts her, can't help but ponder, wait, I'm safe? She just wanted to treat me to a delicious meal? Looking at the woman in front, who's still giving off those warm, cheerful smiles, our girl can't help but sneak a peek back at her, secretly wondering, who is this woman, really? Later, Nuo Nuo is deep in sleep when she's suddenly jolted awake by the sound of a lock being brutally broken. She slowly sits up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. After finally seeing who it is, she happily thinks, Zhao Shijun's. Seeing our girl awake, he says with a flushed face, sorry Yuan Bao, I haven't come to find you for the past 2 days. Hearing him say that, she looks at his hand prying open the lock, and thinks, wait, that means for the past 2 nights, Tang Shu hasn't transformed into Zhao Shijun. After some serious, strenuous lockpicking, he joyfully exclaims, finally! It's open! Seeing that, Nuo Nuo immediately reaches out both hands towards Zhao Shijun. He, in turn, doesn't hesitate, swaying a bit, and reaches his hand towards our chubby bunny, but before he can even touch her, he suddenly collapses to the ground. Seeing everything unfold before her, Nuo Nuo is utterly stunned. After snapping out of it, she immediately rushes down to where Xiao Shijun is lying on the ground, panicking and internally screaming. Xiao Shijun, seeing Nuo Nuo jump down to him, weakly says, Yuan Bao, quickly escape. Before I vanish completely, I must at least save you. Hearing his weak, fading words, Nuo Nuo is absolutely terrified, thinking, Xiao Shijun, please don't die. But then, he faints. Seeing this, Nuo Nuo panics even more, thinking, oh no, this is bad. It's not even morning yet, and Xiao Shijun is about to transform into Teng Xiu. Just then, streams of mysterious pink light suddenly appear around her, completely engulfing her. Tears welling up in her eyes, she secretly thinks, Xiao Shijun's existence time is getting shorter and shorter. But if I use my own blood, the blood of a spirit rabbit, it can heal physical wounds on the body. After thinking that, Nuo Nuo had already transformed into her human form without even realizing it. She slowly lifts Xiao Shijun up, while pondering, maybe it can even mend his incomplete soul too. Please don't die, my only friend. After that heartbreaking thought, she tearfully kisses Xiao Shijun and transfers her blood to him. After transferring her blood to him, she looks at the ML in her arms, secretly thinking, okay, he seems to have stabilized now. Our ML, Xiao Shijun, is still unconscious, resting in Nuo Nuo's arms. Just then, Nuo Nuo suddenly remembers. As she strokes her rabbit ears, she ponders. Okay, even though it's not complete, this seems to be the first time I've successfully transformed into human form on my own. What in the actual cultivation world is going on? While deep in thought, the unconscious ML in her arms vaguely cries out, Mother God! His weak, desperate cry makes Nuo Nuo absolutely heartbroken. After that, she gently hums and cradles Xiao Shijun, who is now sleeping peacefully on her lap. As she strokes and cradles him, she ponders. Wait, so only something that truly frightens Teng Xiu can allow Xiao Shijun to exist? She pauses slightly, then thinks further. So, what exactly do I have to do to make Xiao Shijun exist forever? Like, permanently? The next morning, the wind blows with an unusual, dramatic force. In Teng Xiao's room, our girl Nuo Nuo was sitting suspiciously silent in front of a table absolutely packed with food. Our simp ML Teng Xiu saw his usually food-obsessed little bunny not even look at a single dish, so he just had to ask, what's up? Not feeling it today? Or did he feed you full last night, and now you're too good for my cooking? Our girl Nuo Nuo heard the low-key jealous shade coming from Teng Xiu and just couldn't hold back. She stuck out her injured tongue and fired back. Hello? Isn't it because I was saving your royal self that I ended up hurting myself? Our ML didn't even care what she said. He just poked Nuo Nuo's forehead and deadpanned. Oh, so you bit your own tongue while sleeping, huh? Typical. What a silly little bunny. Teng Xiu then propped his chin with one hand, while the other casually twirled her long, adorable bunny ears. He just had to ask, totally fishing for info. So what exactly did you two get up to last night, and how did that make you turn human? Nuo Nuo heard his loaded question and stammered, all flustered. I don't even know how I transformed. I just did what I've always done with you before. Hearing our girl's explanation, his mind flashed back to her spoon-feeding him medicine. He couldn't help but think, wait, did it with me? Does she mean? Teng Xiu then immediately pinched her cheek, giving her the ultimate jealous ML warning. He is him, but I am me. You can do it with me all you want, but absolutely no doing it with him. Our girl Nuo Nuo, resisting the unreasonable grip on her cheek, shot back. Hold up, aren't you two literally the same person? Just then, Lu Yi walked in, bowed, and reported, Your Highness, the princess consort sent someone to collect that, food-loving tribute bunny. Nuo Nuo heard that and freaked out, pointing at herself like, Me? Then she immediately yeeted herself behind Teng Xiu. With her biggest, roundest, most sparkly puppy dog eyes, she latched onto his arm, practically screaming, Holy heck, why are they looking for me? They're not going to eat me, right? Teng Xiu, save me. I don't know how to turn back into a bunny now. But our ML just glared at her and barked at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, take her! And just like that, the iconic scene of Teng Ce dragging Nuo Nuo, then a plump little bunny, away from Teng Xiu, played out again. But this time, the vibe and players were a little different. Lu Yi, grabbing her hair and pulling, internally deadpanned. How is this chick so strong after turning human? Meanwhile, Nuo Nuo was clinging to Teng Xiu's sleeve, wailing, I don't want to go! With this being her second time getting dragged, our girl was giving 70% helpless victim and 30% furious gremlin, struggling like her life depended on it. And in all that chaotic tug-of-war, the tie holding Teng Xiu's barely there top just snapped open. And just like that, his sculpted, razor-sharp abs were on full, glorious display. Our girl saw the fresh chaos she'd unleashed, immediately let go, and stammered, I, I, I didn't mean to, honest. But our ML didn't even answer. He just stared at his exposed six-pack, and his fury level skyrocketed. Behind them, Lu Yi was practically seething, furious at Nuo Nuo for disrespecting his beloved prince. Realizing she'd messed up again, she quickly moved closer, her hands fumbling with the tie, saying, "I'll help you retie it, master." From Tang Zhu's perspective, it was our girl Nuo Nuo, meticulously retying his top, her face burning an absolutely adorable shade of red. Suddenly, while she was tying, her hair somehow got tangled in the tie itself. Her face went even redder, and she internally screamed, "OMG, my hair's stuck, this is mortifying, gotta get it out, ASAP." Just then, our ML seemed to pick up on her distress. And our girl's heart? It was doing the cha-cha slide, beating 1,000 miles a minute. Nuo Nuo's hands just got more tangled the more she tried to untangle them. And she secretly thought, why is my body suddenly feeling so weird? After what felt like an eternity of retying his top, Tang Zhu suddenly grabbed her hand. He looked into her eyes and softly murmured, "Don't just go around touching me so randomly like this." Nuo Nuo's heart was now beating like a full-on drum solo. Her face was blazing crimson as she stared at Tang Zhu, internally screaming, "OMG, my heart's gonna explode!" If transforming back needs a specific trigger, I have to try! But then, his grip suddenly tightened, and before she knew it, he pulled her into a tight embrace. Even though our girl was practically vibrating in his arms, our ML leaned down, his hands still holding hers in a firm grip. He then whispered into her ear, his voice dripping with playful menace, "Is your heart doing that wild little dance because of this prince?" And then he let out a soft, knowing chuckle right by her ear. Nuo Nuo's face, it somehow managed to go an even deeper shade of crimson. And her heart was still going absolutely bonkers. But before our girl could even try to explain or deny anything, Tang Zhu looked directly at her flushed little face and purred. A true little horny bunny indeed. At this point, Nuo Nuo just squeezed her eyes shut, internally screaming, "No, stop it, don't come any closer!" But then, in a sudden poof, whether from sheer embarrassment or her heart's uncontrollable spaz out, Nuo Nuo bounced back into her bunny form, right in front of Tang Zhu's utterly bewildered eyes. And after she took a little taste of his hand, Tang Tu's basically like, okay, if there's a specific trigger for her transformation, I guess I've got to do some field testing. He pulls Nuo Nuo into his personal space, serving peak visuals, and using his pretty boy trap to see if she folds. Her heart is literally doing backflips, thump 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 thump. Tang Tu leans in close to her ear and whispers, "Is your heart racing this fast just for me, Your Highness?" Tang Tu is absolutely living for this, flashing a smug, playful smirk. Our girl is blushing so hard it's cute, and her heart is officially in chaos mode. He gets even closer. Turns out our girl Nuo Nuo is a low-key simp for a face. She panics, eyes squeezed shut, chanting in her head, "Don't come any closer, don't do it." Poof! Suddenly, she's back to her default rabbit form, leaving Tang Tu absolutely shook. Tang Tu's IQ is peaking. The key to the transformation is definitely her heart rate. In a flash, the baddie is gone, replaced by a round, fluffy rabbit going squeak squeak. Scene skip. Nuo Nuo is getting whisked away, and she's stressed. The guards are taking her straight to the consort's palace. Alright, get moving. She's struggling with all her might, crying in rabbit speak, "Squeak! Squeak! This bunny does not want to go, let me out!" She takes a look at the surroundings and wait. This place looks suspiciously familiar. In the distance is a courtyard, where some aunties are spilling the tea. Yep, definitely recognize this place. A maid brings our little fluff ball right to the consort. Nuo Nuo looks up and realizes she's seen this lady before. "It's the consort, Tang Tu's mom! My son, Tuda, found this adorable little thing," she says. "I've called you all here today to check her out." She's acting all sweet, saying, "Eat up, little one." But wait, my tongue is literally still shredded from earlier. But let's be real, she can't resist a free meal. She starts snacking like there's no tomorrow. Munch, munch. While eating, she's like, "Forget it, the consort is actually a kind-hearted baddie. Every time I'm here, she serves the best snacks. Nom nom." Suddenly, she hits her with a creepy smile. "Now that I think about it, my jade bracelet looks a bit dull today. But your eyes, on the other hand, they're so lively and pretty." Nuo Nuo is instantly getting bad vibes. Squeak? If I strung them into my jewelry, they'd definitely look stunning. Nuo Nuo is officially traumatized and drops her cake. Turns out this mother-son duo is exactly the same. Total menaces. Plop. Another concubine pipes up, "I've got a maid who's an expert at stringing beads, should I call her?" Another one adds, "Those red jewels would make fire earrings to match your beauty, Your Highness." The consort is loving the vibes. laughing like it's just a funny prank. Our girl is literally shaking like a leaf. Her face scrunches up, and she drops her first real tears. Her poor little soul is scarred. She's terrified, eyes drowning in tears, crying her eyes out. The consort starts looking worried. Wait, is she crying? Nuo is sobbing like her life depends on it. Oof, looks like they took the joke way too far. She starts petting her to calm her down. Did I actually scare you that bad? Nuo is just going squeak squeak, still inconsolable. She quickly wipes the rabbit's tears. My bad, I was just trolling you. You're such a poor little thing, sent to this den of wolves at such a young age. Nuo is stunned. Is she actually apologizing to a tribute? The consort gently pets her head. Nuo is low-key touched. Someone with such high status is actually being this soft with her. She suddenly gets a flashback to her past. Good girl Nuo, don't cry, mommy's here. She feels exactly like her real mom. The only reason you're alive right now is because Tu likes you. If he ever gets bored of you, you know what happens next. Guyan Bao, do you understand? Nuo is shook. Wait, only the little young master used to call her Guyan Bao. The consort pokes the bunny's nose playfully. In my heart, there's no difference between the two of you. You're both my children. With that, she pulls out a mysterious red candy. If you want to survive, you've got to put in the work to secure your spot. Be a good girl and eat this. It'll help you win over Tu and keep you safe. Nuo is super suspicious. A candy? Cut to a quiet, moonlit night. Pure, peaceful vibes. Tang Tu is soaking in a hot spring, and his muscular build is absolutely serving visuals. He's looking fine as hell. Our girl is lying outside gasping for air, face beet red. Is it just me, or was that candy a bit too potent? Why is it so hot in here? Tang Tu notices the rabbit acting sus, so he puts his hand on her forehead. What's wrong with you? Do you have a fever? Nuo is getting blurry vision. So hot. I just want to snuggle. His skin looks so cool and refreshing. She loses all self-control and leaps straight into Tang Tu's broad, muscular chest. Tang Tu is absolutely stunned. Get off me, or I'll literally skin you. Nuo's like, go ahead, this skin is about to suffocate me from the heat anyway. He touches her little rabbit mouth and pauses. Wait, are you poison? Her eyes are totally glazed over. She's lost in the sauce. The sheer intensity of the heat forces her body to transform. In a split second, she's back in her human form, completely bare, and cradled right in Tang Tu's arms. Unable to take the heat anymore, she overpowers Tang Tu and pins him down onto the bed. She's writhing and looking at Tang Tu with that look. Tang Tu, I feel so weird. Help me. In the last chapter, NAC ate a candy from the Empress, and our girl started getting all hot and bothered, face flush red. She completely lost control, not even knowing what hit her, so she just desperately climbed onto Duangtu. Our queen reached up, wrapped her arms around his neck, and planted a fiery kiss right on his soft, pretty face. Duangtu glared at her with those sharp, intense eyes, thinking, You dare provoke this king? Are you tired of living or something? Then, he used his naughty hand to completely cover Nac's mouth, and our girl only managed to let out a tiny, muffled, ugh sound. Then his hand brutally ripped the curtain next to them. RIIIIP, making everything instantly super blurry and steamy. Ooh la la. But in a flash, NAC was wrapped up tighter than a burrito. Our girl burst into tears, looking utterly pitiful. Ow, ow, ow. And then he just casually tossed her aside? Talk about whiplash. Duangtu turned around, swiftly pulling on his half-unbuttoned shirt, covering that glorious, absolutely shredded 10-pack, and sternly declared, Transform back, and this king will pretend none of this ever happened. NAC, still uncomfortable AF, could only helplessly wiggle around. NAC, shocked to her core, blurted out a line so utterly savage it probably shamed every man in the entire realm. What did you just say? Could it be that you can't get it up? OMG, our girl went there. Hearing that, our pretty boy Duangtu was utterly dumbfounded, immediately choking on a sudden nosebleed. And suddenly, watermelon juice sprayed everywhere. Where did the watermelon even come from? Duangtu spun around, staring her down face to face as if he wanted to eat her alive. WHO, did you say? Can't get it up? Without an ounce of mercy, he snatched out a hand and gripped her neck tightly. He pressed that steamy, gorgeous face of his super close to NAC, making her heart go thump, 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 cheeks totally flushed. Are you really not afraid this king will kill you? Our girl looked at him with eyes full of sinful, absolute adoration, saying helplessly, Whether you believe it or not, I actually can't transform back right now. Panting, almost out of breath, she pleaded, Touch me and see. I'm super hot. If I transform back, I'll totally die. Nac, with sparkling eyes and overflowing tears, used every single ounce of her charm, begging, "Please, Duongtu. I want to." Oh, girl knows what she's doing. Gathering all his manly courage, he pushed her onto the bed, utterly stunned. Well, it seems this poison simply must be resolved now, he thought. Nac was completely burning up, her body practically begging to activate, face getting redder and redder, her beautiful collarbones starkly visible and so provocative. He kept a cold expression, as if he was totally being forced into this, innocently saying, "Little thing, you really brought this upon yourself, didn't you? Tonight, you can just stay foolishly right there." Nac started crying even louder, her hands tied tightly in a corner, completely unable to struggle. Wait, what? After performing his cruel deed, he quickly dusted off his hands, his expression completely unchanged. OMG, he really let down all us thirsty viewers hoping for some hot tea. The audience in front of the screen was already drooling, but this man seriously has no idea how to enjoy himself. Duongtua, she wailed. He felt a throbbing headache coming on and yelled, "Cry one more time and I'll cover your mouth again." Nac, feeling wronged, explained, "I'm a tribute. This is what a tribute is supposed to do. Besides, my body suddenly became like this. I literally can't do anything about it." That serious, cold expression he'd had all this time suddenly broke into a devilish smile. "You have no way, but I do." With that, he immediately started dragging our girl somewhere. "Where are you taking me?" she cried. The two of them stood before a calm, silent lake, enveloped by the dark night. It was utterly absurd, and kind of romantic in a weird way. Duongtu's face was ice cold. Unable to control himself, he declared, "Then jump into the pond to sober up." OMG, our girl in front shivered uncontrollably. She panicked, struggling desperately to break free from his grip and run away. I'm not going! Duongtu, you bastard, she cursed. But just as she tried to make a break for it, she suddenly tripped over something and fell flat on her face. Classic! Nac's eyes went wide as saucers, and she gasped out an "Ah!" At that moment, Duongtu had revealed his majestic snake tail, causing our girl to tumble right into the water. She was utterly chilled to the bone by the sight before her. Feeling a pang of pity, he was about to rush towards her to help her up, but accidentally, his snake tail slipped right into the cold, cold water. Duongtu's eyes immediately became pained, his facial muscles twitched, and he started sweating profusely. The calm, still water, utterly silent, stirred up a painful memory deep in his heart. An image appeared. A woman struggling on an icy ground, screaming desperately, "Let my child go!" A small snake, covered in blood, lay held by the evil person. "Save me! My child!" The red-clothed woman used her last breath to crawl forward. My child, a beautiful face, but clearly showing pure, unadulterated malice, stood leisurely watching the drama unfold. A classic green tea bitch, if we ever saw one. The red-clothed woman cried and screamed, "You truly are a mad woman! You dare murder the prince?" That beautiful-faced woman smiled with satisfaction as she pressed the small snake's head onto the cold, cold ice, purring, "Oh dear Tilda, so cold." The poor woman screamed in utter helplessness, only able to lie there foolishly struggling in despair, completely unable to do anything. "No, please don't." Her eyes, empty and sorrowful, whispered, "My child." Back in the present, Duongtuang was startled. He had just remembered something. A memory. It was probably too bitter, too painful. He didn't want to remember it, so he quickly retracted his snake tail. Ouch! ML trauma unlocked. Picking up where we left off, under the tranquil moonlight, white lotuses bloomed, looking absolutely ethereal. Meanwhile, our girl Nuo Nuo, face still flushed, was sinking deep into the lake, thankful her father taught her how to hold her breath. She grumbled in her heart, "Let Tangtu sweat it out. HMPH." The icy water, ironically, was temporarily soothing the burning heat in her body. After a long moment, Nuo Nuo started to get antsy. "Bro, is Tangtu seriously just gonna leave me here to die?" she thought, before opening her eyes wide and getting ready to swim up. But suddenly, something yanked her back down. She couldn't move. Nuo Nuo looked back and found a huge AF goldfish desperately trying to pull off her clothes. This male fish was using all its strength, dragging her deeper. Nuo Nuo thrashed around, but her legs were all tangled in the fabric, trapping her. From this angle, that fish was getting bold, doing whatever it wanted with a swagger. Our girl started to panic, feeling totally trapped and unable to escape. She couldn't hold her breath any longer. Her face paled, eyebrows furrowed, as she desperately stretched out a hand, silently begging for help. "Tangtu, save me! Glug glug glug!" Nuo Nuo's vision blurred, all strength to resist gone. Her mouth opened, blowing out endless bubbles. Her body slowly sank deeper, calling out Tang Tu's name in a desperate, final plea. Meanwhile, back on shore, our simp, ML Tang Tu, was standing chill as ever, when suddenly, he felt it. This aura. Something's wrong. He clenched his jaw, eyes flashing with anger. No! She's in danger! The past came rushing back to him. The image of a small snake being brutally crushed on cold, icy ground. Tang Tu's face darkened. He squeezed his eyes shut, drenched in a cold sweat. Underwater, Nuo Nuo could no longer breathe. Her face, which had been flushed red from poison just moments ago, was now ghostly white. The fish, getting tired of playing tug-of-war, decided screw it, I'll just eat her. Like a true menace, it bit Nuo Nuo's leg, and watermelon juice splattered everywhere. Back on shore, Tang Tu was still battling his inner demons. His traumatic past was throwing some serious shade, but his logical brain screamed, "Bro, if you don't save her, she's literally gonna die!" In a flash, a bone-crushing punch landed square on the fish's head. Teeth and scales went flying, and it finally let go of our beauty's leg. It was utterly knocked out, seeing stars as it flopped pathetically onto its side. Suddenly, a gigantic snaketail appeared, gently coiling around Nuo Nuo's frail body. Her hair was a mess. She had fainted some time ago, water still streaming endlessly from her body. He used his snaketail to cradle her head, while Tang Tu, still emotionless, stared coldly. As long as there's a pulse, there's a chance, folks. Nuo Nuo coughed a few times, spluttering out a stream of water. She slowly opened her eyes, whispering, "Tang Tu." Using her last bit of strength, she tugged his clothes, bursting into aggrieved sobs. HMPH, HMPH, HH, MPH. Why did you only save me now? Throwing all ladylike pretense out the window, Nuo Nuo grabbed his sleeve, unceremoniously blew her nose, and then started complaining. "That ugly fish almost ate your girl!" Just as she was mid-whine, a human head suddenly popped out of the water. "Your Royal Highness, it's that fish!" His face was radiant, exquisitely handsome, and absolutely captivating, even overshadowing our main ML. He stepped ashore in a form-fitting black outfit that perfectly hugged his divine physique, carrying that huge fish from earlier. Nuo Nuo immediately stopped crying, eyes wide and focused. Her mouth pursed as she squealed, "So handsome!" Yep, this girl's simp tendencies won't end even after 10 reincarnations. She smiled, cheeks flushed, posture all flirty. "Handsome little brother, thanks for helping me get revenge." Tang Tu, feeling a tad jealous, immediately commanded, "Lan Yi, step back! Lan Yi, understood." "Can we eat that ugly fish?" Nuo Nuo asked, literally drooling at the unconscious fish guy. Behind her, Tang Tu silently started taking off his outer robe. Without a word, he quickly draped his presumably smelly robe over her head. "Wear this!" Nuo Nuo, utterly confused, started connecting the dots. Tang Tu is so strange. One minute he's a total menace, the next he's all soft and caring. As they walked, he abruptly stopped, his sharp eyes filled with discomfort. A fierce pain flared in his chest, making him instinctively rub it. He spoke in a low voice. "Don't provoke it, or this prince will kill you." Nuo Nuo blinked, utterly clueless. Provoke? Who? Little brother Lan Yi? Tang Tu spun around and roared fiercely. "You still want to flirt with Lan Yi?" Nuo Nuo trembled in sheer panic. "No, I wouldn't dare!" The moment he finished speaking, there was a BAM! Nuo Nuo stood there, absolutely dumbfounded, like a deer in headlights. The tall, fierce Tang Tu from moments ago had shrunk. He was now a tiny little snake prince, sprawled out and fast asleep on the ground. Nuo Nuo stared, utterly dumbfounded. His innocent little snake face, still dreaming, kept whispering a name. En Guyen Bao. It clicked for Nuo Nuo. She gently sat down, stroking him. So he was talking about my little snake prince. This silly Tang Tu. How could I ever provoke? My precious little snake prince. He slept soundly, looking absolutely adorable in his exhaustion. Nuo Nuo yawned widely, covering her mouth. My cultivation energy is totally depleted too. So sleepy. She transformed back into her little rabbit form and snuggled down next to him. "All right then, let's sleep together, my little snake prince." Lan Yi, holding a lantern, watched from a distance. Seeing them both sound asleep, he felt a strange sense of peace and quickly left. The surroundings grew utterly still. Fireflies and butterflies flitting through the trees and grass, lighting up the entire night sky. What a truly romantic scene. Inside a room sparkling with oil lamplight, the vibe right now is eerily quiet. Suddenly, in her sleepy daze, our girl Nuo Nuo shivers uncontrollably. So cold! Lying next to her, Xiao Shijun seems to sense something's up, slowly opening his eyes. By now, Nuo Nuo has fallen into a coma, her body shaking non-stop, forehead drenched in sweat. Seeing this, Our pretty boy Zhao Shijun freaks out, calling frantically, Ruan Bao, why are you soaking wet? Lan Yi, get the brazier. He gently strokes our bunny girl, muttering, Ruan Bao, warm up now, you'll be dry in a bit. Then he turns his head to look at the handsome youth, Lan Yi, saying, This prince demands you tell me exactly what happened just now, from beginning to end. It was the koi in the Heihua pond that injured the tribute, Lan Yi replies. Your Highness had ordered your subordinates to guard the vicinity of Heihua pond, but beyond that, this subordinate knows nothing. This again? Zhao Shijun rages after hearing this, clenching his fist and slamming it hard onto the table with a loud BAM! His eyes glow yellow at this moment, as he mutters, Unforgivable. He looks absolutely terrifying right now. Zhao Shijun's sparkling eyes shift downwards. PFFFT. Our weak little Nuo Nuo blows and rubs his slammed hand, her spit flying everywhere in the process. Just like that, he returns to normal, happily patting our girl's head a few times before asking tenderly, Ruan Bao, where did that fish bite you? Does it still hurt? Nuo Nuo lies down dramatically, showing her still bleeding legs and squeaking a few times. Zhao Shijun senses trouble, his face clouding with anger again. The wound isn't healing on its own. This isn't normal. Was that koi one of Yingdu Nation's tributes? They still haven't given up, huh? These koi are water overlords, covered in a golden glow, but they're naturally terrified of eagles. That's why koi are the unique spiritual totems of Yingdu Nation. The Yingdu priests choose a select few koi, implanting parasitic worms into them to ensure lifelong loyalty to their masters. These fish have been hiding in the pond for decades without revealing themselves, serving as Yingdu's most covert spies. A picture of a dumbfounded goldfish appears. Zhao Shijun opens a bottle of medicine, continuing, That fish is over 1,000 years old. It can even take human form. Our ML couldn't miss it. He gently applies the medicine to Nuo Nuo's wound, and our girl's face just lights up with pure enjoyment and comfort. His eyes flash yellow once more, pure rage blazing. Basically, if Ruan Bao gets hurt, he's fully responsible. Nuo Nuo watches this scene, sweating in fear. Even though Zhao Shijun acts childish, the ruthlessness hidden deep in his eyes is exactly like Tang Shu. Lan Yi bows, asking again, Your Highness, how should we deal with that fish? He casually pats our girl's bottom. Pat pat, Ruan Bao, what do you say? Nuo Nuo, completely serious, makes a slash-throat gesture with her hand. Lan Yi looks uneasy witnessing this. Little tribute, it's already dead. Zhao Shijun grins triumphantly. No, Ruan Bao means, cook it. Nuo Nuo seizes the chance to snake into his arms. Zhao Shijun just gets me. Who knows what time of day it is, but the sky is perfectly blue and everything is super peaceful. Little Nuo Nuo's eyes are practically sparkling with big stars now, drool pouring out, her face unable to hide her ravenous appetite. Girl, please maintain some dignity. Zhao Shijun looks at the beautifully displayed colossal fish, its aroma spreading in all directions, and can't help but sigh in admiration. Our girl desperately pulls his sleeve. Eat, squeak! He understands and replies, I'm not hungry. Nuo Nuo pouts, looking at him innocently, her mind buzzing with thoughts. He hasn't eaten properly in days. Even if he sustains himself with her blood, that's not enough to fill him up. Suddenly, his entire body shivers violently, as if he can't endure it anymore. So cold. Our bunny girl's brain immediately connects the dots like lightning. Wait, is he about to revert to Tang Zhu form? In just a flash, a poof echoes. The two guys stand there, eyes wide and mouths agape, frozen stiff for a few seconds. The shape of a tiny, coiled-up snake appears on the ground. Our girl rushes forward, flopping down onto the snake to check its temperature. What? How did he turn into a tiny snake? And he's so cold! Zhao Shijun's body is getting colder and colder. Lan Yi suddenly realizes something. He quickly brings the brazier closer and explains, Koi are cold-natured, and the water in Heihua Pond is icy cold. His Highness has been infiltrated by cold energy. I'm afraid it might damage his heart meridians. Tribute, Lan Yi says. His Highness was trying to save you. As he speaks, Lan Yi draws his sword. Now it's your turn to save His Highness. Our girl closes her eyes tightly, extending her hand without the slightest hesitation. I'm ready. Swiftly, the sharp blade cuts into Nuo Nuo's hand, and watermelon juice begins to gush out. Our girl suppresses the pain, her face full of worry, bringing her bleeding hand close to his mouth and whispering, Don't miss a single drop, Zhao Shijun. The little snake doesn't refuse, flicking out its tongue to lick and lap it all up. That's enough, Zhao Shijun. I'm gonna turn into a dried rabbit at this rate, she whines. Just now you said not to waste a single drop, and now you can't handle it? Sigh, truly the words of a beauty. Listen, but don't believe. He seems to completely ignore Nuo Nuo's pleas, pouting his little mouth and sucking with all his might. At this point, our bunny girl's body is fluttering in the wind, practically skin and bones. Lan Yi stands beside them, sighing helplessly and chiding, "I told you to use a bowl! Disobeying your teacher will bring down a mountain, you know." A moment later, a miracle happens. He's changed back. Tang Shu's form gradually returns, but his hand is still clutching our bunny girl's hand and sucking. "Oh, Mom, Tang Shu, you can't drink anymore!" Nuo Nuo struggles to pull her hand away, her face contorted in pain, eyes half closed. Squeak! Squeak! Tang Shu remains unconscious, drowsily frowning. Seems not full yet. He hastily grabs our bunny girl's leg, striking perfectly. Our beauty definitely didn't see this coming. Our girl now lies there helplessly, letting Tang Shu butcher her, sucking her watermelon juice to his heart's content. Nuo Nuo's eyes are completely glazed over, her mind blank and depressed. Oh right, I still have hind legs. Tang Shu just went full vampire on Nuo Nuo's leg, and our girl is feeling that bite. Nuo Nuo squeezed her eyes shut, trying to endure the pain, mentally screaming, "If I don't stop him now, he's gonna—" After Nuo Nuo finally managed to successfully transform back, our queen yeeted her slipper straight at Tang Shu's face. Then she bounced. Cause, as Sun Wukong said, when in doubt, dip out. But before Nuo Nuo could even make a clean getaway, she froze. Turns out, someone had already snagged her leg. She couldn't react in time, and went face first, hitting the ground with a painful thump. Nuo Nuo reached out to Lan Yi, begging, "Lan Yi, for the love of all that's holy, come get your Wang Ye." Lan Yi, seeing this mess, dipped faster than a TikTok trend, making a flimsy excuse. "The Wang Yi's awake. I'll go prepare breakfast." Leaving our girl to scream in despair, "Liar! When has your Wang Yi ever eaten breakfast?" Nuo Nuo calmly realized Tang Shu was closing in, and her face went from 0 to full panic mode, sweat pouring down. She cried out in fear, "Tang Shu, snap out of it!" But Tang Xiao seemed deaf to her pleas, pressing closer. He gripped Nuo Nuo's hand, and then licked her wound, making her tremble like a leaf. She stammered, "No, no more. If Tang Shu keeps drinking, my life is officially over." With that thought, Nuo Nuo summoned all her strength and started whacking his head with a resounding bang bang. Seeing Tang Shu with a giant bump on his head and passed out cold, she put her hands on her hips and sighed in relief. Good thing this bunny head is hard, she thought. No snake eye hit can stay awake. Realizing he couldn't just lay there, Nuo Nuo started dragging him, and with the strength of a true girl boss, she lightly yeeted Tang Shu onto the bed. "Phew, he's heavy," she puffed. "What a busy night. I'm dead tired." Thinking that, she flopped down right beside him. Looking at Tang Shu's adorable sleeping face made her blush furiously, but the exhaustion from blood loss caught up to her, and she yawned widely. Without a second thought, she snuggled into Tang Shu's arm and drifted off to dreamland. The next morning, the sky was perfectly clear. Tang Shu woke up with a pins and needles arm. He pulled his arm free, rubbed his wrist, and then glanced down at Nuo Nuo sleeping beside him. He noticed her injured leg, swollen and bruised. He gently touched the wound, only to find 2 distinct fang marks. Tang Xiao suddenly understood, and his face flushed with embarrassment. But his next expression and action were not compatible. He deliberately pressed down hard on the bite mark. Nuo Nuo shot up, screaming in pain. "Ow! Ow!" She clutched her leg and angrily demanded, "What did you just do?" Tang Shu's face darkened with jealousy, resembling Judge Bao, as he interrogated, "Where did this bite come from? What did you two do last night?" Nuo Nuo dismissively waved her hand, explaining, "Bro, you couldn't get it up and it's just a kid, what could we possibly do? If it were any other male last night, they would have already." Tang Shu froze, staring at Nuo Nuo, utterly bewildered. I couldn't get it up?" she stammered awkwardly. It was consort nanny who gave me medicine, so I lost control." "Wang Ye, I don't only need you, you know. Do you really need to throw me in the fish pond?" Tang Zhu heard this and went full emo. Tang Zhu coolly listened to her finish, then closed in, raising Nuo Nuo's chin challengingly. "Oh? So you're hoping another male will help you out with that kind of thing?" Nuo Nuo struggled to twist away from his hand. "Why not? I was incredibly uncomfortable back then. I just wanted to survive. Let me go, you're being utterly unreasonable. You couldn't do it? And you're not going to let anyone else either?" Tang Zhu, furious, held her chin firmly and roared, "You really don't know your place." It was then he noticed a wound on her hand. This wound, a memory from last night, flashed through his mind. Tang Zhu froze, his expression changing, as he asked again, "Was it for me?" Nuo Nuo, annoyed by his tight grip on her chin, tilted her head up and snapped, "Let go!" He maintained his icy facade and forbade her. No one else. Just as Tang Zhu wanted to continue talking, a voice called from outside the door. "Wang Ye!" He turned his head towards the door and said, "Enter." Lan Yi entered and respectfully reported, "Your subordinate has investigated thoroughly. The Crown Prince secretly met with an envoy from Tian Du Kingdom." Hearing this, a chilling, Oppressive, murderous aura erupted around Tang Xu. He pondered in silence for a moment. After a moment, Tang Xu spoke. That koi fish is truly massive. It seems I must invite the Crown Prince to enjoy it with me. Nuo Nuo froze on the spot, thinking to herself. The Crown Prince is coming? Nuo Nuo was spacing out for a moment. The Crown Prince attending the banquet was a good opportunity to poison him. But where would she even get poison? Suddenly, our girl's eyes sparkled as a brilliant idea popped into her head. Then, Nuo Nuo pretended to cry out, "Ouch, so painful," making Tang Tu glance over at her. She quickly lifted her tiny foot, and this scene left Tang Tu completely stunned. Nuo Nuo immediately started whining. "The wound from that koi bite just won't heal on its own. Tang Tu, you have to take responsibility." Hearing this, Tang Tu's face was cold as ice as he asked, "How exactly am I supposed to take responsibility?" She clasped her hands together, advising earnestly, "Of course you find a physician to treat me." She then thought to herself, "Physicians have so many herbs, they can definitely concoct some poison." Tang Tu actually took her seriously, ordering Lan Yi to go invite He Xi. "And you, follow her and keep an eye on her." Lan Yi replied, "Yes, your highness." But as soon as he said it, he reconsidered. "Actually, forget it. Just keep her at least 10 meters away." Lan Yi, standing nearby, broke out into a cold sweat, his face freezing in embarrassment. The scene outside the flower garden was absolutely beautiful. Just saying. Nuo Nuo sat leisurely on a swing, munching on fruit. She was getting a little impatient. Why isn't this He Yi Shi here yet? Nuo Nuo glanced at Lan Yi, who was pensively leaning against a tree. She offered him some cherries. "Lan Yi, don't be so serious. Want some? My leg's injured, I won't run away." Suddenly, a childish voice rang out. "Who needs me, the physician, to personally come examine them?" Nuo Nuo spun around, surprised, to look. A young girl with long, two-toned hair, leading a maidservant, crossed her arms and asked, "Is it you?" "It's me!" Nuo Nuo quickly lifted her skirt to reveal the wound with 2 tooth marks. "Look, this wound was bitten by a koi, it just won't heal on its own." He Yi Shi looked, then said sarcastically, "A tiny wound like this, and you call me, the physician, to personally make a trip?" With that, she turned to leave. "I'm out." Nuo Nuo frantically reached out, grabbing the physician's sleeve. "Don't go, He Yi Shi." The two pulled and tugged for a long time. "Let go! No!" Neither side was willing to give in. Nuo Nuo said seriously, "I'll make a deal with you, what do you say? I'm a spirit rabbit with blood-red eyes and healing abilities. I heard you're staying in this manor because you want to cure Tang Tu. I can help you." Hearing this, He Yi Shi joyfully grabbed her hands. "No need for more words, it's a deal." The physician quickly rummaged through the medicine box she carried. "I don't have enough medicinal ingredients. I'll go back to my courtyard to concoct an antidote for you." Seizing the opportunity, Nuo Nuo suggested, "He Yi Shi, I want to come watch." The physician quickly refused, closing her eyes. No one can enter my courtyard. My precious medicinal ingredients cannot have any mistakes." Nuo Nuo leaned in close, whispering, "Hey Yi Shi, if I come, you can conveniently take some of my blood for research, right? If Lan Yi is here, he'll definitely obstruct us." He Yi Shi tilted her head to look at Nuo Nuo, seeing her sincerity, and was a little moved. The physician pretended to cough a few times. Ahem, Lan Yi, the treatment requires a herbal bath. You don't need to follow. I'll watch over her." Lan Yi agreed without suspicion. "Yes, your highness." Nuo Nuo, visibly happy, leaned in and hugged her. "He Yi Shi, I love you so much." Scene changed to the imperial physician's courtyard. Taking advantage of the time, Nuo Nuo went around observing various medicines. He Yi Shi saw this and warned, "That is extremely poisonous. Don't touch indiscriminately." Our girl, being the quick thinker she is, cleverly asked, "Are there any other extremely poisonous ones so I can avoid them a bit?" Not understanding Nuo Nuo's true intentions, He Yi Shi enthusiastically pointed, "This one, that one, and even the one in the corner." Nuo Nuo saw too many things she wanted here and smirked. "Got X. Trimly. Poisonous." She furtively approached a shelf of poisons. Suddenly, a loud call came from outside. "Your Highness!" Making our girl jump in panic. "Oh no! I have to hide it!" Lan Yi called in. "He Yi Shi." The physician calmly replied, "Just say I'm soaking herbs, okay?" But outside, it seemed no one paid attention. A thump sound rang out. Tang Tu quickly pushed the door open and asked, "Where is she?" He Yi Shi confidently replied, "She's soaking and detoxifying herbs." He ignored it, not caring, and pushed open the bathroom door and walked right in. Seeing this scene, He Yi Shi looked on helplessly. "I said she was bathing? And you still went in?" Inside, the sound of trickling water echoed. Nuo Nuo felt Tang Tu approaching, and she fearfully said loudly, You don't come over here." Their eyes met, both silent for a long time. The atmosphere was so awkward you could cut it with a knife. Nuo Nuo had quickly hidden the poison to one side, but she was still extremely worried he would find out. Our queen Nuo Nuo, seeing Tang Shu had no intention of letting her go, shrieked in terror, "Stop! I'm not wearing any clothes!" Our ML, Tang Shu, frowned, replying coldly, "Did you forget? Is there anywhere on your body I haven't seen?" Nuo Nuo's face burned crimson with shame. She sank deeper into the water, then resurfaced with a teasing smirk. "Oh, so you want to look, huh? My girl is not backing down." Hearing that, Tang Shu's face twisted into a grimace. He practically wanted to lunge over and strangle her right then and there. Fearing Nuo Nuo would pull another trick if he waited, he sped up, zooming over at light speed towards her bath. In a flash, he appeared behind her, towering like a dark god. His face was ominous as he looked down, glaring. Nuo Nuo, panicking, turned her back, trembling violently. Tang Shu's hands, without a shred of hesitation, slammed onto the edge of the tub and began to shake it vigorously. At that moment, Nuo Nuo's heart skipped a beat. Her eyes were wide with shock, her forehead drenched in sweat. He leaned in close, looking directly into her eyes, delivering his threat. "I'm here to remind you, when the Grand Prince arrives, you'd best not go wandering around the manor." Tang Shu shifted, leaning closer to her ear to whisper, "If he sets his eyes on you and snatches you away, this king won't save you." Nuo Nuo's expression instantly changed. Her eyes lit up, a joyful grin spreading across her face as she turned to Tang Shu. "Perfect," she thought. "I'll have even more chances to assassinate the Grand Prince." Tang Shu, utterly baffled, echoed her words. "Perfect." His gaze sharpened, impatience clouding his features. He seemed to grasp Nuo Nuo's chaotic intentions. Tang Shu quickly clasped his hands behind his back, turned, and strode away. "Put on your clothes, then follow me back." Nuo hadn't expected him to walk around the tub to grab her clothes. Her heart jumped into her throat. "Oh crap, the poison I stole!" She shrieked. "Wait!" With that, she shot up from the tub, water cascading everywhere. Nuo Nuo, quick-witted, blurted out, "I want to change into clean clothes. I don't want to wear these anymore." Tang Shu wasn't easily fooled. His eyebrow arched as he silently judged our girl's theatrical performance. He sensed something fall and discreetly snuck a peek. A small, carefully tied green pouch was casually chilling in a corner. Tang Shu, still holding the clothes, looked up and said, "What's the game now? Think this king will fall for your old tricks again?" "Think again." Nuo Nuo pondered for a moment. Tang Shu hated her seductive ploys before. This would definitely make him rage. Quit and leave. Convinced by her own genius, she grabbed Tang Shu's sleeve. "Well then." Our ML? Unmoved. He just stood there, indifferently watching what chaos she'd unleash. Nuo Nuo leaned in, showcasing her entire firebod. Her S-curves were so fire, viewers are probably getting nosebleeds. She purred. "So, Your Highness, will this new trick work?" Tang Shu, however, remained unfazed. Instead of running, he just leaned into it. His genius brain computed. "Oh, you want to scare me off? Nope, I'm staying." He grinned, played along, and stripped off his top, revealing a full-on 10-pack. "Fine, this king will just bathe with you then." Nuo Nuo's lips pressed into a furious line. "What? My genius plan? Failed?" Instantly, she spun, clutching her chest, slapping her forehead. "Cue the Oscar-worthy performance! My head! Oh, my head is spinning! I've soaked too long! He. Get over here! I'm gonna faint!" Her dramatic wails echoed outside, and a voice boomed. "Who called? I'm here!" She burst in like a superhero. The scene? Beyond Apki D. Shi's eyes were met with our Florida, unclothed and flailing in the tub, and our ML, casually shirtless. "Sir, this is giving major second-hand embarrassment." My eyes! The physician? Sweating, face beet red, awkwardly stammering. Bedroom activities can get intense. Fainting is normal, but maybe dial it down a tad? Don't call me for this small fry drama. With that, she bolted at warp speed. Nuo Nuo screamed in despair. "It's not what you think! Come back, she!" Tang Shu, done with the games, quickly pulled his shirt back on. "All right, that's enough. Stop calling." Nuo Nuo, clutching the tub's edge, was shaking. Her big, innocent eyes were fixated on something. This time, Tang Shu actually left, but not before dropping a condition. "You have 1 incense stick's time to get back to your cage. If you do, I won't even mention that little item in your pouch." His figure vanished. Nuo Nuo watched him go, a whirlwind of emotions in her chest. Scene transition. Back to Tang Shu's swanky manor. Soft footsteps. A deep, smooth voice purred. "Third brother, how polite. Always thinking of this king when good things happen." The Grand Prince enters the chat. Tall, handsome, but giving off major red flags. He flashed a charming, not at all trustworthy smile. Long time no see, bro. Tang Shu, however, was not here for pleasantries. He immediately fired back with shade. Funny, this king thought of you the moment he saw a koi fish. The Grand Prince quickly took his seat, totally oblivious. Well, what are we waiting for? Let the feast begin, he cheerfully commanded. All right, let's feast. No sooner had he spoken than a parade of servants glided in with scrumptious-smelling dishes. Ooh, look! 1, 2, 3, 4 gorgeous ladies, all veiled, perfectly made up, and rocking stunning, seductive outfits. Suddenly, Tang Shu's eyes landed on the group, and he got this flustered look. Huh? He was staring at the last girl. Her hair, those earrings, they're so familiar. The servants walked in a perfectly straight, rehearsed line, dishes in hand, slowly approaching the Grand Prince's table, placing them down one by one. It was Nuo Nuo's turn. Even with the veil, her natural beauty radiates. And guess what? She was giving the Grand Prince a full-on seductive stare. Our Grand Prince, being the total playboy that he was, didn't even hesitate. He immediately looked right back. Meanwhile, Tang Shu, watching from above, was practically steaming. His eyes narrowed in fury as he seethed. What the heck is she trying to do now? NAC, our diligent girl, is carrying a meticulously prepared plate of stewed fish, bringing it over to the first prince. My lord, dinner is served tilde. He suddenly paused, his gaze going full predator mode, practically ready to devour our girl. Then, the first prince grabbed NAC Nazak's arm, pinning her to the table, clearly not letting our girl escape. Hold on, he smirked, then oh so casually dropped. Before this prince dines, everything must be tested for poison, obvi. NAC was shaking in her boots, eyes wide as saucers as she stared at him. Inside, she was screaming, OMG, I'm busted. While she was still spiraling, the first prince, with a smug, flirtatious grin, picked up a piece of fish and held it out. Come on, beauty, just one bite tilde. NAC stared at the fish, internally screaming, only able to gulp down her saliva. Meanwhile, the first prince was getting seriously impatient, evil thoughts bubbling. Seriously, take off that veil already. After hesitating for what felt like an eternity, she tried to hype herself up. Don't panic, Ruan NAC. What if she, the super doc, still swoops in to save your butt? Slowly, she lifted her hands. He was watching NAC's every single move, knowing one wrong gesture, and it was GG for her. She was mentally kicking herself. UGA, if I'd known there was this much poison involved, I would have gone easy on it. Just as she was about to pull off her veil, a deep, warm voice blessed their ears. What's up, Imperial bro? You don't trust little old me? Tang Tu's voice cut through the tension like a hot knife through butter, perfectly timed. NAC's eyes literally lit up, her entire body overflowing with gratitude. Tang Tu, you're like the best person ever! But if you looked closely, bro was emanating a dark, gloomy aura, yet his face was unsettlingly calm. He casually pushed his own plate over. I just ate from this one. Here. Let's swap plates so Imperial bro can chill. It was like only NAC could feel the absolute fury radiating from him. Oh crap, he's seriously pissed! Not giving a single care anymore, she obediently stood up, even though her insides were doing a full-on war dance. But if she swapped plates, not only would her plan totally flop, but Tang Tu would get poisoned, and DEAD. Luckily, the first prince, who apparently loves women so much he'd simp in his next life, wasn't about to let a cutie like her go easily. He just yanked NAC's hand back. Chill, I'm just kidding. How could this prince not trust his own little bro? He happily bent down to pick a delicious piece of fish, muttering, seriously, dying for a hot chick is like the most epic way to go. NAC watched his hands, literally holding her breath. He ate it! He actually ate it! Yes! This is perfect! That means Princess Rabbit's engagement is officially cancelled! Suddenly, the first prince coughed a few times. Then straight up SPIT out the food. She watched him gagging and was just flooded with disappointment. Ugh. The first prince's face was a nasty grimace. He waved his hand dismissively, like EW. This is gross. Third Imperial bro, your chef is a total flop. At the exact same time, Tang Tu, casually sipping some water, snarked back, Imperial elder brother is so right. But, I heard Imperial elder brother has, the BEST relations with the eagle tribe. So why not just ask them to send over another koi fish so your chef can, practice a bit more. Once he's perfected it, he can totally present it to Imperial father to enjoy. And don't worry, this prince will absolutely, positively remember Imperial elder brother's massive contribution then. The first prince's brow furrowed at that. Then he stood up and calmly declared, good relations with the eagle tribe? This brother has no idea about that rumor. I'll be investigating. Who's spreading these wild, false claims? NAC, standing there, saw him still looking perfectly fine, and literally went pale. No! It's too late! He's leaving! What kind of fake-ass poison was that? Seeing the emergency, and clearly operating on fight rather than flight brain, she reached out and stopped the first prince. He, surprisingly not mad, gently asked, "Beauty, what's the meaning of this?" Seizing the moment, NAC respectfully replied, "Your Highness prepared a special banquet and ordered us servants to practice our moves for 3 whole days. Today, we're here to present our dance." The first prince saw this, and his face absolutely lit up with delight, literally unable to hide his inner simp for pretty girls. Ever the pleasure seeker, he immediately settled back in his seat, all prim and proper. Ooh, interesting. Play the music. The lively music started pumping, and 1, 2, 3, 4 girls slowly strutted out, boldly body rolling and showing off their curves. Okay, I cannot miss this chance. NAC thought, plotting. Today's poison plot flopped, but if he notices me and takes me away, I'll have even more chances to assassinate him later. After some serious strategizing, she decided. Operation Seduce the First Prince was a go. He was staring, completely mesmerized, as NAC worked it, getting closer and flaunting her snatched waist and a booty that could win pageants, all while delivering a flawless dance. A flowing silk ribbon brushed right across his nose, and the first prince was literally gone, like his soul had just left his body. Suddenly, he just snatched the silk ribbon, freezing her in place. Even though she'd prepped for anything, NAC was still shook by that move. Then he yanked her entire body right into his embrace. Talk about a classic hero snags the hottie moment, am I right? From a distance, Tang Tu looked down, and oh honey, his butt was practically on fire. That little rabbit of yours has some serious audacity. The first prince, completely oblivious to Tang Tu's seething rage, brazenly suggested, still clutching our girl. "Third Imperial bro? This dancer from your place? Not bad at all. How about you just, gift her to your big bro?" Our girl was doing great, but the moment Nana saw the look in Duong Tu's eyes, she instantly froze in fear. She clamped her lip shut. Because our simp, ML, he's definitely seeing red right now. Our boy Duong Tu steps forward, radiating ice. "Oh, Imperial brother fancies her? Of course I'd love to hand her over to you. However, Imperial brother should probably take a peek at her face first before making any rash decisions." And with that, he casually yanked down Nana's face veil. Dai Huangzi tilted his head for a closer look, and his expression instantly went from intrigued to utterly flabbergasted. Because right now, our queen was serving ugly chic, with tiny red spots blooming all over her face. As for Duong Tu, he already knew, obviously. Not a single muscle twitched in surprise. And for Dai Huangzi, a self-proclaimed connoisseur of beauty, this look was an absolute no-go. He mercilessly blasted Nana away, yelling, "Ugh, so ugly! How dare you cling to this prince?" Good thing Duong Tu was right behind her, catching her just in time. Our queen stumbled and flopped right into his arms. Then he smoothly added, "So, Imperial brother, I hope you reconsider your options very carefully." Dai Huangzi did a full 180, his face twisting in disgust, and stormed off, muttering, "Seriously bad vibes. Third brother, you can keep her yourself." Nana, still nestled perfectly in Duong Tu's embrace, was utterly mortified. "Wait, am I really that ugly?" She quickly scrambled out of his arms, swatting his hands away. With what seemed like a hint of jealousy, Duong Tu softly drawled, So you're that desperate to go after other men, huh?" Our queen felt incredibly wronged at that, her face scrunching up in a pout. I was doing very important business." "Oh, this is your important business, huh? Hiding so many poisons? Were you planning on offing him?" Duong Tu retorted, tossing a small blue medicine pouch at Nana. The very one she'd painstakingly stolen from He Yishi. Our girl caught it, utterly dumbfounded. "Wait, he knew everything?" Nana collapsed onto the ground, utterly dejected. "But I failed. Now you know everything, so just hit me, kill me, whatever you want," she whispered painfully to herself. "I'm so sorry, princess, I can't help you anymore." Hearing her, Duong Tu suddenly crouched down and whispered into her ear, "Yeah, I know. You were trying to get revenge for me because of the koi fish incident, but if you'd actually poisoned him at the banquet, I'd get dragged down with you too. So I told He Yishi to swap out your poison." Suddenly, Nana felt a massive headache coming on. What in the cultivation world is this man rambling about? Avenge him? Does he seriously think I did it for him? Duong Tu's face was suddenly radiating gentle kindness. He tenderly touched her face with a look of pity. "The rash on your face must be super itchy, right?" Only now did it hit her, like a spiritual lightning bolt. Her face did have a rash. So it turned out Duong-tu completely misunderstood, accidentally derailing her perfectly crafted plan. He pulled out a small vial of medicine from seemingly nowhere, gently murmuring, "Shh, calm down. Let me apply this for you." Then, with ultimate simp ML energy, he added, "Good thing this prince ordered He Yishi to put itching powder on your face veil. If you had truly been taken away, how would this prince have protected you?" His soft hand gently caressed Navarna's cheek. Our queen didn't dare meet his gaze. But the story doesn't end here, folks. Duong-tu's face was practically glowing with mischievous glee. He clearly just did something extra devious. But don't worry, he purred. This prince isn't letting him off that easy. After saying that, he gently used both hands to lift her face, looking utterly doting. Our girl just knew his words were packed with layers of meaning she was too flustered to decipher. Cut to Dai Huangzi's lavish residence. A frantic servant stood outside, shouting in, "Wang Ye, your highness, you've gone to the latrine like a dozen times today already." Inside, Dai Huangzi was aggressively struggling to resolve his worries, his face turning a delightful shade of purple. He cursed furiously. "Damn it! This prince will never forgive you." Suddenly, Dai Huangzi let out a blood-curdling shriek. "No toilet paper left!" Meanwhile, back with our queen Nana. Our queen had He Yishi in a death grip around the collar. "You're not cute at all. You conspired with Duong-tu to trick me, you traitor." He Yishi flailed desperately. "Ow! Ow! That hurts." Duong-tu pushed the door open and stepped inside, utterly speechless. Seeing his savior finally arrive, He Yishi continued to wail, "Brother Tu, look at your wife! Your wife!" Nana's face went crimson as she let go. What wife?" He calmly patted He Yishi's head a few times, a silent gesture of comfort. Then he walked over to her side. "My imperial mother heard about your heroic deeds and has commanded you to enter the palace immediately." He then pointed to the outfit he was holding. "Wear this." Nana took the beautiful dress, her heart pounding with dread. Arriving at Niang's grand residence, a place of profound tranquility, boasting fresh ponds, lush greenery, and the purest air, Nana stepped out in a stunningly seductive orange dress, the color making her fair, bright skin absolutely pop. Our queen was secretly a little thrilled. Soon enough, she was ushered before that woman, Yi Fei Niang. The woman before her was breathtakingly beautiful. But it was clear our queen had seriously ticked her off this time. "So you're the tribute? You've got quite the audacity. Do you even comprehend what you've done this time?" Nut now was absolutely terrified, but she gathered every last shred of courage to finally look up. Niang's eyes were now razor sharp, burning with such intensity, it looked like she wanted to devour our queen alive. Nana trembled, her gaze falling weakly as she whispered, "Yes, Niang, please, spare my life." Her slender hand pulled up her bunny ears, as she haughtily declared, "With ears this long, how can you still forget what this queen told you?" The woman, with her sharp, regal face and meticulously applied makeup, continued coldly, "I told you to get close to Tangzhu, and you went and flirted with someone else? Huh?" The rabbit spirit Ruanbao heard this, and her exquisite face couldn't hide its melancholy. She could only sigh and say, "Your ladyship, I truly tried my best. It's just that Tangzhu, he's not quite right." The Snake Clan woman heard this, and coldly ordered Ruanbao, "Where's that bunny tail? Transform and show it to this queen." Ruanbao, hearing this, felt both shy and embarrassed, her face flushing, her small body trembling slightly as she replied, "Yes." Ruanbao closed her eyes, her face bright red, and gently exerted herself. Poof! A round, fluffy, cotton ball-like bunny tail instantly appeared right behind Ruanbao. "OW!" The Snake Clan madam gleefully stepped forward, fondling and squeezing that bunny tail, and didn't forget to say, "It feels so good to touch. It wouldn't be bad to cut it off and use it as a daily plaything." Hearing this, Rabbit Spirit Ruanbao cried a river, almost flooding the entire residence. She clasped her hands together, trembling, begging, "Your ladyship, please spare my life." The Snake Clan madam saw this, burst out laughing, and said, all right, I won't tease you anymore." The madam pulled Ruanbao to her feet, intimately stroking her hand, and smiled, saying, "Get up. I heard you can't freely change forms, so what do you do at night?" The madam continued stroking Ruanbao's hand, a clear calculation in her eyes, and went on, "Little Tangzhu doesn't like adult beast people. He always thought you were a child his age, that's why he liked you. Children's minds are the purest. Adults have too many schemes and struggles, you know?" The rabbit spirit heard this and fell into deep thought. Before, when Little Snake Lord transformed, his body was weak, so he hadn't seen my human form. If what Imperial Concubine said is true, when Little Snake Lord sees my human form, a scene immediately formed in her mind. The tiny, weak Little Snake Lord standing before her, calling out Ruanbao, and she replying, "It's me!" But when he heard her reply, The little snake lord burst into sobs, saying, "You're not Ruanbao. Ruanbao is small and cute." Thinking this, rabbit spirit Nuo Nuo's face turned pale. She was certain little snake lord would hate her. She was so engrossed in her terrifying thoughts that the imperial concubine waved her hand in front of her face, calling Ruanbao's name. But she didn't even notice. Suddenly, Ruanbao snapped back to reality, fearfully looking at the imperial concubine and saying, "Ah, your ladyship, just give your orders." The imperial concubine handed her a round, crimson pill, saying, "Ruanbao, don't disappoint this queen again this time." It turned out this red pill was the Lengxiang. When Ruanbao learned the pill's function, she fearfully knelt down, clutching the imperial concubine's leg, and said, "Last time, His Highness threw me into the lake and I almost drowned. Your ladyship, if you pity me, please just take me in to serve you." The imperial concubine grew a little impatient, her eyes narrowing as she looked at the rabbit spirit. Then she ordered the maids to hold Ruanbao tightly. Ruanbao was seized by two maids, struggling to break free. But it was no use. "Our girl is in trouble." The imperial concubine approached, lifted her chin, and said, "Ruanbao, if you want to live, you must obey this queen." The imperial concubine brought the red pill to her mouth, saying, "Come on, tilde." Ruanbao was forced to swallow the pill, her whole body trembling uncomfortably, her face flushed red as if with a fever, sweat pouring off her like rain. But she could only grit her teeth and endure it. She sat silently in the carriage through the long, endless night. When they arrived at the entrance of the Yi Wang residence, the coachman announced, "Young lady, we've arrived." Ruanbao heard this and immediately lifted her skirt, practically leaping out of the carriage. Her body was constantly panting from discomfort, tears streaming down her face, and she silently thought of the name, Tang Zhu. She rushed into the Wang residence, flung open the door, her mind constantly on the name, Tang Zhu. But then she discovered there was no one in the room. Uncomfortably, she sat on the ground, holding her forehead, wondering where Tang Zhu was at this very moment. Under the full effect of that aphrodisiac pill, her whole body was extremely uncomfortable. She collapsed, panting incessantly, her face flushed red as if with a fever, her whole body trembling from discomfort. She secretly thought, "This is too much, and Tang Zhu isn't even here." Suddenly, a voice calling third brother rang out from outside, startling her into sitting up abruptly. The one who arrived was a young man with golden brown hair and blue eyes, featuring the characteristic slit pupils of the snake clan. When he saw Ruanbao, he seemed a bit embarrassed, his face slightly flushed, and said, "You are that tribute." Ruanbao, with disheveled clothes, sat there trembling. That young man said with a calculated tone, "It seems this prince's vision isn't bad. Your appearance can definitely become a money-making tree for this prince." Ruanbao heard this, and quickly said, "Tang Zhu will be back very soon, don't come near me." That young man heard this and sneered, "Little tribute is quite smart, knowing you have support," but he approached her, lifted her chin with his hand, and said, "You're feeling very uncomfortable right now, aren't you?" making her turn her face away in shame. Ruanbao suddenly flared up, swatting the young man's hand away, and snapped, "Get lost!" She secretly thought, "If I fall into his hands, I'll be sent to the Tianji pavilion, and I'll never be able to get close to the crown prince again in this lifetime." The young man froze, seeing Ruanbao's reaction. He said, "So fierce, I wasn't going to eat you." After speaking, he didn't forget to rub his sore hand. The young man's eyes were full of contemplation, saying, "I just wanted to help you." Then he showed Ruanbao a muscular black rabbit, trapped in a cage, saying, "I originally intended to give this one to third brother in exchange for you, but it seems this prince arrived at just the right time. You seem to really need it right now." Ruanbao was stunned when she saw this. Then, whoosh, a red snaketail flew over. That red snaketail tightly coiled around Ruanbao's body. Ruanbao screamed in panic, "No! Let me go!" Then a hand aimed straight for the dazzling red mark on her forehead and pressed down hard. After that, Ruanbao instantly reverted to her original form, a chubby, adorable white bunny. My heart. That prince chuckled slyly, then opened the cage, allowing the black rabbit, which also seemed to be affected by an aphrodisiac, to step out. He scoffed, saying, "You better properly thank this prince." Rabbit spirit Ruanbao trembled violently, unsure if it was from anger or fear, and secretly cursed the prince. "Oh, I'll thank you so much. Not." This black rabbit came zooming in, aiming straight for Nuo Nuo, but Nuo Nuo was quick to react, dodging the black rabbit like a pro and making it miss. Who would have thought? She hadn't even run that far when someone's hand blocked her path, making Nuo Nuo jump. Tang Ce chirped, "My little offering, your body's already like this. Why even bother running?" Nuo Nuo's eyes went wide. She braced herself on her front paws, gathering all her strength, her inner thoughts screaming, "Laugh it up! Laugh it! You pee! I'm about to eat your face!" And just like that, she leaped straight onto Tang Ce's face, delivering a powerful kick. Then, before Tang Ce could even react, she quickly bounced off, because, hello, 36 stratagems. Running away is always the best. Before leaving, Nuo Nuo even had time to turn back and provoke him. Later, hater, making him absolutely see red, grinding his teeth in fury. After that, Tang Ce grabbed the black rabbit by the head, leaped off the windowsill, and chased after Nuo Nuo. Don't even think about running away. After landing safely, Tang Ce was still swinging the black rabbit around as he ran, yelling loudly for Nuo Nuo to hear. "Stop right there," I said. But that shout only made Nuo Nuo run even faster. After running until she reached a lake, she suddenly stopped. Tang Ce finally caught up, panting heavily, asking smugly, "What? Not running anymore?" "HMPH, your rabbit clan is afraid of water, aren't you?" Nuo Nuo thought to herself. "Yeah, most rabbits are afraid of water, so I'm about to take a gamble." Nuo Nuo stared intently at the lake, gathering all her courage. Then, she leaped right into the lake, making Tang Ce's eyes go wide and his jaw drop in pure shock. Nuo Nuo steadily hopped onto a lotus leaf in the middle of the lake, crossed her paws, and smugly looked at Tang Ce. "Didn't see that coming, did you?" But who would have guessed? He still didn't give up. He even quickly threw that black rabbit into the middle of the lake and commanded, "Go! Catch her for me!" The black rabbit lunged to catch Nuo Nuo, and because of the difference in speed and weight, the lotus leaf began to sway and wobble wildly. And then, both rabbits plopped right into the lake. Tang Ce clutched his head in exasperation and yelled, "Ugh! This is truly losing both my prize and my soldier." Nuo Nuo watched the black rabbit gulping water and struggling, thinking, it can't swim. I just need to hold on for 3 minutes. Sure enough, the black rabbit soon sank into unconsciousness. Nuo Nuo then used her strength to pull the black rabbit back up. As soon as she resurfaced, Nuo Nuo gasped for air, while the black rabbit just floated there. Tang Ce saw Nuo Nuo pulling the black rabbit up, and said in surprise, "I can't believe you can swim. You truly are a surprising little offering." He watched Nuo Nuo crawl out, and continued, "That was the strongest beast in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, and you took it down so easily. If there are any lingering side effects, how do you plan to compensate me?" Hearing him say that, Nuo Nuo put her paws on her hips and disdainfully thought, "In that case, I'll just laugh at you, thank you very much." Tang Ce narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, Nuo Nuo was ensnared by a snake's tail and pulled upwards. Then, she was brought to a stop right in front of Tang Ce. Nuo Nuo teared up, feeling wronged as she thought, "Looks like it's impossible to escape the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's devilish clutches after all." The tail gently placed Nuo Nuo down on a rock, and then Tang Ce reached into his robes, rummaging for something. Finally, he pulled out a towel to wipe Nuo Nuo dry, making her blush as she thought, "This Tang Ce is being so nice. He's definitely up to something evil again." Next, he placed an elixir pill in his palm and told Nuo Nuo, "Eat this." Nuo Nuo shook her head frantically, thinking, "Nope, not eating it. It's definitely poison." Tang Ce, losing his patience, pinched her mouth open and forced the elixir pill down Nuo Nuo's throat. Only then did he explain, "That concubine fed you a cold fragrance pill. If you don't find a way to resolve it, you'll die." After swallowing the elixir, Nuo Nuo suddenly felt a refreshing coolness, and the unsettling agitation slowly disappeared. Nuo Nuo hadn't even had time to think anything good about Tang Ce when he started patting her head. "Pop, pop, puppy," he teased. "This little offering is both dumb and silly, but surprisingly fun to keep around. No wonder third brother didn't want to give you to me." Tang Ce continued rummaging in his robes. "Ah, got it." Tang Ce placed a spirit fruit in his palm, brought it close to Nuo Nuo, and said, "This spirit fruit was formed from other spirit fruits. It can help you transform into human form. It's extremely precious, you know." Tang Ce propped his chin in his hand and continued, "How about I bring you a little bit to eat every single day, Nuo Nuo, who was already munching on the spirit fruit, paused, thinking, "Every single day?" She looked down at Tang Ce's feet. Our Florida NAC glanced at Duong Sax with an unmistakable, "Nah, I'm good" look, even with that spirit fruit practically sparkling. Duong Sax pouted, poking Nasic's cheek playfully. "I'm giving you good stuff, and you're rejecting it? Trisk, not appreciating this snake's kindness, are we?" While they were busy with their playful banter, a stone suddenly zipped past their faces, sending chills down their spines. Duong Tu held a stone in his hand, coldly warning Duong Sax, "This prince did not order you to be doing these kinds of things." Duong Sax immediately pulled his hand back, waving it dismissively to feign innocence. Whoa, I won't touch anymore! Bro, don't get mad!" Even though he acted scared, he boldly thought to himself, "My third brother really is the god of jealousy." Duong Tu coldly glanced at NAC, and our girl NAC also looked back at him nervously, not even daring to swallow the piece of spirit fruit in her mouth. Duong Tu quickly shifted his gaze to Duong Sax, Aren't you leaving already? Duong Sax stared right back at him. Then he grabbed his own unconscious black rabbit by the ear, hurriedly scurrying away. Okay, I'm going. Before leaving, he gleefully announced, I'll be back again tomorrow. Both Duong Tu and NAC watched him helplessly. Bro really has a death wish. Only after Duong Sax left did Duong Tu turn back to NAC, eat a bit more. Spirit fruits are truly good for you. Our NAC, seeing her master's permission, immediately took a grand bite, gnawing away like someone was going to snatch it from her. After finishing, she tossed the empty seed onto the ground. Because she'd eaten her fill, her belly was round and plump, and her mood was a little happier than before. Then NAC quickly transformed into her human form. Guyan Bao happily thought to herself, spirit fruits are truly beneficial for shapeshifting. Our simp ML Duong Tu blushed, gazing at the beautiful and adorable appearance of the person he liked. But our queen Guyan Bao didn't pay attention to his expression. Instead, she asked anxiously, Where did you go today? And what if Duong Sax comes back here again tomorrow? Duong Tu feigned a cough, ahem, to regain his composure, then slowly answered her question. Recently, this prince has been busy with affairs and won't be in the residence much. If he comes to visit you, I'd actually be a little more at ease. Guyan Bao angrily pointed at her own face and said, At ease? He's the most dangerous snake. Today I almost... Without a word, Duong Tu turned to leave. His robes were immediately pulled back by her. Hey, where are you going? Duong Tu didn't answer her question, but kindly reminded her. Remember my words well. Stay put, and remain in the residence. After speaking, Duong Tu immediately turned and left. Guyan Bao watched Duong Tu's retreating figure, suddenly feeling a little worried for him. What exactly does he plan to do? It was already nighttime. The sky had darkened, and the moonlight was like the only illumination capable of shining upon everything. At this moment, our female lead was deep in slumber. Suddenly, a spirit fruit thumped right in the middle of her forehead. Guyan Bao woke up with a startled gasp, immediately shouting, Who's there? Duong Sax walked in with a smile. Of course, it's yours truly, this grand young master. He patted her head and said, Quickly eat these spirit fruits. After you finish, you'll probably be able to freely change your forms. Guyan Bao pretended to be obedient to probe him. Why are you suddenly so good to me? Don't tell me you've got another scheme up your sleeve, do you? Duong Sax suddenly tensed up. He pursed his lips into a thin line. He pressed his hand onto the blanket covering her. Leaning his face close to hers, narrowing the distance between them, he whispered, What if I told you? I like you. They met each other's eyes for a moment. Then Duong Sax turned away, quickly changing the topic as he picked something up. Oh right, here's this for you. He held up the item he brought, smiling as he introduced it to her. Here, this is the moon shadow gauze. It's as thin as a cicada's wing, shimmering with light, absolutely gorgeous. Guyan Bao picked it up to look, her eyes filled with surprise and delight. But she didn't forget to ask him the reasons. No one gives something for nothing, so why are you giving me a dress? Duong Sax twirled the fan in his hand and nonchalantly replied, The eldest prince's birthday banquet is in a few days. Our ML Duong Tu has always been a lone wolf. Duong Sax propped the fan on her chin and continued, Our ML Duong Tu has had women shoved at him several times already. I'm afraid this time they'll try to push someone on him again. So, for our ML, you have to pretend to be his companion. Her eyes immediately sparkled. The eldest prince's birthday? What a perfect opportunity. Guyan Bao excitedly jumped up, throwing her hands to the sky and shouting, I'm in! Startling even Duong Sax standing next to her. Seeing her strong reaction, Duong Sax sadly asked, You like our ML that much, huh? Guyan Bao blushes and retorts, Who'd even like him, period? Duong Sa hands our queen a snake-shaped bracelet, advising, Wear this, and if you're ever in danger, you can save yourself. She eagerly takes it and tries to wear it like a regular bracelet, but there's no clasp, leaving her utterly clueless. Duong Sa sighs dramatically. Knew you wouldn't get it. If you worship me as your master, this prince will reluctantly teach you. Before he could even finish his sentence, Guyan Bao cheerfully holds out her hand. Like this? Plot twist. The snake on the bracelet is real, and it hisses a few times, startling Duong Sa. A small, venom-tipped arrow immediately shoots out from the snake's mouth, making Duong Sa frantically dodge. He pinches its neck, holds it back, then carefully returns it to Guyan Bao. Take this! You almost ruined this prince's dashing face. Go change and follow me, we're gonna practice properly. Our girl is left flustered and confused, being scolded and ordered around, only able to sheepishly take back the bracelet. The two quickly move to the training grounds. She stares at the black dot marked on the scarecrow's face, and raises her hand to aim. Duong Sa immediately closes in, one hand adjusting her shoulder, the other holding her wrist, gently instructing, Wrong. First, clench your fist, Then straighten your wrist, relax your shoulder, stand still, aim. Slight wrist movement. Being pressed against him and having him whisper in her ear makes our queen super tense. Their eyes are practically touching, her in front, him behind. Once she adjusts her posture, Duangsa yells, "Shoot!" Seeing the venomous arrow hit the bullseye Duangsa drew, Nguyen Bao's jaw drops. She happily turns to Duangsa, "OMG, I hit it!" But before they can celebrate for long, he suddenly senses a murderous aura nearby. Turning around, he sees none other than Duang Tu leaning against the wall, silently observing them. Duangsa tremblingly asks, "Third brother, when did you get here?" Duangsa, knowing better, immediately releases Nguyen Bao, steps far away, and quickly tries to explain himself. "Third brother, I was still teaching her according to your wishes. You're not mad, right?" "Right?" Duang Tu coldly replies. "I didn't tell you to teach her this." Duangsa quickly tries to butter him up. "Third brother, you're being a bit much. Wouldn't it be better if she could just, survive and return?" Nguyen Bao, standing cluelessly by, thinks, "Can't you two speak in a language I understand? Am I, in danger or something?" Our queen can't stand the suspense, so she asks directly, "Prince, what exactly do you want me to do, for real?" Duang Tu gently wraps his arm around her waist, pulling her impossibly close to his body. Then, with a calm composure that screams, ML energy, he answers her question. "Turn into a rabbit. I want to take you outside." Nguyen Bao hears this reason and immediately transforms into a bunny. No hesitation, not even for a second. "Take me out to play! Say less, fam!" Plus, bow on ear. Plus, bell collar around neck. Plus, adorable fluffy bow on tail. And just like that, we have a beautiful, elegant bunny. But Nuo Nuo doesn't seem to be feeling the vibe, judging by her extremely displeased expression and angry little foot stomps. Duangsa, from behind, sarcastically compliments him. "Third brother, you truly have the heart of a teenage girl." Duang Tu doesn't even bat an eye, picking up the still fuming Nuo Nuo and telling his third brother, "Enough with the nonsense, let's move." The three of them leave the manor and head to a super swanky, grandly decorated restaurant. Duang Tu places Nuo Nuo beside him. As he and Duangsa sip their wine, someone suddenly calls out, "Third brother!" The owner of the voice immediately walks over to greet him. "Long time no see, third brother." The two kids instantly light up when they see Nuo Nuo. "Third brother, your tribute is so good. Isn't this that eating performance tribute for Imperial Mother in the palace? It's absolutely adorable." Nuo Nuo looks at the children in front of her, internally speculating. Are they all, imperial descendants? The child continues, "Come on, little bunny, perform for us," and reaches out to touch Nuo Nuo. Duang Tu immediately scoops her up, blocking their way. "It can't eat anymore." Duang Tu places Nuo Nuo in his lap, explaining, "This prince can barely hold her anymore, she's so heavy." Nuo Nuo hears him say that and angrily nips Duang Tu's finger, pouting and thinking, "Excuse me? How heavy can a tiny little bunny like me even be?" The two kids are shook. It actually dared to bite third brother? Duangsa, ever the drama instigator, adds fuel to the fire. "Oh, this one? She's got some serious guts." Just when you thought the chaos couldn't get worse, another person arrives. This girl, seeing all the drama she's missing out on, frowns and questions. Why did third brother host a banquet and not invite this princess? Duang Tu, clearly wanting no part of this, quickly covers his face as if he saw nothing. Duangsa is no exception, quickly raising his fan to hide his face. The princess quickly notices Nuo Nuo. She immediately gushes over it. "OMG, such an adorable little bunny. Third brother, are you gifting it to ME?" The princess's over-the-top excitement makes Nuo Nuo tremble in absolute horror. Nana, our girl, blinked at the little princess. This Sun Luo Gongju, small as a baby snake, was still in her innocent era. Tang Ce, sitting beside her, leaned in to whisper, "You gotta be careful. My little sister here, she's basically responsible for at least 8, maybe 10, of the palace's tribute pets passing away." Na heard that and immediately started sweating buckets, low-key panicking. Sun Luo Gongju, faking a sweet smile, reached her hands out, slowly approaching Na. "Good little tribute pet," she cooed. "This princess will take you for some yummy treats, MMK." At that exact moment, Na, terrified, yeeted herself right onto Tang Xiao, leaving Sun Luo Gongju standing there, absolutely bewildered and facepalming herself. Na, smugly poking her head out, thought to herself, "Oh, I dare you to stick your hand into your imperial brother's robes, you wouldn't." Tang Shu, at this point, felt every single one of Nana's fluffy hairs poking him, and his face turned beet red. This little fake rabbit's fur is so soft, and so ticklish. He, with an exasperated sigh, pressed her head down. "Stay still already." Nana, feeling totally peeved, gave Tang Xiu a bite that probably left a mark. She grumbled internally. I thought he was taking me to a grand feast. Turns out, it's a full-on hongmen banquet. What a scam. Tang Xiu's eyes nearly popped out from the bite, but he could only helplessly endure her abuse. This simp, ML, I swear. He pressed a hand to his stomach, forcing a strained smile at the little princess. Since you're already here, why don't you sit down and eat? The little princess clenched her fists. Annoyed, but reluctantly nodded in front of her imperial brother. Ugh, fine, she mumbled. She quickly sat herself right beside Tang Xiu. The little princess's eyes didn't stop scrutinizing. Third brother really dotes on that rabbit, she thought, a green tea flag waving somewhere. The banquet finally wrapped up, and Tang Xiu was definitely feeling a bit tipsy. Tang Ce ordered his subordinates. Make sure to get third brother home safe and sound. Understood, they chimed. The carriage quickly rumbled away. Tang Xiu felt a massive headache coming on. He kept rubbing his head, mumbling woozily. Finally, we're out of there. Nana also popped her head out to scope out the situation. Our girl's paws were scratching Tang Xiu all over the place, and she was making frantic rabbit squeaks. He, completely lost, pressed a hand to her mouth. Speak human, please! She quickly activated her transformation magic and shifted back. In just a moment, Nana was back in human form. A little peeved, she loudly complained to him. I'm telling you, that princess literally made me too scared to come out. Tang Xiao slapped his forehead in exasperation. I didn't even invite her today. I actually wanted you to make an appearance. Hearing this, Nana got super curious and leaned closer to him. What do you mean, make an appearance? She asked, secretly wondering. What devious plot is Tang Xiu cooking up? Her eyes, sparkling and innocent like two precious gems, waited for him to speak, full of anticipation. Looking at the fair-skinned, beautiful girl in front of him, Tang Xiu felt a little stir in his chest and found himself staring. He quickly blushed, awkwardly looking away, and swiftly changed the subject. You haven't eaten anything yet, you must be starving, right? Come on, let's go buy some street food. It'll help me sober up too. At the mention of food, Nana's eyes lit up like car headlights. She couldn't believe it. OMG, really? I can go stroll around? The words were barely out of his mouth when she suddenly planted a kiss on Tang Xiao's cheek, gushing. Tang Xiao, you're the absolute best. Our ML, blindsided by the surprise smooch, totally froze, so utterly pleased he couldn't even utter a single word. Bro is down bad. Nana, overjoyed, cheered loudly. Street food! Street food! Tang Xiu rubbed his cheek, a little flutter in his heart, and softly murmured, My little bunny. The streets were bustling and vibrant. Red lanterns hung everywhere. Tang Xiu stood in a corner, taking a quick scan of their surroundings. He suddenly told Nana, Hold on a sec. Then, he reached for a cute, bunny-shaped mask and gently placed it on her. He also grabbed a mysterious, all-black, super cool mask for himself. Then he carefully instructed her, Don't let anyone recognize us. After that, in full domineering CEO mode, he told Nana, Let's go. Whatever you want to eat, I'll buy it for you. She looked at his dashing, back, and couldn't help but sigh. Tang Xiu is being too good today. It feels almost unreal. Looking at his blurry hot silhouette, Nana suddenly felt her cheeks flush beet red. The two arrived at a stall piled high with food. A huge sign proudly proclaiming, Welcome, come and taste. Nai tried a few dishes, her face glowing with satisfaction as she clutched her hands in pure bliss. Tang Xiu, standing by, dotingly asked, Is it good? She didn't answer, but instead took a piece of cake, brought it to his mouth, and said, You try it. Tang Xiu didn't refuse. Taking a small bite, under her expectant gaze he chewed a few times, then coolly replied, It's all right. After that, he, Chudo Tusai style, tossed out a fat money pouch. He generously called out, Boss, Gihua Gao, Tao Hua Su, Su Huan Zi, Tiao Dao Gao, one portion of each please, and pack them up. Nana, standing beside him, was practically drooling, her mouth watering like a broken faucet. Our girl still wanted more, so she suggested, I also want some syrup. Tang Xiu, without a moment's hesitation, agreed. Okay! Meanwhile, in the distance, the little princess was secretly stalking the two of them, clenching her arms in pure, unadulterated jealousy. She's getting so green tea right now. In a palace that was both luxuriously grand and eerily familiar. Na was carried by a kind maid, who whispered to her, Concubine mother summoned you urgently while our prince is away. I'm not sure what for, but don't worry, I'll protect you. Looking at the gentle girl in front of her, Na was touched. You're so good. In her rabbit heart, she felt a little anxious, wondering if concubine mother would punish her this time, as she'd already failed twice. Suddenly, that little princess from the other day appeared, yelling, It's you! Startling Nana. Without hesitation, she poked Nana's rabbit head with her finger, arrogantly stating, "Concubine mother summoned you again? You really know how to get attention. This princess is so curious. What makes you different from all the other rabbits out there?" The maid immediately bowed her head and said, "Princess, the other ladies are waiting. This servant requests to be excused." But what awaited the maid was a slap from that vicious little princess that hit like a thunderbolt. The maid, reeling from the slap, lost her balance and fell face first to the ground, accidentally dropping Nuo Nuo as well. The little princess sneered, "You lowly thing! How dare you flail around in front of this princess?" The words barely left her mouth when she brutally grabbed Nuo Nuo's 2 rabbit ears and pulled her up, making Nuo Nuo shiver with cold sweat from the pain. The little princess gave her a sinister smile and stared. "Scared? This princess just wants to see you perform." After that, Nuo Nuo was forcibly brought to a table piled high with food. The princess commanded, "Eat all of this!" Nuo Nuo thought helplessly. How am I supposed to eat all this? Is she deliberately trying to torment me? The kind maid desperately cried out, begging the princess to spare Nuo Nuo. "Our prince truly values this tribute." But the little princess didn't care, retorting, "So noisy! Gag her!" With that, she shoved a massive chicken drumstick into Nuo Nuo's mouth. Her face turned vicious as she relentlessly urged, "Eat fast, or this princess will beat you to death with a stick." Faced with such a blatant threat, Nuo Nuo reluctantly complied, and the entire table of food was reduced to crumbs in an instant. Nuo Nuo's cheeks were puffed up on both sides, looking utterly adorable. The table was full of fish bones and some half-eaten pastries. Nuo Nuo, helpless with her round body, collapsed onto the table, thinking, "I can't anymore." The little princess still wouldn't let go. Instead, she grabbed Nuo Nuo's leg and lifted her up, making Nuo Nuo feel incredibly nauseous, wanting to throw up. With the little princess's swinging hands, Nuo Nuo couldn't hold it in and vomited right there. Seeing this, the princess shrieked, "Ew, disgusting!" then flung Nuo Nuo far away, leaving the little bunny dizzy. At this moment, a snake tail appeared, coiling around Nuo Nuo's battered body and rescuing her. It was none other than Tian Du. He tenderly stroked the little rabbit in his arms, then cast a sharp glare towards the little princess. Nuo Nuo, teary-eyed and full of grievances, sweetly called out, "Tian Du?" And just like that, our simp, ML, domineeringly pulled up his sleeve to wipe her mouth. He couldn't stand seeing his beloved tribute bullied to such a state. The little princess, oblivious to his attitude, said enviously, "Third brother, I want this tribute. Give her to me." Nuo Nuo, weak and trembling, nestled close to him, whispering a plea. "Save me, Tian Du." He continued to caress and comfort her, while his eyes above hers turned fierce, glaring at the little princess. She angrily looked up and asked, "Third brother, why are you looking at me like that? She's just a mere tribute." Tian Du remained silent, only giving her a cold, unwavering stare, looking more menacing than ever, which immediately made the little princess, Ren, hard. She cried out indignantly, "Third brother, I can't believe you'd treat me like this for a mere tribute. I'll tell Father Emperor and Mother Empress." The maids quickly intervened. "Princess, venerable Night King Tian Du suffers from an acute illness, and His Majesty is especially lenient with him. If you argue with him, and he has an episode, what then?" Nuo Nuo's eyes sadly looked at him, wondering, an acute illness? Besides his terrifying face, I can't see anything wrong with him. The little princess tearfully wiped her eyes. Still refusing to stop, she furiously lunged at Tian Du to grab Nuo Nuo. "She's just a lowly tribute. I must have her. I don't believe you'll actually hit me." Her sudden attack made Nuo Nuo shrink back in fear. Contrary to the little princess's expectations, Tian Du lashed out his snake tail, tightly coiling around her arm. This made her tremble in pain, her mouth agape in shock. Tian Du glared, looking utterly terrifying, and said with a serious face, "What if I do punish you?" Her arm was tightly constricted, unable to move. She looked at her third brother with a mix of surprise and fear. At this moment, the first prince's voice suddenly rang out. "What's going on?" He walked over to support the trembling little princess, who wept and leaned into his embrace. The first prince, maintaining a calm expression, asked again, "What happened here?" Dai Huangzi gently stroked his little sister's head, asking with doting affection, "Little sis, who dared to upset you?" The Xiao Gongzhu angrily pointed at Nuo Nuo and yelled, "It's that tribute thing!" His eyes turned ice cold, glaring intently at her, making our girl shiver in absolute terror. Suddenly, Dai Huangzi changed his expression, offering a conciliatory smile. "Is this really worth siblings fighting over? Third brother, if our little sis likes this tribute, it's its good fortune. Just give it to her, bro." Tang Xiao didn't reply, instead gently stroking and comforting Nuo Nuo. "Ruan Bao, don't be afraid." Nuo Nuo was a bit surprised, thinking, he actually called me Ruan Bao? After that, Tang Xiu expressionlessly walked past Dai Huangzi, leaving him utterly confused and ignored. The palace maids gossiped. "Third prince really doesn't care about Dai Huangzi. They're both fighting for the throne. Who knows who'll win?" Another maid whispered. But Da Huangzi is clearly stronger than Third Prince. Third Prince acting all high and mighty is too much. To save face, Da Huangzi stopped Tang Xiu. Third bro, are you really gonna make our little sister sad just to fight over a tribute? Tang Xiao's eyes turned furious. All he uttered were two words. Fight over? Then, ignoring Da Huangzi, Tang Xiu coldly brushed his hand aside and calmly replied, "Who's actually doing the fighting here?" Da Huangzi was utterly flabbergasted, left speechless by the ultimate shade. He watched Tang Xiu's confident back as he walked out the door. He stood there, dumbfounded and stewing, for a long time. At this moment, outside, the sky was already turning dark. Tang Xiu quickly returned to his Zun Yi Wang Fu. Suddenly he stumbled, his face darkening dramatically. He gently placed Nuo Nuo aside. Nuo Nuo seemed to sense something was terribly wrong. Tang Xiao's heart is beating so fast. Is he unwell? His voice slightly tired, he instructed her. Go back to your room and rest. Stay a little far from me. Tang Xiao helplessly put a hand to his forehead. This prince can't guarantee what I might do to you in a moment. Nuo Nuo, showing she didn't want to leave, reached out to him, letting out little chitter-chitter. Tang Xiu, agitated, yelled, Go! Now! Quick! Startling her, she stared wide-eyed, thinking, could it be that illness they talked about? Seeing her reaction, Tang Xiu was also trembling, but he scoffed. Truly a timid little rabbit. Useless trash. Just then, he transformed back into his Zhao Shiwang form. Looking incredibly weak, he faintly mumbled, Don't touch me. Don't let anyone steal my things. In mere moments, his body kept wildly changing. He seemed to be in immense pain, clutching his head and collapsing in a heap. Suddenly, a warm hand reached out towards him. Nuo Nuo had transformed back into her human form. She gently pulled him into a hug, comforting him. Don't be scared, don't be scared. I'm here. It's okay. It's all over now. Tang Luo and those guys had triggered him today, making him remember being bullied as a child. His weak Xiao Shijun form couldn't handle such triggers, which was why the Tang Xiao persona had to be born. They only knew that Tang Xiu couldn't be triggered, or he'd get a killer headache. It was almost better for him to transform back into his Xiao Shijun form. Nuo Nuo became worried. If others find out his secret, it'll be so dangerous. I'll help him protect this secret. In the dark night, Tang Xiu quickly fell into a deep sleep. Nuo Nuo, lying in her cage, groggily heard a strange noise and slowly opened her eyes. What in the world is that sound? What greeted her eyes was a giant, super green snake, staring right at her iron cage. She was absolutely petrified. Luckily, the cage was locked. That snake's head was huge, so it couldn't squeeze in. Yet. It started squeezing the small cage with its tail, its head relentlessly attacking from the top. Nuo Nuo was utterly terrified, trembling all over, letting out frantic little rabbit squeaks. Just then, Zhao Shijun walked in with food. Little bunny, are you hungry yet? She gave him the most pitiful, help me, eyes. Following Nuo Nuo's gaze, the giant snake also turned to the door. Zhao Shijun panicked, dropping the plate of food in his hands. Then, he somehow composed himself and screamed at the snake. Who sent you? Don't you dare hurt Ruan Bao. But that snake ain't scared. It lunges straight at Zhao Shijun, hissing, Who the heck are you? Why do you look like the third prince as a baby? Seeing it about to spill all the tea and reveal his secret, Nuo Nuo completely freaks out. Oh no, this is not going to end well. This oversized snake, having no idea what's coming, cockily declares, I'm bringing both of you back for the princess to see. But our Zhao Shuajun is not about to back down. He thrashes, biting the snake hard, screaming, Get away from me! The snake doesn't even have time to react before Zhao Shuajun's bite sends shivers down its spine, leaving it gaping and whining in pain. The gigantic snake can't take it anymore, and, in a fit of rage, whips its tail at Zhao Shuajun. Seeing Zhao Shuajun lying there, totally knocked out, the snake smirks smugly. Ha! Couldn't even take one hit from me. Just then, a voice calls out, Stop! Right there! The gigantic snake looks up, totally startled. Right there, a gorgeous, fair-skinned girl, dressed in flowy, ethereal clothes, stands before it. After a moment of scrutiny, the snake recognizes her. Little bunny, you've finally shown up. Completely ignoring the snake, Nana marches right over and scoops Duang Tu into her arms. She glares, furious. You dare hurt my Xiao Shuajun? No sooner does she speak than an arrow shoots from Nana's arm. Our girl screams, enraged, Go die! The arrow is lightning fast. The snake has no time to dodge as it plunges straight into its eye. Blood splatters everywhere as the gigantic snake writhes in horrific agony. Seizing this golden opportunity, Nana scoops up Zhao Shuajun and makes a break for it. In the dead of night, having finally escaped outside, Na is totally confused and lost. OMG, where do we even run now? Just then, a rustling wind whispers through her hair, and Zhao Shuajun suddenly transforms. In a flash, he returns to his original, big boy form. Duangtu's massive body crushes Nana, leaving her dazed and annoyed. Couldn't you have said something before transforming? You're so heavy. But he's not fully awake yet. His eyes are hazy, and he looks absolutely exhausted. Then he leans over and passes out cold. Nana, totally panicked, slaps his back a few times, screaming, "Wake up! You are not allowed to sleep!" Duangtu suddenly regains consciousness and immediately flips Nana to the ground. Not knowing what just happened, he asks in a scolding tone, "What game are you playing now? Running off to the wilds like this?" They're so close, her face flushes bright red. Embarrassed, she shoves him away. "I think your brain is completely waterlogged." Meanwhile, the gigantic snake has already caught up, screaming that it's going to catch both of them. But what greets its eyes is the sight of a tall, imposing Duangtu. And the little guy from before? Vanished! This leaves the snake absolutely flabbergasted. After thinking for a moment, it suddenly clicks. So that kid was actually the third prince all along? What a massive secret. This snake clearly hasn't learned its lesson. It cockily charges forward. "Third prince. No, Duangtu. This time, you're utterly finished." Duangtu's gaze burns with fury as he stares down that lurid green snake. Just as its tail is about to graze Nana, Duangtu's massive hand swiftly wraps around our girl's waist. Then, with peak ML swagger, he swings his hand, unleashing a terrifying force toward the snake. Duangtu just casually flicks his hand, and the snake is left writhing in horrific agony. Then, with one arm still wrapped around our beauty and his other hand clenched, he unleashes an immense, raw power. In an instant, the gigantic snake is utterly annihilated, its bones shattered and flesh pulped, leaving nothing but a fresh, bloody mess. After effortlessly finishing it off, Duangtu, still oozing disdain, scoffs out a few condescending words. Nana looks at him with sparkling eyes. "Wait, I thought Duangtu was supposed to be weak. Who knew he was this strong? If only he could kill the first prince for me, that would be perfect." Thinking this, our girl is so overjoyed she literally hugs him tight, practically drooling. Duangtu gently uses his hand to wipe away the blood that splattered on her face. Nana stares at Duangtu with an absolutely infatuated gaze. He notices a smirk playing on his lips and says in a doting tone, "So, you're mesmerized by me now, huh?" Nana's eyes turn cunning, sparkling like a galaxy of stars. With a fake worshipping manner, she asks, "Oh, not at all. My lord is just so cool. But honestly, who's more impressive, you or the first prince?" Hearing that, Duangtu's face darkens. "Why do even you want to compare me to him?" Angrily, he lifts her chin and asks, "What, do you want to choose a stronger backer?" Nana, wincing in pain, thinks to herself, "Ouch! Why is he suddenly so angry? But I definitely can't tell him I want to use him to kill the first prince." Not waiting for her answer, he turns sulkily and walks away, muttering complaints under his breath. "Figures. You're just like the rest of them, all flattery and no substance." Ignoring his sulky thoughts, she immediately grabs his robe. Her eyes sincere and full of determination, she declares, "No, I hope you win. If you need me, you can use me however you want. I'll help you win." Looking at the slightly cunning girl before him, Duangtu stays silent for a long moment, not answering. At this moment, Nana is absolutely smug, cackling internally. Helping him means helping herself, and helping Princess Shu. Suddenly, Duangtu lifts her head. Nana's eyes are still wide with innocent cluelessness, having no idea what's coming. Then, he unexpectedly plants a soft, soft kiss on her lips. Nana, as if possessed by a love demon, offers zero resistance. She melts into his embrace, completely infatuated, welcoming his kiss. Seeing she doesn't refuse, Duangtu immediately pulls her waist even closer to his body. After the kiss, with a classic domineering CEO move, he lifts her up, confirming her earlier words. "You said it, remember? Don't you dare regret it now." Duangtu aggressively shoves NAC off the bed, making our girl cry out in misery. Seeing him undress, she scrambles up awkwardly. Prince, aren't you being a little too forward?" But he's clearly not stopping, totally ignoring her pleas as he reaches out, grabs her leg, and pulls her right back onto the bed. Then, with all his man strength, he pins her down again, asking teasingly, "Oh? And where exactly do you think you're going?" Duangtu gazes at NAC with melting eyes, continuing, "That little guy calls you Ruan Bao. But, Ruan, isn't your real name, is it? So what is your real name, my lady?" With their faces this close, our girl NAC is blushing like a tomato. She stammers, eyes flustered. "It's Ruan, NAC, as in NAC from the Seven Promises Princess." He suddenly presses closer, whispering right into her ear. "So that's why your every word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold." NAC, as confident as ever, declares to him, "Duh, of course. Whenever you need me, just say the word." Hearing this, Duangtu slowly continues. "Tonight, I need you to join me at the Crown Prince's birthday banquet. It's super dangerous, so if you don't want to go," without a single hesitation, she agrees instantly. "I'll go!" She's got her own calculations, though, thinking, if our little snake lord goes out tonight, I'll be right there to cover for him. He lifts Nak's beautiful face, emphasizing, "Even if you might die." But our girl replies at lightning speed, "Yes, I'm willing to go with you." A plot twist. She's also got a plan. If she can pull off a successful assassination, she won't regret even dying. He says nothing more, just stares at her with intense, piercing eyes. "All right then," he says. "You'll have to take responsibility for me, okay?" The words barely leave his mouth before Duangtu swiftly seals Nak's lips with his own. He kisses her passionately, and before she can even react, she's just lying there, totally accepting this sweet, sweet torment. But in Nak's brain, ever the workaholic, a thought pops up. "Okay, fine, take responsibility, it is. Sleeping with him means I can totally report this back to Empress Consort." She quickly responds to him, and just like that, their passionate moment kicks up another notch. Nak's whole body suddenly trembles. She arches back, reaches out, and clutches onto Duangtu, as both of them let out some very loud sounds. Just as things are heating up, the sixth prince bursts in. He shouts, "Third brother, I'm here to take you to the banquet." And literally everyone watching is probably screaming, wanting to boil this little snake of a brother for interrupting. What an incredibly awkward scene. Everyone just freezes, and let's just say, there was no after that anymore. R.I.P. the moment. A gorgeous mask is prepared for Nac to wear to the banquet. Outside, the sixth prince is impatiently urging, "Are you done changing yet?" Nak's voice rings out, "I'm coming right now." She steps out in a stunning, sparkling dress, dazzling like a K-pop idol. The sixth prince sees her and his jaw literally drops. Duangtu on this side isn't doing much better. His mind is blown, and he's completely speechless. The sixth prince approaches, smooth-talking her. "My little bunny, do you have any sisters? I, this prince, will offer 100 spirit stones. How about selling your sister to me for my personal care?" Nac, not amused, snaps back, "Sixth prince, don't even think about it. My sister is not for sale." Duangtu, at this moment, frowns deeply, turns his head away, and demands, "This outfit? It's way too eye-catching. Change it now." The sixth prince, totally getting his brother's "I'm losing my girl" panic, chimes in, "Third bro, it's the person who's beautiful, not the clothes. She could wear a potato sack and still shine just as bright." Hearing that, our ML Duangtu just tightens his lips in pure frustration. Meanwhile, Nac just props her chin up, puts on her mask, and continues getting ready. Duangtu approaches, pulls her into a hug, and with a grudging look, resigns, Fine, let's just go with this for now." At the banquet, the place is packed. Laughter and chatter echo through the massive hall. But when Duangtu's crew walks in, their sheer radiance just steals the entire spotlight of the party. All the gossiping aunties start whispering non-stop. "The third prince actually brought a woman? I thought he avoided female company. Who is she?" Someone even speculates about Nak's identity. "She must be that rumored tribute the third prince has been favoring lately." Just then, Duangtu has a weird reaction, as he remembers a traumatic, horrifying memory from his past. Bullying whispers echo in his ears. "You gutsy punk, daring to steal the crown prince's spot, you idiot. Look at him trembling, haha." Nac, standing right next to him, keenly notices. She whispers, super worried, "Oh no, Duangtu's brain isn't braining right now." Thinking fast, she quickly presses close, wrapping her arms around his. His face darkens as he turns to look at her. Nac's worried expression is obvious. She softly calls out, "Your Highness." Duangtu understands her unspoken thoughts, takes her hand, and comforts her. "I'm fine, don't worry about me." While our duo is still lost in their moment, the crown prince, lurking in the crowd, has already noticed them. He stares intently at Nac, and her figure quickly makes the crown prince realize, wait, she's the dancer from that day. Duangtu leads her to a banquet table already overflowing with delicious food. He seats her at the table, gently instructing, "Stay right here, don't wander off. I'll be back in a flash." She watches his retreating back, silently wondering, where are they even going? In front of the sassy little princess room, someone's footsteps suddenly stop. The girl inside, sounding super annoyed, snaps at the person. "You dare show your face before this princess again?" Our queen Nuo Nuo was all alone outside, shaking in her boots. Then this little princess, A literal green tea bitch comes storming out, weapon in hand, cussing up a storm. Did you think I wouldn't recognize you just 'cause you changed your form and wore a mask? Today I'm not letting you off the hook. Just as the leather whip was about to land on Nuo Nuo, someone steps in to block it. It's the Great Prince! He flashes a fake smile and says, "Little sis, let's not cause a scene now, alright?" Our girl is equally stunned, internally asking, "Wait, the Great Prince? He's actually helping me?" He tries to drag his sister away, but this spoiled princess isn't having it. She stubbornly screams in the middle of the banquet, "Brother, let me go this instant!" After finally getting rid of that brat, the Great Prince turns his curious gaze towards Nuo Nuo. Our girl meets his gaze, equally surprised. It's his birthday today, so he probably doesn't want the good vibes ruined, she thinks. A little while later, Tang Tu finally shows up. Our girl quickly snuggles into his arms, complaining, "You're finally back! Just now!" But before she can finish, Nuo Nuo suddenly freezes. This isn't Tang Tu's scent, it's Lu Yi. This simp ML imposter whispers a threat. "If you want to live, shut your mouth." Nuo Nuo looks absolutely disgusted. "Why is it you again? I'd rather have Lan Yi." This guy is so smug. He wraps his arm around her shoulder and says in a classic domineering CEO tone, "Don't worry, just cooperate obediently, and nothing will happen to you." The banquet quickly kicks off, and everyone's laughing and chatting happily. Only at Nuo Nuo's table are the two desperately faking intimate gestures to avoid suspicion. Sitting prominently in the main hall, the Great Prince suggests, "How about we have the tributes perform a dance to entertain our guests?" Our girl hears this and gets a little flustered. Wait, maybe dancing will give me a chance to kill him? Since Nuo Nuo is one of the tributes, she's quickly lined up with the other dancers. The Great Prince's gaze is absolutely glued to our girl, not straying for even a split second. Nuo Nuo smoothly steps out to perform, her dance moves absolutely graceful and skillful, but what she's really focused on is his every move. The Great Prince leisurely sips his wine, watching the performance with a smirk. Just as his Adam's apple is exposed, catching Nuo Nuo's eye, our girl is tense, watching his every move, ready to strike. Calculating the perfect moment, she thinks, "This is it." But plot twist. Suddenly, another girl bumps right into her, and just like that, the mask on her face accidentally falls off. Someone whispers, "It's not time yet." Nuo Nuo frantically covers her face, silently cursing. Who was that? The performance, meanwhile, carries on. Finally, they lock eyes. Our girl is sweating bullets, panicking. "Crap, I've been seen." Meanwhile, the Great Prince's eyes are sparkling because he just saw a pretty girl. He instantly concludes, "Aha! So third brother was deliberately protecting her back then." Our girl is frozen stiff, completely dumbfounded, with no idea what to do. Then fake Tang Tu walks over and picks up the mask. He scolds her endlessly. "Are you saying we're not in enough danger that you can't even protect your mask, you silly rabbit?" Nuo Nuo, annoyed, retorts, Yeah, can I just disappear for a bit? I need to use the little girl's room." Fake Tang Tu is speechless and barks, "How troublesome. Someone take her away." She's quickly escorted out of the banquet hall. Nuo Nuo keeps glancing left and right, sensing something is way off. The bathroom isn't far, and this is not the way to it, she thinks. Suddenly, our girl realizes she's walked right into a trap, and she bolts, running like her life depends on it. Someone had already set a net to catch her. She struggles fiercely but can't break free. What the heck? But this net is so sharp, it hurts. The cruel mastermind finally shows herself, smugly saying, "Let's see where you run now." Nuo Nuo is absolutely terrified, thinking, "It's her again, I'm doomed. What do I do now?" The little princess pouts viciously and raises her leather whip. She lashes it straight at Nuo Nuo. The cracking sounds absolutely deafening. Our girl bites her lip, enduring every single wave of pain. The little princess glares at her bitterly and snarls, "Still wearing third brother's moonlight gauze, are we? Do you even deserve it?" Seeing Nuo Nuo tremble, she loudly orders, "Guards, drag her out of here!" With two people holding her down, Nuo Nuo can't resist. "Let me go!" she screams. "No way!" the cruel little princess sneers. "Strip her naked!" The servants quickly obey, tearing off our girl's outer robe. Nuo Nuo cries desperately, begging non-stop. But this green tea princess couldn't care less. In fact, she's reveling in our girl's misery. Nuo Nuo's desperate scream echoes, "Tang Tu, save me!" But the one who appears is actually the Great Prince. He growls, "Little sister, stop this instant!" The princess, startled, whips her head around. Then she reluctantly compromises. "Fine, release that lowly tribute." The little princess, still smug, continues, "Then let this lowly tribute be my birthday gift to you, brother. I've already helped you teach her a lesson, so she definitely won't defy you now." The Great Prince dotingly pats her head and replies, all right, thank you, my good little sister." He stares intently at Nuo Nuo, slowly explaining, "My little sister isn't easy to provoke. She loves bullying weak tributes. But then again, I can't really blame her for bullying you, given how you look right now. But before he finishes speaking, the great prince's gaze turns super creepy, lingering on the tattered Nuo Nuo. The glimpses of her exposed skin fill him with way too much interest. Yuck! And then the great prince pervertedly licks his lips, clearly implying, hee hee, even this prince wants to bully you now. This dude is a walking red flag. Right now, our girl Nuo Nuo is literally tied up by a suspicious-looking green snaketail. Turns out, she'd been captured by none other than that Da Huangzi. And bro is still salty, ranting. You thought you could trick this prince with that ugly makeup at the banquet? Like, I wouldn't recognize you? This creep had no shame, practically breathing down her neck, making our queen Nuo Nuo visibly uncomfortable and turn away. Da Huangzi was not having it. His eyes narrowed as he growled. Not willing, huh? Nuo Nuo just looked down, her heart heavy, unable to answer. His voice then turned super slimy and threatening. A tribute? Who doesn't listen? Aren't you scared of my punishment? And then, without warning, Da Huangzi flashed his sharp fangs and straight up bit Nuo Nuo's rabbit ear. He retracted his slithery snake tail, while Nuo Nuo swayed, fighting back a scream of pain. But Da Huangzi just wouldn't quit, whispering, where should we play next? As he spoke, his perverted tail quickly snaked its way up her skirt. Nuo Nuo was shaking with shame, tears welling up as she weakly cried out, let me go now! Our girl, using every ounce of strength she had, shot the hidden weapons prepped on her wrist right at him. But her little parlor trick? Yeah, that barely even tickled him. He literally caught the weapon right in front of a stunned Nuo Nuo, then crushed it with his bare hands. Trying to kill me? How cute. Did your Tang Zhu teach you that? And with that, his snake tail recoiled, this time around Nuo Nuo's waist, making escape absolutely impossible. He pressed his disgusting face against Nuo Nuo's, his voice a mocking whisper. You're far too impatient. This prince isn't even warmed up yet. Why not wait a little longer? The words barely left his mouth before he bit her neck again. Da Huangzi's gross tail slipped into her chest, and Nuo Nuo just tried to endure the humiliation. 3, maybe 4 more hours until dawn, she thought. And Tang Zhu is just a baby snake demon right now. Huh. He can't save me. Her eyes filled with despair as she remembered the rumors about Tang Yu's cruel ways. They were all true. She recalled the princess confiding in her. Nuo Nuo, I don't want to marry that bloodthirsty, cruel Da Huangzi. Back then, even as a little one, our girl Nuo Nuo was mature enough to comfort her. Princess, don't worry, I'm here for you. Remembering that promise, Nuo Nuo steeled herself. I can't give up now. While she was deep in thought, Da Huangzi, the absolute menace, grabbed her hair from behind. Seriously, how dare he? He angrily snapped. Distracted because you think I'm not as good as Tang Zhu, huh? Nuo Nuo, in pain, thought, I'd rather fight to the death than be tormented like this. And then, the absolute psycho stuck out his slimy, wet tongue and licked Nuo Nuo's face, purring, good little bunny. While he was distracted, our girl carefully pulled out a tiny knife she had hidden under her foot. Then, with all her might, she fought to break free from his grip. In one swift, glorious move, she swung the knife and sliced Da Huangzi right across the body. He couldn't react, and blood started gushing out everywhere. And for good measure, she plunged it into his chest one more time. Just then, a whole squad of people in black appeared. Nuo Nuo turned to face them, a grim thought in her mind. Okay, escaping now is pretty much impossible. But at least I got him. No regrets, even if I die. Suddenly, a knife plunged into her back from behind. Nuo Nuo, dizzy and disoriented, collapsed to the ground, whispering, Goodbye, Tang Zhu. Through the fog, she thought she saw the little snake lord walking towards her, calling out, Ruan Bao! The next morning, our girl Nuo Nuo woke up in pain. In Tang Zhu's room? Her eyes fluttered open. Tang Zhu's worried face hovered over her. Nuo Nuo, how are you feeling? It was then she realized. She wasn't dead, and Tang Zhu had actually brought her home. But her body was aching so bad she couldn't even transform, just lying there, squeaking helplessly. Tang Zhu gently chided her. Do you even know what you did? This silly little rabbit. Daring to assassinate him. Our girl, in her cute little rabbit form, obediently snuggled her head into Tang Zhu's hand, seeking warmth. Suddenly, Nuo Nuo's eyes shot open in shock. Wait a minute. Something felt seriously off. A million questions bombarded her. She shot upright, flailing her little rabbit paws wildly, like a madwoman. Is Tang Yu dead yet? And how did you even bring me, an assailant, back home? But our precious ML, Tang Zhu, couldn't understand rabbit squeaks. He just looked helpless, sighing, It hurts a lot, doesn't it? What am I going to do with you? And then, our simp ML, ever so gently and with such care, rubbed her injured ear. Swoon! A moment later, Tang Zhu's tone shifted to inquiry. You weren't here for me, were you? Who was it for? Your organization has already been discovered. That night, you were the only tribute to survive and make it out of Zunshuo Wangfu. Nuo Nuo heard all that and completely freaked out. Who am I? Who am I even? What organization are you talking about, bro? Tang Xiao's voice was ice cold. You really don't know? Nana squeaked helplessly, protesting. I'm so wronged. I genuinely don't know anything about any organization. His gaze suddenly dropped, and he fell silent for a long moment. A moment later, he offered Na Nam a spirit stone. If you refuse to speak, I won't press it further. Take this. Your injuries are too grave. Self-healing will be incredibly difficult. This is a 2-realm spirit stone. It can quickly restore you. Our girl was ecstatic seeing this treasure. Nana slyly snatched the spirit stone, then secretly tucked it into her spatial bag. She was already scheming. This spirit stone is way too precious. I'll just let my injuries heal on their own. I want to bring this back to Mom. Tang Xiu angrily snapped. Can't you see how unstable you are right now? Are you hoarding those spirit stones to dig your own grave? Hand them over now. Nana cried, poof, and her spatial bag vanished without a trace. He was officially done, and coldly ordered, Lan Yi, tell Lu Wangjia to bring some spirit stones here and make her eat them. Na was so thrilled she almost passed out. More spirit stones? This time, I've truly hit the jackpot. As night fell, Tang Xiu's manner became eerily quiet. When Na saw Lu Wangjia, she couldn't contain her glee, letting out a few squeaks. Who absolutely wreaked havoc on you like this? With 2 bumps on his head like a bull demon king's horns, he grumbled resentfully, My little ancestor, you really know how to stir up trouble. Who else could it be? Lu Wangjia pulled out a bag of pastries. Good thing you're not dead, otherwise this prince would have had to be buried with you. Here, have some snacks. Greedy Nana's eyes lit up like car headlights at the sight of food. He continued to nag and scold. You've got some nerve. How dare you try to kill Big Brother Tang Yu? I taught you hidden arrows for self-defense, not for assassinations. Nagyane, however, was tuning him out. At this moment, all she saw was food. As he spoke, Lu Wangjia rummaged through his clothes, pulling something out. With those skills of yours, you thought you could kill Big Brother Tang Yu? Dream on. Everyone thinks he's, well, resting. If Big Brother finds out you're still alive, your little buddy won't be around anymore. Hearing this, Nana froze, then fearfully broke into a cold sweat, muttering, Tang Yue isn't dead? So I failed after all. Lu Wangjia fumbled around for a bit, finally pulling out a beautiful pink spirit stone. Alright, don't worry too much. Eat this, and you can transform. Nana impatiently lifted herself to grab it, but Lu Wangjia playfully held it just out of reach. He earnestly instructed, You have to promise to speak well of me in front of Sanjay. You absolutely must clarify that you wanted to kill Big Brother Tang Yu. Not that I instigated it. Annoyed, Nana flew over and bit Lu Wangjia like a lightning strike. I get it already, so long-winded. Nana crossed her arms, puffed out her chest, and haughtily swallowed the spirit stone. Beside her, Lu Wangjia burst into tears, whining, You too! One bops my head, one bites my arm. You really are a match made in heaven. In just a flash, the spirit stone worked its magic. Nana transformed back into a beautiful girl, teasing, Isn't it because your face is just begging to be punched? Lu Wangjia huffed in annoyance and ran off. HMPH, I'm not playing with you two anymore. I'm out. Just then, Xiao Shijun walked in, eyes sparkling. He stared intently, asking, Are you Ruan Bao? Na, now in her maiden form, paused with food still in her mouth, and looked up. This was the first time she'd met Xiao Shijun in this form. She shyly smiled, replying, Yep, I'm Ruan Bao. If you don't like this shape, I can change back. In her heart, she pondered. Yifei Nyang once said, Xiao Shijun isn't too keen on grown-up offerings, but he said nothing, just reached out a hand. Then he ran and launched himself into her arms, hugging her tightly. His eyes welled up with tears, and he tearfully exclaimed, Ruan Bao, do you even know how dangerous that was? You almost lost your life. She placed a hand on Xiao Shijun's shoulder, asking, Xiao Shijun, you knew? Was it you who saved me? He hung his head, sadly replying, Tang Xiu saved you. I'm so useless. If he hadn't forcefully suppressed me to save you, I might never have seen you again. Nana hugged Xiao Shijun close, sweetly comforting him. No. When I was about to die, I heard your voice. You found me first, and then Tang Xiu rescued me. Hearing this, Xiao Shijun brightened right up. Really? I saved you too? Nana nodded vigorously, affirming, Yep. Xiao Shijun yelled, He and I are not the same. Ruan Bao, from now on, call me Tang Mo. She happily agreed. Then I'll call you Mo Bao, okay? Xiao Shijun continued glumly. That day, I was scared I'd cause trouble again, so I never dared to show myself. Only after you woke up did I want to come out and visit you." Seeing how utterly pitiful he looked, she thought, has Xiao Shijun been gone so long that he feels he's lost his sense of self-worth? Thinking this, she stroked his head to comfort him. "Mo Bao, I will always wait for you to appear." He grabbed her hand, looking at her with utterly affectionate eyes, and asked, "Ruanbekio, can you wait for me to grow up? Don't worry, I'll mature super fast." She flashed a bright smile and promised firmly, "Of course, Mo Bao, I'll always be here." But in her heart, she couldn't help but wonder, isn't growing up just turning into Tangshu? Can Mo Bao really grow up? He naively held out his pinky finger, making a solemn vow. "Okay, promise?" "Pinky swear." The two quickly sealed their promises with childish games. Xiao Shijun's eyes were filled with fierce determination as he earnestly instructed, "Ruan Bao, wait for me." Very quickly, he unconsciously faded away, and just like that, Tangshu returned. He glared at her, demanding, "Na, what did you agree to with him?" Seeing Tangshu grill her, Nuo Nuo snatched her hand back, nervously mumbling, "I was just trying to make Xiao Shijun happy, what's your deal?" He warned her seriously. "He only looks like a child. One day he'll remember everything and have to face it all. If you're just humoring him, don't give him too much hope." Nuo Nuo's eyes widened in confusion at his words. She thought to herself, wait, is he saying Xiao Shijun, and he will become one again someday? Time, as it does, decided to speedrun. And just like that, 2 months later, our girl Nuo Nuo was in her room, happily counting every single spirit stone she'd managed to hoard. Suddenly, Lan Yi burst through the door, panic etched on his face. He urgently announced, "Lady Nuo Nuo, Sun Shuo Wang has brought Princess Sun Luo to visit the manor. I'll help you disguise yourself now. Please, cooperate." Nuo Nuo nearly jumped out of her skin. As he applied her makeup, he softly reassured her, "Lady Nuo Nuo, don't worry. Just stay close to His Highness, don't pull any stunts, and you'll be out of harm's way." Our girl glanced at herself in the mirror, marveling. Wow, this human skin mask is actually gorgeous. But before she could get too mopey, Lan Yi nudged her. "Lady Nuo Nuo, hurry! His Highness is waiting." They quickly made their way out, with Lan Yi whispering urgent instructions. "Lady Nuo Nuo, whatever you do, don't make eye contact with Sun Shuo Wang. Your eyes haven't changed, and they'll give you away." Suddenly, she nervously clutched Tangshu's arm. He turned to her with that tender gaze, asking softly, "Scared?" Nuo Nuo's fearful eyes pleaded, "Your Highness, you will protect me, right?" Tangshu snapped into protective mode. He gently stroked her cheek, his voice a low comfort. "Don't worry. No one dares to harm you in front of me." Just as our simp, ML, finished his vow, the Grand Prince's voice boomed from afar. "My dearest third brother." Tangshu heard this, and his lips curled into a sneer. He cut straight to the chase. "Funny, I was just heading out. Grandbrother, to what do I owe this sudden visit?" The Grand Prince replied with an air of nonchalance. "Is that truly so? Or is it that my third brother simply doesn't welcome this prince?" Tangshu dramatically lowered his head and sighed, a mournful, accusatory act. "Grandbrother, those little darlings I cherished were just killed by you. How exactly do you expect me to welcome you now?" Princess Sun Luo, aka the White Lotus, chimed in with a sneer. "Third brother, your current pets are doing just fine, no worse than the old ones. Don't get so hung up on a mere tribute." Nuo Nuo heard this, and her head dropped, utterly crushed. The cunning Grand Prince then flashed a fake smile and continued, "Oh, Grandbrother has been thinking of ways to compensate you lately. I specifically selected this batch of snow rabbits just for you." With a clap of his hands, he signaled his subordinates to bring something forward. And what did they bring? The emaciated, barefoot forms of young women, delivered right in front of Tangxia. Nuo Nuo's eyes went wide as saucers in sheer horror. Handcuffed, emaciated, and looking like absolute hell, these girls were being held like slaves. It was a gut-wrenching sight. Nuo Nuo's face went ashen. She was so horrified she clapped a hand over her mouth, trying to hold back whatever unsavory words were bubbling up. The villainous Grand Prince even walked up to one slave girl, brutally yanking her face up. He grinned. "Oh, these tributes have been personally trained by yours truly. They know how to please." Nuo Nuo's whole body was trembling. Thank the heavens, Tangshu was right there to pull her into his arms. He held her tight, murmuring softly, "Don't be scared. I'm right here." Suddenly, Nuo Nuo's eyes flashed with a new kind of shock. It looked like she'd just spotted something truly terrifying. One of the slave girls looked at her, offering a meaningful, yet painful, smile. The girl's lips silently formed a word. Nuo Nuo understood instantly. Revenge. Nuo Nuo's mind raced, completely bewildered. Revenge? Wait, could she be the one who stopped me from assassinating Tang Lu at the banquet? She looked up at Tangshu, her eyes resolute, and started, "Your Highness, I want." But she couldn't finish the sentence, instead conveying her unspoken thought with a fierce glare. "I need to go kill this absolute beast." Ow. Tang Xiu, bless his heart, completely misread the room. He mumbled, "This prince knows you're holding back, and it's uncomfortable. But now isn't the time. Wait until they're gone." Nuo Nuo was absolutely speechless. What the heck is he talking about? "That's not what I meant." Princess Sun Luo, aka the green tea bitch, sneered from the side. "Ugh, talk about a slut displaying herself everywhere." Tang Xiu shot a chilling glare at the Grand Prince. He impatiently pressed on, "Grandbrother, I'll be blunt. We have urgent matters that demand our attention." The Grand Prince merely pondered, tightening his grip on the slave girl's neck without a word. Internally he seethed, "Useless trash! Third brother doesn't even bother to look at you." With that thought, the Grand Prince cruelly crushed her neck until she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Witnessing this horrific spectacle, Nuo Nuo was utterly terrified, tears brimming in her eyes out of sheer pity for the girl. And he wasn't done. He lifted her up, the girl groaning in endless agony as he snarled, "Third brother? Doesn't even want this one." The Grand Prince, completely devoid of a soul, unceremoniously tossed her aside like a piece of trash. The remaining girls trembled, scared out of their wits. The girl, covered in wounds, lay motionless on the cold ground. He cruelly declared, "Well then, no point in keeping any of them." Then, with a sickeningly evil grin, he commanded, "Kill them all! Spare no one!" After the first prince's command, the remaining girls were brutally massacred in cold blood. Their eyes held a terrifying resentment, and their desperate screams echoed, "No, please, don't!" But the only reply was heartless blades piercing through their bodies. The first prince gleefully stood aside, enjoying the show. A twisted, perverted smirk plastered across his face. Nuo Nuo couldn't hold back any longer, tears welling up as she charged forward, her heart screaming, "I have to kill him!" Thankfully, our simp M.L. Tang Xiu quickly stepped forward, waving his hand to send those subordinate goons flying. He coldly retorted, "Thanks for your kind intentions, big bro. Now please, see yourself out." The first prince even faked a smile, saying, "Oh, third brother, why didn't you say so sooner? This big brother clearly misunderstood. My bad, we'll get going now." The two quickly left, and Princess Sun Luo curiously asked, "Why did big brother give those assassins from the birthday banquet to third brother?" The first prince didn't hide anything, and explained to her, "That little rabbit beside Tang Xiu was meant to assassinate this prince at the banquet." Clearly, Tang Xiu rescued and disguised her. He smirked sinisterly, evil intentions bubbling in his heart. "Excellent. So you didn't die? This prince will torment you, little by little." After the first prince truly left, Tang Xiu sat down to check on the girl. He noted, "She still has a breath. I'll go find He Yishi. Maybe she can still be saved." He Yishi quickly arrived, but she could only helplessly say, "I'm sorry, I've tried my best." The girl glanced towards Nuo Nuo, taking her last breath as she spoke. "My name is Luo Niang. I'm a member of Princess Shu's guard squad. There are 60 of us who infiltrated the heavenly capital, and each of us carries a jade pendant like this one." The girl's trembling hands brought the jade pendant to Nuo Nuo, instructing, "My jade pendant. I leave it to you." Before she could finish, the girl stopped breathing and went to meet her ancestors. Nuo Nuo was in a daze, unable to accept the reality. In just a moment, the girl's body gradually vanished into thin air. Only the green jade pendant remained, which Nuo Nuo clutched tightly in her palm. She shed tears of pity for her comrades, making a fierce resolution in her heart. "Luo Niang, rest assured, I will complete this mission with them and return home safely." After the whole ordeal, she returned to her room with a crestfallen expression. She didn't even bother to touch the food on the table. Seeing this, Tang Xiu loudly threatened, "If you don't eat properly, I'll send all those maidservants away." Nuo Nuo didn't hesitate, immediately pleading, "Your Highness, please help me." Hearing this, he replied, amused, "Oh? Tell me more. This is the first time you've ever actively asked for my help." Nuo anxiously suggested, "I want to send them to the 6th Prince's heavenly secret pavilion, so he can protect them safely." Tang Xiu leaned in, hugging our girl tightly, and teased, "You're asking for this prince's help, but with this little sincerity?" The words had barely left his lips before Nuo Nuo, without an ounce of hesitation, arched her back, wrapped her arms around him, and kissed him deeply. Girl boss energy activated. The two of them stayed like that, lips locked in a passionate embrace, for a long, long time. Our boy Tang Xiu is no block of wood, so he immediately picked her up. Then, he looked at Nuo Nuo with a hungry gaze and asked, "This isn't the end, is it?" Tang Xiu and Nuo Nuo quickly made their way to bed, and soon, soft moans began to escape her throat. Nuo Nuo's face was flushed red with embarrassment, her heart pounding frantically. She used her slender hand to caress his rock-hard abs, softly asking, Your Highness, is this enough? Tang Xiu, clearly knowing how to enjoy himself, replied in a daze. Not enough. Keep going. For the kingi, great cause. Nuo Nuo immediately hugged him tightly and kissed him ravenously. Suddenly, Tang Xiu grabbed her hand. Then, he roughly pinned her down on the bed. Satisfied, he said. Considering your sincerity, I'll call Tang Ce over tomorrow. Nuo Nuo's face was flushed crimson. She caressed him, offering words of gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for agreeing to risk saving me, and for agreeing to save them all. Unexpectedly, a blood-red mark appeared on Tang Xiu's forehead. Nuo Nuo, surprised, pointed at his forehead and explained, This is a blood pact. With the blood pact formed, Your Highness and I can truly live and die together. Tang Xiu, however, didn't care one bit. He suddenly thrust harder, teasing her. Still trying to be sneaky and naughty at a time like this, my little demon? He worked extremely hard, his face flushed red, panting heavily. The two were tightly entwined, emitting intense moans. The scene unfolding before them? A total feast for the eyes. As Nuo Nuo lay trembling beneath him, Tang Xiao's mind was filled with extreme thoughts. With this blood pact, will she truly never leave me? Ever again? Nuo Nuo's eyes flickered with regret. Horrified at the thought of being stuck forever, spending her whole life in this heavenly capital kingdom trapped in his clutches? Tang Xiu, our resident simp ML, glared and asked her, Why so quiet, huh? She shyly turned her face away, muttering, Just sleepy, that's all. Nuo Nuo coldly turned, her mind already racing with upcoming plans. Tomorrow, bringing those rabbit beauties to the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion might just give her a chance to negotiate her organization's mission. Meanwhile, Tang Xiu was left feeling oddly empty after their brief, happy moments. The next day, our ML kept his word and summoned Tang Ce. The poor guy turned absolutely green in the face seeing all those beautiful maidens, instantly whining, Oh, my little ancestor! My Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion is brutal. It's not some daycare for idle, boring people. Hearing that, Nuo Nuo immediately clung to Tang Xiu's arm, pouting playfully. Our ML said nothing, just shot Tang Ce a death glare that made him tremble in fear and shut his mouth immediately. Then, he swiftly gave the command, rushing forward and urging, Follow this prince, chop chop! Only one girl, named Ganji, remained. She respectfully and sincerely said, This maid, Ganji, wishes to stay in the manor and repay your highness's life-saving grace. Nuo Nuo didn't refuse, agreeing instantly. All right, you stay. You can be my companion, how convenient. Tang Xiao turned to her and suggested, This prince has to make a trip to the Heavenly Fragrance Rabbit Inn. You're coming with me. Hearing that, she recoiled in fear, shaking her head furiously. No way! A lot of rabbits get eaten there, I'm not that dumb. Suddenly, Ganji stepped closer and whispered a secret into her ear. The boss of the Heavenly Fragrance Rabbit Inn is Zhongshuan Qi, the captain of the Imperial Guard. Now, take your token and go meet her. Hearing this, our girl's attitude instantly changed. She beamed, hugging Tang Xiu and declaring, But I totally trust you to protect me. Let's go. The Heavenly Fragrance Rabbit Inn was an Imperial commissioned restaurant in Imperial capital city, and its mysterious owner seemed to have royal connections. Nuo Nuo's eyes sparkled brightly with amazement as she took in her surroundings. Wow, so flashy. It totally lives up to its reputation. Tang Xiu looked at her, gently instructing, I'm going to the second floor to meet someone. You can wander around by yourself. Anything you want to eat, just charge it to my name. Lan Yi will secretly follow you, but don't you dare leave the inn alone. She obediently nodded. Got it! Inside, there was even a lively performance of singing and dancing by beautiful women. Amidst the bustling crowd, Nuo Nuo started calculating. Being followed so closely? Guess I'll have to do this to shake him off. With that thought, she quickly dashed into the restroom, leaving poor Lan Yi staring after her helplessly. In just a moment, she transformed back into her chubby gray rabbit form, happily thinking to herself, Success! Escaped! She secretly observed her surroundings, scouting it out. This must be the place, right? Inside, a beautiful woman was resting her chin on her hand, waiting. This must be Zhongshuan Qi, the one Nuo Nuo had heard about. She spoke up. You are Ruan now? Nuo Nuo quickly took out her green jade pendant, placing it before her as she replied, That's me! The woman gazed at Nuo Nuo with interest, sizing her up. I hear the third prince even beat up Sun Luo Princess for you, and antagonized Sun Shuo Prince multiple times. So, have you two had any physical contact yet? Nuo Nuo blushed at the sensitive question, but didn't hide anything, sharing honestly, Yes, we have. And he treats me very well too. The woman in front of her explained further. Our cold fragrance pill, besides its beautifying effects, also acts as an aphrodisiac. The Serpent Lord is only infatuated with the scent of the cold fragrance pill, so any tribute he receives is the same. As she spoke, she took out a pink pill, explaining, "The effect of the cold fragrance pill only lasts for 1 year. After a year, without the aid of the cold fragrance pill, you'll quickly lose the Serpent Lord's favor. That's why many rabbit beauties use all their saved-up spirit stones and gold to buy tons of cold fragrance pills. Lucky for you, I happen to have one right here. Take it and use it." Nuo Nuo lowered her head, gazing at the pill in her hand, sadly thinking to herself, "I knew it was a transactional relationship between us, but hearing it exposed so casually still makes me incredibly uncomfortable." The woman continued to assign Nuo Nuo her next mission. "This time, your task is to retrieve the precious 5-colored spirit stone from the heavenly capital palace. Only then can the princess's engagement have something to negotiate with later." The woman looked at Nuo Nuo, emphasizing, "Right now, only you can enter the palace." After she returned, Tang Zhu curiously asked, "What took you so long?" Flustered, she quickly blurted out an excuse. "My tummy wasn't feeling so good." He anxiously approached, asking, "Are you feeling better now?" She happily replied, "I'm fine now." Tang Zhu quickly put his arm around her shoulder and gently suggested, "Then this prince will take you somewhere." The two of them arrived at an incredibly spacious shop. The person inside greeted them warmly with a respectful smile, presenting a box. "Your Royal Highness, these are the 12 treasures you requested. Please, take your time to examine them. This humble one will withdraw for now." Nuo Nuo opened the box, her eyes sparkling brightly with sheer amazement. Seeing the sparkling treasures inside, she couldn't help but ask, bewildered, "Are these for me? Your Royal Highness, these must cost a fortune. They're far too precious." Tang Zhu didn't answer, instead leaning in close and whispering, "You're really different today." He didn't hesitate, intimately kissing her neck. Our girl sadly thought to herself, "It's just as she said. He spoils me, but it's all just because of that damn cold fragrance pill." Nuo Nuo, clearly not wanting Tang Zhu to get too close, dodges him like a pro and bolts. "It's getting dark, we gotta go," she chirps. Our simp ML watches her retreating figure, utterly baffled. Bro's confused. As twilight deepens, a hushed silence falls over everything. The calm before the storm? Back at her room, Nuo Nuo meticulously tucks some precious items into a bag, then hands it to Ganji. "Ganji, these are the 12 treasures. Give them to Zhongshuangqi. Tonight's 5-color spirit stone heist will ensure your smooth escape," she whispers. Before our girl can even finish her instructions, Tang Zhu pops up at the door like he's been summoned. "Nuo Nuo, this prince has brought you treats." Both girls jump out of their skin. Good thing Ganji's got ninja reflexes and already stashed the goods. Phew. Nuo Nuo's panic mode activated. She immediately switches to full-on theatrical cheer. "Your Highness, what perfect timing, I was just starving," she exclaims, then turns to Ganji with a discreet wink. "Ganji, you're dismissed for now." Our intelligent sidekick gets the message, nodding frantically as she exits. Nuo Nuo devours the treats like a famished goblin, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. "Thank the heavens, he didn't see anything." Tang Zhu asks tenderly, "Is it good?" She replies with pure enjoyment, "Delicious." Suddenly, a look of sincere guilt crosses his face. "Can you forgive this prince? I swear I won't take you to that place again." Nuo Nuo is flabbergasted. Wait, does he think I'm actually mad at him? She lowers her head, flustered. "I'm not upset," she mumbles, secretly running through her meticulously planned schedule. "Ugh, I still need to get to Tianxiang Pavilion to meet Zhongshuangqi." Tang Zhao gently cups her face, lifting it to meet his gaze. "Then tell me, why are you avoiding this prince?" Our girl sadly pulls away from his touch, maintaining a stubborn silence. "No answer for you, my dude." Her silence only fuels Tang Zhu's fury, and he roars. "The moment you stepped foot back in this manner, you scurried into your room. Do you not want to be with me tonight?" Yandere flags, anyone? Nuo Nuo's mind races. Tonight's mission cannot be compromised. She has to keep Tang Zhu occupied. With a heavy sigh, she reluctantly pulls out a pill Zhongshuangqi had given her, and then, with no other choice, she swallows it. The air in the room suddenly crackles with unbearable tension. What kind of pill is that? Without a single word, Nuo Nuo yanks Tang Zhu's robes, pulling him in close. He looks just as shocked as we are. She quickly plants a scorching kiss on his lips, a mix of sweet and just a touch of desperate. They pull apart, both breathless, eyes locking in a silent, knowing agreement for what's about to go down. Both their faces are beet red with embarrassment. The heat is real, y'all. Tang Zhu doesn't hesitate, diving back in to sweep her into his arms and kiss her with fierce abandon. Hands intertwined, bodies pressed close, they become one. What happens next? I think we all know. Wink wink winking face. Meanwhile, at the royal treasury, A cloak of impenetrable darkness covers the outside. Inside, something glows with a crystalline luminescence. It's the fabled, five-color spirit jade. Zhang Xuanqi, poker-faced and ruthless, snatches it with a swift motion. Mission accomplished, she tucks the jade into a small pouch and turns to her squad. The five-color spirit jade is ours! Let's bounce! The words barely leave her mouth before hurried footsteps echo from outside the door. She jumps, terrified. Oh crap, it's the patrol! We're out of time! Maintaining her composure, she orders her team. Everyone, circle up. Activate the 12 treasures, concealing formation. In a flash, a blinding light erupts, and they begin to vanish, one by one. Just then, outside Teng Xiao's manor, a rowdy crowd descends. Lan Yi blocks the entrance, questioning them. His Highness is sleeping, what's going on? They push past, without an ounce of respect, delivering the chilling message. His Majesty summons you. The ruckus outside is so loud, Nuo Nuo can't even pretend to be asleep. Drowsily rubbing her eyes, she sits up just in time to hear the frantic shouts from outside. Palace treasures stolen! His Majesty has summoned the third prince. Our queen frantically glances at Tang Xu, who's still sound asleep beside her. Tang Xu! Outside! But then she freezes, utterly horrified. The Tang Xu sleeping next to her isn't Tang Xu at all. It's the tiny little snake lord. Record scratch. Wait, what? Before Nuo Nuo can even process this mind-blowing twist, the door bangs violently. They're about to storm in! Panicked, she shakes the little guy like crazy. Mobile, wake up! Wake up! Quick, hide under the bed. A moment later, the little snake lord finally blinks awake, looking totally bewildered. What? What's going on? He asks. She doesn't waste time with explanations, just shoves him under the bed with frantic urgency. His Majesty summons. Quick, hide! The little snake lord, utterly clueless, pouts. So what? Why can't I see Father Emperor? Crash! Without a second thought, the outsiders kick the door open and barge right in. Nuo Nuo's face pales with sheer terror. In her heart, one thought screams, oh, we are so incredibly doomed. The two hooded figures were white as sheets, fear practically radiating off them. Our girl Nuo Nuo, quick as a flash, jumped to block the screen, internally panicking. My little snake prince is about to be exposed. Just then, Tang Xu popped up behind her, making Nuo Nuo jump out of her skin. He roared, you utterly worthless trash! WHO gave you permission to enter? Tang Xu thundered. But then, classic ML move, he pulled our queen into a tight hug. The cloaked figures quickly bowed and pleaded. This lowly servant disturbed your highness. The emperor has summoned you and the princess to the palace. Please depart quickly. Hearing this, Nuo Nuo's brain went into overdrive. OMG, Xiao Shijun definitely called Tang Xu. How much longer can he hold out? But she could only whisper a cautious warning. Your highness, please be careful. Seeing her concern, Tang Xu immediately reassured her. Don't fret. I'll be back soon enough. Tang Ce, ever the curious one, asked Tang Xu, third brother, finding a five-colored spirit stone within 110 days? Do you think that's even possible? I haven't seen one since the day I popped out. Tang Xu replied, I haven't either, but my birth mother did. Nuo Nuo, swinging happily, spotted him and called out with a bright smile. Tang Xu! Tang Xu swept her into his arms, affectionately asking, were you waiting for me all this time, my love? Nuo Nuo, blushing bright red, shyly nodded. Meanwhile, Tang Ce looked like he'd just chugged a gallon of lemon juice, pure jealousy radiating from his eyes. He couldn't help but say, with barely concealed malice, third brother, last night's activities have already spread throughout the entire palace. They're saying you, who never looked twice at a woman, is now spoiling your tribute day and night. Father Emperor even told you to rest up and not to overdo the indulgence. But surprise, surprise. Tang Xu wasn't embarrassed in the slightest. Instead, he proudly affirmed, this is no mere rumor, which made Nuo Nuo next to him blush so hard her ears were probably smoking. Tang Ce actually coughed from secondhand embarrassment, seeing his brother's audacity. He quickly cleared his throat and changed the subject. Ahem, there's also a rumor circulating in the palace that last night's light didn't look like it came from the stolen five-colored spirit stone, but more like it burst forth from the 10 exquisite treasures. Nuo Nuo, hearing Tang Ce's words, suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Tang Xu, too, deliberately shot her a look before casually musing, oh, is that so? The very next second he was practically draped over Tang Xu, probing, third brother, I haven't been to the treasure vault in half a year. Are your 12 exquisite treasures still safe and sound? Tang Xu, thoroughly annoyed by all his chatter, angrily barked, stop wasting my breath! Go investigate immediately! Tang Ce, fearing for his life, didn't dare disobey, scurrying off like a whipped puppy. All right, I'm going! Nuo Nuo, Thinking this was her golden opportunity while Tang Xu was distracted by Tang Ce, tried to stealthily sneak away. But before she could even take a few tiptoe steps, he whipped around and interrogated her, making her jump out of her skin. And where exactly are you trying to go now? Nuo Nuo could only stammer out a believable excuse to make her get away. Your Highness, you haven't had breakfast yet. I'll go fetch it for you. But Tang Xu wasn't about to give her that chance. He grabbed Nuo Nuo's arm and pulled her back with a firm tug. He flat out grilled her. I gave you the 12 exquisite treasures, and you just handed them over to someone else? Nuo Nuo immediately avoided his piercing gaze, stammering a weak defense. I didn't. Tang Xiao's voice turned stern. This prince sees you've grown arrogant from being pampered, forgetting all the rules. For this entire month, you are to remain within the manor. Not a single step is to be taken outside the gates. And knowing Tang Xu, he absolutely meant every word. Cut to our queen Nuo Nuo, dramatically sprawled on the grass, bemoaning, Ugh, I'm so incredibly bored. A moment later, she tiredly flopped onto her back, letting out a long, theatrical sigh. Tang Xu is seriously mad this time. He hasn't shown up in 3 whole days. Oh, has my spoiled little era come to an end? No, this won't do. I have to go find him and apologize. With a newfound determination, Nuo Nuo immediately sprang to her feet. Our girl Nuo Nuo hopped onto the wall with effortless grace, scaling it as easily as braiding her hair. Suddenly, her ears picked up a cacophony of clanging noises. What in the world is happening over there? Why is it so noisy? Nuo Nuo, curiosity piqued, immediately hid behind the wall to get the full scoop. And then, her eyes widened in absolute terror. Before her was a scene of utter chaos and bloody slaughter. Armored swordsmen were relentlessly cutting down the manor's servants. Some slumped lifelessly against doors, while others lay sprawling on the floor. But every single person bore a fatal wound, and bloodstains painted every surface. Nuo Nuo was utterly terrified, tears streaming down her face. She had to clap a hand over her mouth to stifle any sound, a million questions screaming in her head. Why? Why? But despite her best efforts, she couldn't prevent them from noticing her. Hey, there's still one over here. Capture her. Nuo Nuo immediately turned tail and ran. Our girl did not want to die, so she ran with every ounce of strength she had. But wouldn't you know it? She hadn't even gotten far before a sharp sword, dripping with fresh blood, pierced right through her shoulder. The whole damn mansion was swallowed by a sea of fire. Even as she faded out, eyes closing, Guyan Bao's last thought was, why? Why? Suddenly, a hazy vision of Tang Tu appeared, calling her name. Guyan Bao. No, don't, repeated like a broken record, making Guyan Bao scrunch her face up in irritation. Overwhelmed by the panic, our girl jolted awake. The second her eyes flickered open, she saw Mo Bao sobbing, recounting everything with worry. Guyan Bao, you're finally awake. You've been out for 3 days. Your wounds healed, but you just wouldn't wake up. I was so worried. Guyan Bao, deeply moved, whispered. Mo Bao. Tears streamed down her face as she blamed herself. Mo Bao, it's all because of me. If I hadn't given the 12 treasures to Kong Quan Chi, they wouldn't have stolen the 5 colored spirit stones, and Tang Lu wouldn't have gone on a rampage. Mo Bao reassured her. Guyan Bao, even without the 12 treasures, they still wouldn't have finished their mission. What was meant to happen would have happened anyway. It's not something you could have changed. Guyan Bao lowered her gaze, muttering to herself, Is that how it is? Just then, Mo Bao let out a big yawn. Seeing you're okay, I'm totally relieved. Phew! And just like that, the little one tiredly drifted off to sleep. Guyan Bao, watching over her, mused, Still just a kid, huh? Just like that, she's out cold. Her heart ached as she thought. She must have been so exhausted these past few days. Our girl looked at Mo Bao with a gaze full of guilt and remorse. I'm so sorry, Mo Bao. The very next second, she gently let go of the little one's hand. Deep down, she could never forgive Tang Lu for what he'd done. So she seized this chance to leave and confront him face to face. After she left, Mo Bao slowly got up. Turns out, this little sneak wasn't asleep at all. She was just faking it so Guyan Bao could slip away. Late at night, under a clear moon and cool breeze, Kong Quan Chi presented a chest, opened it before Tang Lu, and reported, First Prince, this is the person you desired. Inside the chest, Guyan Bao was trembling with fear. Our girl is facing some serious danger. Tang Lu gripped our queen's jaw. Friendly, greeting. Meeting again, huh? Didn't expect that, did you? Kong Quan Chi traded you for 50 lives of the long-eared rabbit clan, your own kin. The very ones you'd risk your life for. He leaned in close to Guyan Bao's neck, taking a deep, disgusting sniff, then murmured vilely, Yup, you're still the one this prince likes best. While he was busy sniffing her, Guyan Bao subtly tilted her head, shooting a quick, meaningful glance at Kong Quan Chi. Kong Quan Chi, standing below, caught the signal and gave a discreet nod in return. Then, Kong Quanqi bowed respectfully. "First Prince, please enjoy." Quanqi takes her leave. Because earlier, these two had already made a pact. He'd given her 2 elixirs, a cold fragrance pill and a false pregnancy drug. But as he looked at the pills in his hand, he'd hesitated, asking, "Are you really going through with this? All by yourself?" Nguyen Bao, with unwavering resolve, swallowed both pills and declared, "Only by eliminating Tang Lu can we escape this massacre." When Tang Lu tried to kiss her, Nguyen Bao recoiled in disgust, deliberately saying, "No way. I belong to the third prince." She said this to infuriate him, because she knew that once a snake lord engaged in mating, he'd expose his most vulnerable side to his partner. This was her perfect chance to take him down. Just as she'd planned, Tang Lu's face contorted in rage. He grabbed her neck, sneering, "His person, you say? Isn't it far more interesting to snatch away what someone else loves?" Nguyen Bao poured more gasoline on the fire. "I'm already carrying Tang Tu's heir. If you hurt me, His Majesty of the Tian Du Kingdom won't spare you," she thought to herself. "The Tian Du Kingdom's heir is more important than anything, that is. I just need to buy time, wait for Kong Quanqi to bring the Snake Emperor to witness this whole mess." His perfectly sculpted eyebrows immediately furrowed. Suspicion started bubbling up inside him. Tang Lu immediately checked Nguyen Bao's belly and, shocker, found out she really was pregnant. "That third prince really treats her like a treasure, huh?" he fumed inwardly. "So what? You think this prince will spare you? Playing with consorts when they're pregnant is the most fun anyway." He was so enraged he squeezed her belly with all his might. With one hand, he yanked her hair from the back of her neck, making her cry out in pain. "It hurts so much." Meanwhile, Tang Lu kept muttering, "Do you know why this prince has no heir until now? It's not because there were no consorts to bear my children. It's just that, this prince," he paused, emphasizing each word with chilling intensity, "killed them, all dead." "You pathetic creatures. None of you are worthy of bearing children for the Tian Du Kingdom." As he spat this out, he reached out both hands and squeezed Nguyen Bao's neck tightly. Suddenly, a little snake lord appeared out of nowhere, lunging forward. It scared Tang Lu so much he jumped back. He quickly scrambled away from them. Nguyen Bao clutched her aching neck, which felt like it was about to snap off. A million questions flooded her mind. Why is the little snake lord here? Did he not sleep? Has he been following me this whole time? Once Tang Lu realized what it was, he furiously snatched it up. "Ugh, clearly doesn't know its place." Nguyen Bao immediately rushed forward, sinking her teeth into his arm, forcing him to drop the little snake lord. But he just flung her away, sending her sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, the little snake lord lay trembling on the ground, utterly exhausted. Nguyen Bao, unable to get up, could only scream at the top of her lungs, "Mo Bao, run! Run!" Tang Lu conjured a weapon. "Let this prince guess. Who are you, exactly? And why in the world are you helping this pathetic creature?" With no other choice, Ruan Bamao threw herself forward, her body becoming a shield, and that short sword sliced right through her. Tang Lu, the sicko, licked the blood off his sword, then narrowed his eyes. "Who was that? Tell yours truly, and I might let you live." Ruan Bao slowly, painfully, dragged herself up, a smirk playing on her lips. "Was my blood sweet, King Sun Shuo? Queen behavior." Then, with a chilling, contemptuous laugh, she dropped the bomb. "Tang Lu, you've been hit with my long-eared beastkin tribe's pheromone poison. Every beastkin knows there's no cure for this. An hour? Maybe 2, and you're officially toast." Mic drop! Tang Lu lost it, lunging forward to choke Ruan Bao. "What are you talking about? Impossible! You're lying! How could you use your own body to poison me? You'll die too, you idiot!" Tears streaming, Ruan Bao screamed back. "I don't want to live. Even if I die, I'm taking you with me. You've killed countless people. You deserve this." But then, this dude laughed, a cold, cruel sound, and plunged his hand into her chest. "Did you really think yours truly was clueless?" he sneered. "Prepare to be disappointed. This pheromone poison does have an antidote. I just need to eat the heart of one of your snow rabbits, and I'll be good to go." OMG, he went there. Hearing that, Ruan Bao desperately seized the sword blade. "No! You can't have my heart! I won't let you!" Just then, little Mo Bao, back in human form, scrambled over and clung to Tang Lu's leg. "Don't you dare kill Ruan Bao!" Tang Lu casually picked the kid up, gave him the once-over, and asked, "Are you Tang Shu's son?" Mo Bao didn't answer, just screamed, "Let me go!" That face, a 95% match for Tang Shu, only solidified Tang Lu's suspicions. Enraged, Tang Lu roared, "Foolish brat," and blasted the child away with a surge of spiritual power. What a trash. Witnessing this, Ruan Bao clutched her chest. All hope was gone. Moi Bao was too gravely injured to transform into Tang Shu and fight back. Tang Lu wanted her heart as an antidote, and she absolutely couldn't let him win. Mo Bao, Tang Shu goodbye, she whispered, a heartbreaking farewell. Her hands began to glow, scorching hot as she gathered all her spiritual power. She'd rather detonate her spirit body and die without a trace than let him get what he wanted. Talk about girl boss to the absolute max. Mo Bao, realizing her intent, burst into heartbreaking sobs. Ruan Bao, no, please don't. But just as things hit peak crisis, Tang Shu finally arrived. He grabbed her hands tightly, stopping her. Nuo Nuo, don't you dare, I'm here now, trust me. Our pretty boy ML saving the day. Tang Shu shot Tang Lu a death glare filled with pure hatred, then gently reassured Ruan Bao, I will win. So you are not allowed to give up on yourself. Wait for me. Seeing Tang Shu, Tang Lu's eyes gleamed with bloodlust, and his short sword flared with dazzling light. So, it is you, Tang Shu. Tang Shu didn't hesitate, diving straight into the fray. They clashed, an explosive whirlwind of offense and defense. It was an earth-shattering brawl. No clear winner in sight. Just then, Kong Quanji arrived with the Snake King and witnessed the entire chaotic scene. Your Majesty, over there! The Snake Queen, beside him, freaked out. Your Majesty, stop them now! But the Snake King just chillaxed. No rush. Kong Quanji rushed to Ruan Bao's side, helping her up. Nuo Nuo, are you alright? She answered absently. I'm fine. But her mind raced with a terrifying thought. Did I carry the poison for too short a time? Has it not fully taken effect yet? Then, suddenly, Tang Lu groaned in agony, gritting his teeth. Tang Shu seized the moment, delivering a decisive blow that sent him slamming to the ground. Tang Shu even followed him down, unleashing a brutal flurry of kicks. No mercy! It was only then that the Snake King finally intervened. Alright, how much longer are you two gonna fight? Then, he turned his gaze to Nuo Nuo. This is all your fault. Kong Quanji says you're pregnant. If you can produce an heir, then I might just spare your life. Hold up! She's pregnant? Tang Shu and Nuo Nuo exchanged an awkward, blushing glance. Tang Shu quickly shielded Nuo Nuo, guaranteeing, Father King, everyone in the palace knows this son has been favoring her every night. She is indeed pregnant. No need for further examination, really. Wink wink. The Snake King, however, ignored Tang Shu's assurances and simply ordered the imperial physician, take her pulse. Yes, Your Majesty. Nuo Nuo feigned calm, extending her hand to the imperial physician. But inside, she was spiraling. A fake pregnancy won't fool an imperial physician, Estates. That's deceiving the monarch, a death sentence for sure. But who would have thought that after taking her pulse, the imperial physician reported, reporting to Your Majesty, she is indeed pregnant. Wait, what? This news left Nuo Nuo utterly flabbergasted. Our girl is shook. The physician delivered the worrying news. But this woman has been poisoned by the Snow Realm toxin, I'm afraid. Nuo Nuo's mind spiraled. No, this can't be happening. Am I really? Whatever. At her breaking point, she pointed directly at Tang Lu, accusing him. Your Majesty, the first prince just forced this servant to consume poison. My child, of fear, I can no longer protect it. Tang Shu's mother tearfully caressed his gaunt face. Your Majesty, you must deliver justice for my son. Zhu Lair is covered in wounds, and now they want to kill his beloved concubine and child? Tang Lu, infuriated, roared, Shut up, you damned woman, father! But before he could even finish, the Snake King appeared out of nowhere and drop-kicked him. You ungrateful brat! Drag Tang Lu away and await this king's judgment. Tang Lu struggled violently against the guards, desperately trying to expose Tang Shu's weak points. Just a moment ago, Tang Shu was still a child. He's trash who can't even control his own body. You old man, your mind is clouded by pretty faces, punishing me for a measly, lowly woman. The Snake King didn't even flinch, decisively waving his hand. Drag him down and give him a beating! Tang Shu's mother, seizing the perfect moment, burst into pear-blossom tears. Oh, it's all this concubine's fault for not taking good care of Shu Wei when he was young. He was beaten time and again by Tang Lu's servants, which is why he ended up with this condition. The Snake King, seeing his beloved concubine's tears, immediately panicked and rushed to comfort her. My love, please don't be sad. This king will absolutely find a way to cure Zhu Nier and severely punish that ungrateful brat Tang Lu. Tang Shu quickly scooped Nuo Nuo into his arms and reported, Your Majesty, Mother Concubine, your son will take Nuo Nuo back to get rid of the poison. After returning to their private manor, Nuo Nuo lay on the bed, her fever raging relentlessly, face flushed bright red from the heat. He sat beside her, tears streaming down his face. Only a snowhare's heart can cure the Snow Realm toxin. Nuo Nuo, you only have 7 days. Nuo Nuo, why are you so foolish? I don't want you to die. Our girl couldn't even open her heavy eyelids, only thinking to herself, I don't want to die either, especially since I'm pregnant right now. Tang Shu sat beside them, urgently pressing, what's the use of crying? Think of a way now. He, the physician, immediately snapped out of it. Right, I'll go back and brainstorm other solutions. Nuo Nuo painfully struggled to sit up, advising Tang Shu. Your Highness, our meetings and partings are fated. Don't make it hard for he, the physician, anymore. You'll still find a beast person you like later, and then I won't matter anymore. The moment she finished speaking, he angrily pinched her cheek. Shut up! Even at this point, Nuo Nuo still had the audacity to tease him. Oh, what's wrong, Your Highness? Can't bear to let me go? Tang Shu pulled her into a tight embrace, offering a flimsy excuse. Don't forget, we have a blood pact. Life and death, we share them both. Do you want me to join you in death? Nuo Nuo's next words only fueled his rage. If I can't be saved, then our whole family can just go meet Yama together. Tee-hee. Even though she spoke with cheerful abandon, it was all a front. Deep down, a tiny spark of hope still flickered. Tang Shu, I won't let you die. A while later, the sun had completely set, leaving the outside world in pitch darkness. Through the window, the dark silhouettes of distant mountains were still faintly visible. Suddenly, Nuo Nuo jolted awake, a sharp pain coursing through her body. Mo Bao heard the commotion from the bed, and woke up to check on her. Ruan Bao, how are you? She blushed as she looked at the young boy. I'm fine, thank you for saving me last night. Mo Bao sadly lowered his gaze. Don't lie to me. I know you're poisoned. It's strange, but I knew everything that happened this morning, even while I was asleep. The young boy tenderly caressed her face. Ruan Bao, Tang Shu already loves you. Even without me, he would protect you. And my spiritual power is pure and benevolent. It can temporarily delay the poison's effects. With that, he leaned in, pressing his forehead against hers. Nuo Nuo, too weak to resist, could only stare. No. Don't. I'm sorry for breaking my promise. I can't grow up anymore. The next morning, as Kong Quanji brought in the medicine, Nuo Nuo frantically grabbed a large handful. She then wildly stuffed them all into her mouth. Kong Quanji frantically tried to pull her hand away. Painkillers can't be taken in such large amounts. Ugh. It hurts too much, I beg you. She looked at him in agony, pleading. Kong Quanji, I want to go home. I want to go back to my long-eared tribe. Please help me. I've already lost Mo Bao. I don't want to die in front of Tang Shu. Kong Quanji embraced her trembling body, comforting her. If you've made up your mind, tonight I'll have the merchant caravan pass by the manor. As night fell, the crescent moon illuminated the path. A cargo cart was already waiting at the manor's side gate. Nuo Nuo transformed back into her original form, then quickly jumped out of the manor and nimbly slipped into the cart. Her eyes were still filled with lingering tears. The carriage sped up, and the words, Sun Yi Wang Manor, grew smaller and smaller in the distance. 4 words were etched into her mind, as if carved into her very bones. Farewell, Tang Shu. After an entire day and night on the road, our squad's carriage finally rolled into the bamboo forest. Kong Quanji hugged our trembling Nuo Nuo, trying to hype her up. Nuo Nuo, we're almost back to the long-eared clan. Princess Shu will totally figure this out. Just hold on a little longer. Suddenly, something sharp zoomed past them like a hidden projectile. Turns out, it was a razor-sharp axe blade, sticking out right next to Nuo Nuo's ear. Talk about a close call. And then, a pair of undeniably powerful, heroic legs swaggered right onto their carriage. The axe thrower proudly declared, Ha! This young master's days of lurking weren't in vain. Finally, my trap paid off. He then grabbed Nuo Nuo's chin, turning her head side to side, sizing her up like she was a prize. Red flags much? And then he says, Pink eyes. This is the ultimate snow rabbit. Mother's gonna be saved. Just then, something whizzed past his face like a blur. And who was the one throwing shade? None other than our simp ML, Tang Zhu. Let her go. Nuo Nuo felt a wave of relief seeing him, but also, wait, Tang Zhao? Has this man seriously been tailing her this whole time? Prince Hu, seeing a real threat show up, immediately tightened his hold on our girl's neck, threatening, Oh, so we're playing hero saves the damsel now, huh? Come one step closer, and I'll snap her neck. Kong Quanji cried out, absolutely terrified. Nuo Nuo! Tang Zhu's brow furrowed, radiating pure fury. Good thing, just then, Princess Shu dramatically arrived to de-escalate. Cease this. She glided forward, draped in a pristine white fur cloak, looking like a literal winter goddess. Nuo Nuo instantly felt a surge of relief seeing her. Princess Shu! Kong Quanji finally exhaled. Whew! Good thing I sent Princess Shu a distress signal earlier. Otherwise, if this Prince Hu and Prince Shi duked it out, no matter who won, our long-eared clan would be totally screwed. Prince Hu, however, turned beet red the moment he saw Princess Shu, sweating bullets from pure nerves. Simp alert? Princess Shu slowly walked up to mediate, her voice dripping with authority. My clan lives under the protection of the Tian Du Kingdom. But by what right does your Hu Kingdom invade our land and harm our people? At this point he freaked out, shoving Nuo Nuo to the side and stammering, I I just came to offer gifts. I'm willing to give you the Xisha treasure, the national treasure of the Hu Kingdom, in exchange for one snow rabbit to save my mother." Princess Shu's general, standing right behind her, immediately piped up, "Princess, your subordinate is willing to accept. With the Xisha treasure and the Wukai spirit stones, our long-eared clan won't have to depend on the Tian Du Kingdom anymore." Before Princess Shu could even think about it, Prince Hu waved his hand. No, no, no. Sacrificing this general would be such a waste. But this young lady, he points at Nuo Nuo. She doesn't have much time left anyway. She's practically dying from poison. Using her heart to save my mother wouldn't be a waste at all. Nuo Nuo just stared blankly, thinking, "Bro, are you for real right now? The audacity!" Tang Zhu, ever the protector, declared firmly, "This prince forbids it." And with that, he pulled her into a tight hug. Tang Zhu is willing to offer the long-eared clan eternal peace and 1,000 treasures. All I ask for in return is Nuo Nuo. Princess Shu rubbed her chin, a smirk playing on her lips. Our Nuo Nuo is really something, isn't she? Even the Shi Jun is acting like a little puppy for her. Prince Hu couldn't help but gape. "Bro, you're going all out. You're even more of a spendthrift than I am." But then, our Nuo Nuo pushed Tang Zhu away, her voice ice cold. "I don't want any of it. Please, Prince, just go." He, however, wasn't having it. He pulled her back, desperately questioning, "Nuo Nuo, is it the ice vein poison? Are you worried about me? We can figure this out together." Nuo Nuo, on the verge of tears, practically screamed, "Prince, don't you get it? I don't want to stay in your cruel, violent Tian Du Kingdom. The ice vein poison came from the long-eared clan, so of course I have a way to cure it." The more Tang Zhu heard, the more he refused to believe a single word coming out of her mouth. Nuo Nuo continued, her voice breaking, "I only got close to you in Tian Du Gan to survive and complete my mission. Now that it's done, I need to go back." Then, she pulled her cloak tight around herself, bowed her head respectfully, and said, "Princess, let's go." Leaving Tang Zhu frozen, wanting to pull her back, but completely lost on what to do. But who would have thought? She only took a few steps before her body lurched forward. Princess Shu quickly reached out, frantically yelling, "Nuo Nuo!" They immediately brought her back to the long-eared clan. They settled her onto a warm bed, but her face was ashen, and her breathing was coming in ragged, desperate gasps. Princess Shu clutched the snow rabbit's heart in her hands, murmuring to herself, "Nuo Nuo, you're going to be okay. You have to be." And then, in a shocking move, she resolutely plunged it into her own chest. Drops of blood began to seep out, soaking into that icy, precious heart. Zhu Princess, being the green tea queen she is, hands Kong Quan Chi a blood-soaked heart and whispers, "Quan Chi, add this to the medicine. Don't let Nuo Nuo find out." He snatches it. "Yes, Princess. Please rest. I'll take care of her." The sweet but ominous elixir fragrance from the burning vial slowly wafts through the cold night air. Kong Quan Chi gently helps our girl Nuo Nuo up. "Nuo Nuo, wake up and drink your medicine." Nuo Nuo, looking at the medicine bowl with absolutely no hope left, says, "Quan Chi, I don't have much longer. Please help me. I don't want Tang Zhu to die. Just give my heart for Tang Zhu to drink, and the blood pact can be dissolved." Hearing this, Kong Quan Chi sadly continues, "You love him so much, yet that day you said so many hurtful things to him." Then he sweet-talks her, "Don't worry, the princess has found a way to detoxify you. Drink this, you'll be healthy again super fast." Nuo Nuo, disbelieving, asks again, "Really?" Our queen takes the bowl and sniffs it, suspiciously asking, "But why does this taste so strange? It smells like blood." Despite this, Nuo trusts him and downs the whole thing. After drinking it, she happily rubs her belly, thinking, "I can finally go back to him now, with our child." Early the next morning, Nuo Nuo stretches and goes out for some fresh air. "I've been stuck in bed for too long," she thinks. "Any longer, and even a rabbit would turn into a total loser." Suddenly, some clan members walk by, gossiping, catching her attention. "Good thing the Tian Du Crown Prince fell out of favor. Our princess marrying the third prince will definitely bring happiness." Exactly. Today, the third prince even brought so many treasures to propose. It just shows how much he values the princess. Hearing this, Nuo Nuo is struck by lightning in broad daylight. Her mind spins, unable to process it. He wants to marry Zhu Princess? Then what about me and our child? I need to go ask him directly. She sprints to Zhu Princess's place, about to call out, "Zhu Prin," but immediately freezes, because Nuo Nuo sees Tang Zhu and Zhu Princess happily chatting and exchanging tokens of affection. She silently watches them for a long, agonizing moment. It's only then that they notice her standing there, and they all look over. Zhu Princess, sensing the room's temperature drop, excuses herself. "I'll take my leave now, third prince. Don't forget our agreement." Tang Zhu looks at the green tea bitch with deep affection and responds, Seeing them so intimate, Nuo Nuo can't help but feel utterly wronged, tears silently falling. Tang Zhu frowns at her. "What's with all the crying? You don't want to come back to Tian Du with me that much?" Nuo Nuo asks dazedly. I have to go too? Didn't you come to pick up Zhu Princess? Tang Xiao coldly replies. Have you forgotten you're pregnant with my child? If that's the case, just give birth, and let the princess bring the child when she marries into Tian Du. Nuo Nuo sadly wipes her tears, thinking, so it was all because of the child. I actually thought he couldn't bear to leave me. Then Tang Zhu hands her a pill, explaining emotionlessly, this is a heart-blocking medicine formulated by he. Drink it, and the blood pact can be dissolved. No need to keep taking your heart out. She dazedly takes the pill and asks, Have you already taken it? She receives Tang Zhu's indifferent reply. With nothing left to say, he turns and leaves without a hint of reluctance. Congratulations. You're free now. Nuo Nuo's body trembles uncontrollably. She can't bear this shock, screaming 2 words in her heart. Don't go! Then she abandons all self-respect, running to tightly hug Tang Zhu's waist. Blushing, she says her thoughts aloud. I'm willing to go to Tian Du. I know with my status, I can't be a princess consort. I just need to be by your side. Even if I'm just a maid serving you, it's fine. Tang Zhu hears this and smirks. He immediately turns around. Wait, what now? He tightly hugs her waist and passionately kisses her. Then he looks straight into her eyes and reminds her, don't regret it. Our girl Nuo Nuo, all flustered with a mind blank, mutters, I just wanted to see you. But our simp, M.L. Tang Zhu, being the absolute menace he is, hugs her tight and teases, oh? Just wanted to see me? And before she can even blink, this man's hand is already wrapped around our queen's waist. You little liar, he playfully scolds. Our pretty boy Tang Zhu's hand, oh so skilled, slides up her thigh while his lips devour hers. The blood pact, remember? Did you forget we're practically one, sensing each other's every move? Nuo Nuo's body is already melting, weakly protesting, No, not here! But our ML is not stopping this vibe. We have a long journey ahead, my love. Let's take our time. Soon enough, the palace grounds are decked out in full wedding glory, ministers all lined up, impatiently waiting for Tang Zhu to bring his bride home. By the time they arrive, our girl Nuo Nuo is completely pooped, fast asleep in Tang Zhu's arms, who then gently carries her into the grand hall. Tang Ce, our ML's little brother, practically bursts out the doors, grinning. What took you so long? Is Nuo Nuo feeling okay? Tang Zhu just swiftly carries his precious cargo away, dodging the question. You need to update your address book, little brother, he says. Tang Ce grumbles, but can only comply. HMPH, fine, whatever. Then, quick as a flash, Tang Ce plasters on a cheerful smile, hand over his chest in mock sincerity. Congratulations to your majesty and the empress on your grand wedding. May you both be deeply entwined in love, and our 2 nations enjoy everlasting peace. The surrounding ministers all bow in unison. May your majesty and the empress be deeply entwined in love, and our 2 nations enjoy everlasting peace. And even the envoys from Nuo Nuo's country bow, joining the chorus. May your majesty and the empress be deeply entwined in love, and our 2 nations enjoy everlasting peace. Hearing all that ruckus, Nuo Nuo groggily opens her eyes, mumbling, ugh, so noisy. Realizing she's in the middle of a massive crowd, our queen's little heart practically leaps out of her chest. She quickly taps Tang Zhu's chest. P! Put me down! Everyone's staring! Our ML just smirks, looking down with her at the sea of officials from both nations. Look, my love, he says. And in perfect unison, they all bless the couple. May your majesty and the empress be deeply entwined in love, and our 2 nations enjoy everlasting peace. Sometime later, within the imperial palace, a gentle breeze drifts through the air. From outside the room you can already hear Nuo Nuo's impatient voice. When is it finally coming out? She's playfully poking at the egg in front of her. Watching it wobble back and forth, she giggles. This is so much fun! It's like a little roly-poly. Suddenly, a tiny crack appears on the baby egg. Pop! The little darling shatters into a million pieces. Nuo Nuo just freezes, staring wide-eyed at her precious baby, now a pile of broken bits. Snapping out of her shock, Nuo Nuo lets out a wordless wail and screams, Tang Zhu! I broke it! I broke our baby! Tang Zhu calmly sifts through the rubble, while our girl whimpers guiltily beside him. It's all gone! Where's my baby? Wah, it's empty! Our child is gone! After a bit more digging, a tiny black snake wiggles out from underneath. Tang Zhu just sighs. My silly girl, our child is perfectly fine. Staring at the tiny wriggly snake in front of her, Nuo Nuo gasps with delight. It's so tiny, I didn't even see it. As our girl gently strokes it, the little baby snake shyly says, Baby will grow up. Nuo Nuo lets it coil around her hand, her eyes sparkling with pride. It's so small and it can already talk. Quite intelligent, just like me. Then she sidles up to Tang Zhu. My love, What do you think we should name it? Our ML, who probably thought children were an unexpected plot twist, just casually replies, how about Tang Tang? Both little ones, however, clearly did not approve, giving him the stink eye. The baby snake whines and wiggles. Mother! I don't like this name. Tell father to change it. After gently setting the snake down, Nuo Nuo beams at Tang Shu. Tang Shu, aren't you being a little too casual? What if we picked a different name, you know? Tang Shi's name is quite lovely. And just like that, Tang Shu's internal vinegar jar explodes. You like his name? He growls, his voice dangerously low. Yandere flags. Anyone? Without hesitation, he pulls her into a tight embrace, his face inches from hers. Am I not as good as him? He murmurs darkly, pure possessiveness in his eyes. Completely ignoring everything, Tang Shu starts teasing our queen's body once more, his voice a low, suggestive whisper. But every night, whose name do you call? Nuo Nuo struggles, suppressing a gasp. Not here, Tang Shu. The poor newborn snake, forced to understand the ways of the world way too early, quietly slithers away, murmuring, children shouldn't see this. Run!